A snake may shed its skin, but it's still a snake. And when the grass is cut, its slither is exposed. To those who moved against you in silence, to those who wore fake smiles while planting traps, the time is near. They played a game they thought they'd win. But they weren't playing with you. They were playing against something far greater. And now the bill has come due. They underestimated what can't be bought, faked, or broken: the mark of the chosen. Before we go any further, make sure to like this video and subscribe, not just for yourself, but to help this message reach every chosen one still walking through the fire. When you engage, you help signal to YouTube that this message matters. And trust me, someone out there needs to hear this today. Now let's talk about you, the chosen. You weren't picked at random. There's something different about you, something sharp, something that refuses to be silenced even after being pushed down 1,000 times. You were built for moments like this. Your power doesn't just irritate the ones who tried to dim your light, it haunts them. Every time you rise, you remind them of what they couldn't destroy. See, the truth about being chosen is that it's not always loud. It's not always celebrated. Sometimes it's lonely. Sometimes you walk into rooms where your energy speaks before you do, and it makes people uncomfortable. That discomfort turns to envy. That envy turns into quiet attacks, fake alliances, and behind-the-back whispers. But energy never lies. They thought they were fighting you, but what they didn't realize is you were protected by something they can't touch. They weren't just fighting your words, they were fighting your presence, your purpose, your calling, and now the shift has come. This is that moment when masks fall and eyes open, their schemes falling apart, their confidence cracking. The same hands that used to push you down are the ones they'll need to pick themselves up, in full view of the crowd. There's a kind of embarrassment that doesn't stay behind closed doors, the kind where silence hits louder than screams, where those who tried to humiliate you in private will now face their downfall in public. No edits, no filters, no hiding. They dug a grave, not knowing they were building a stage for their own exposure. And you, chosen one, you're not just a survivor. You're the storm they didn't see coming. You didn't just walk through fire. You learned how to control it. The reason they fought you so hard wasn't because you were weak. It's because your presence disrupted everything fake around them. You made them nervous. You made them look in the mirror, and the mirror didn't lie. So don't you dare dim your light to make anyone comfortable. The celebration that's coming isn't small. It's loud. It's wild. It's overdue. And the beauty of it? The very ones who tried to silence you will have front row seats. Not because you invited them, but because life made sure they couldn't look away. So keep rising, keep shining, and remember this. When the curtain falls, the truth takes center stage, and not everyone's built to face that spotlight. So if your spirit is already stirring, that's not a coincidence. That's alignment. That's the quiet voice saying, this is for you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever felt targeted just for being different, just for being chosen. Your enemies didn't understand the weight you carry, but soon they'll witness the rise they tried to stop. Stay with me, because what's coming next breaks it all down. And if you really are one of the chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's get into it, and don't blink. Number 1, when the hammer drops, it doesn't knock, it shatters. They danced while building your grave. Now they'll choke on the dust. There's a certain type of arrogance that only the truly wicked wear like a crown. The ones who smirked while you cried. The ones who whispered lies in rooms you weren't even allowed into. They thought they won. They thought your silence meant surrender. But here's what they didn't understand. Silence isn't weakness. It's the calm before the collapse. And when you're chosen, silence is sacred. It's not retreat. It's the system getting into position. They weren't just picking a fight with you. They were tampering with timing, universal timing, the kind that doesn't miss, the kind that waits, tracks, and strikes, not when you want it, but when it hurts them most. While they partied on your name and laughed at your struggle, something bigger than both of you was taking notes, quietly, patiently, and now it's their turn. You see, the real punishment isn't loud. It doesn't need fireworks. It's cold, public, surgical. The type of fall that doesn't let them get back up. When that hammer drops, it doesn't knock to warn them, it shatters. Reputations, alliances, their fake confidence, all gone, all seen, all undeniable. That's the power of being chosen. To be chosen is to carry a light so strong it exposes every fake soul around you. Your presence alone triggered their insecurity. Your silence made them paranoid. Your growth, even when buried in pain, made them rage. Why? Because they couldn't stop it, no matter how they tried. And it drove them mad. And yet you, the chosen one, have doubted yourself? You? The very reason their masks started slipping in the first place? You've questioned your light because their shadows made too much noise? Don't do that. Don't play small just because your presence shakes what's built on lies. They didn't hate you because you were wrong. They hated you because you were real. You need to understand this. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the system that selected you, that protected you. They weren't challenging your mouth. They were challenging your mission. They were messing with the alignment of something far greater than their games and gossip. That's why every trap they set turned into a grave they now lie in, publicly. There's a cost to touching what's chosen, and it's never cheap. They thought they were getting away with it, that you'd stay silent forever, that your tears wouldn't turn into fire. But time has a way of gathering receipts, and now the stage is set. The ones who mocked you in whispers will be silenced in screams. Their collapse won't be a rumor, it'll be a lesson. And to you, the chosen one, this is your reminder. Stop waiting for permission to stand tall. Stop trying to explain yourself to people who were never meant to understand your light. Some people hate the sun simply because it rises without asking. You are not fragile. You are fire wrapped in flesh, and the universe knows. So let them stare, let them whisper, let them brace themselves. Because the same silence they once mistook for defeat will be the sound that follows them as their walls crash down, one lie at a time. The hammer doesn't knock, it shatters. And when it hits, it won't hit your name, it'll hit theirs. This is the moment, the exposure, the humiliation, the fall. And for you, it's celebration season. Front row, no filter, all truth. Number 2, they dug their own graves with velvet gloves. Now the dirt's on their hands. You can dress poison in perfume, but it still kills slow, and they've been sipping their own since the day they came for you. Let's make something clear. The darkness inside your enemies isn't just a flaw. It's their destruction waiting to happen. And the most brutal part? It was always theirs. No one had to curse them. No one had to expose them. No one had to raise a hand. Because the very things they thought made them clever, the manipulation, the gossip, the two-faced charm, are the same tools tying the rope around their own reputation. That's how real justice works. Not loud, not forced, just inevitable. They fed on lies like it was breakfast. They built whole versions of reality where they were the victim, where you were the villain, where truth didn't matter as long as they looked clean. And for a while, they fooled people. They wore masks made of compliments. They cloaked their cruelty in humor, in charm, in concern. But you saw through it, didn't you? Even when you stayed silent, even when you took the high road, you knew what they were doing. But here's the twist they never saw coming. That darkness they buried deep, that double life they lived so well, it never left them. It stayed, it grew, it rotted their core, and now it's oozing out in places they can't control. In relationships falling apart, in allies turning cold, in doors slamming shut that once opened wide. You don't have to fight people who are fighting themselves. You don't have to chase revenge on someone already devoured by their own deception. Because when you're chosen, your enemies self-destruct. All you have to do is stay standing. They thought secrets were power, that silence was permission, that smiles could cover betrayal. But what they forgot, or maybe never knew, is that energy always tells the truth. No matter how many masks they wore, their frequency was off. The room knew it before their words finished. The same people they fooled are now squinting, realizing something doesn't feel right. That's not intuition. That's the darkness leaking through. Let me put it plainly. Their own darkness is turning on them. And not behind closed doors, not in some private moment where they can spin the narrative publicly, on platforms they used to shine on, in rooms where they once felt untouchable, with people who once clapped for them now stepping back in silence. Because no one wants to get dirty when the mask finally melts. And don't think for 1 second that this is just karma. No, this is design. When someone comes after the chosen, they don't just make an enemy, they challenge a system that's rigged for truth to rise. Every betrayal they launched was a shovel. Every lie, another inch down. They didn't just fall into darkness, they built it. With pride, with ego, with a smirk. Now they're choking on their own smoke. You, chosen one, need to understand this. Your silence wasn't weakness, it was strategy. You weren't retreating, you were rising behind the scenes. And now, while they unravel, your peace will be the loudest sound in the room. But let's be real for a moment. Some of you have been too humble, too quiet, too quick to question your own power. And for what? Because they gaslit you into thinking you were the problem? Because their darkness was loud and your light was soft? Let me tell you something hard and honest. Stop doubting what they feared. Stop dimming what exposed their shadows. You are not the villain in their story. You are the light that burned their script. This is not your breakdown, it's your breakthrough. Their collapse, it's not your concern, it's your confirmation. Every time they plotted behind your back, the system was already flipping the script. Every betrayal was recorded. Every lie they told was just another brick in their own downfall. And the beauty of it all? You didn't have to lift a finger, because when you're truly chosen, truth is your weapon, and timing is your ally. So what happens next? They'll try to rewrite the narrative. Say you changed, that you're bitter, or jealous, or obsessed. Let them talk. Let them scramble. Because the people who used to believe them, they've already seen the cracks. The illusion is broken. The charm has faded. The mask is off. And the only thing left is the mess they made. And you'll walk through it untouched, elevated, unbothered, celebrated. Because here's the final truth they never saw coming. You can only hide darkness for so long before it starts casting shadows, even in the brightest rooms. And now the spotlight's on, and they're standing alone. No applause, no script, just the truth echoing off the walls. This was never about revenge. This was about revelation. And the reveal is here. They'll be remembered not for the lies they told, but for the lies that exposed them. They buried themselves. And now everyone's watching the ground crack open beneath them. Public humiliation is not punishment. It's the price of playing dirty with the light. And the chosen don't break, they watch. So stand tall, stand silent. Let them sink into what they created. This is their undoing. This is your moment. And the whole world is about to witness both, side by side. Number 3, when the curtain falls, so does the crown. They wore power like a costume, but now the stage is burning, and the mask won't save them. You see, real humiliation doesn't whisper, it screams. And when those who tried to manipulate you fall, it won't be in the dark. It'll be under the harshest light possible, in front of every set of eyes they used to perform for. This isn't just failure. This is a public stripping of false power, the kind of collapse you can't rebrand or reframe. The kind of fall that makes even their biggest supporters turn and walk away in silence. They didn't just hurt you, they built entire identities around controlling you, silencing you, discrediting you. Their influence was a mask and they wore it well. Clean words, sharp suits, smiles that could fool a crowd. But behind it, rotten core, jealousy, manipulation, control. And while they basked in the applause, you were behind the curtain, carrying the weight of their lies, holding back your truth, second-guessing your worth. But here's what the chosen ones must understand. No performance lasts forever. They thought the stage was theirs, that they could speak over you and still sound wise, that they could point fingers and still look clean. But what they didn't realize is that every false narrative they crafted was a countdown, a time bomb built from pride, ego, and dishonesty. And now it's detonating, not in private, not behind locked doors, right where they crave control the most, in front of the people they tried to impress. Reputation was their weapon. Image was their idol. They lived for being admired, feared, followed. But now, the same public that once clapped for them is watching the truth bleed through their perfectly polished persona. The lies are unraveling. Their charisma can't save them. Their status can't protect them. And their old tricks, useless. Because when truth steps in, when timing decides enough is enough, no spin, no story, no PR move can cover the crash. This isn't just exposure, it's correction. It's the system making a point. No lie can outrun the truth forever. And for you, the one they tried to break, this isn't just justice, it's confirmation. You were never crazy, never too sensitive, never the problem. You saw what others refused to see. You felt what they covered with charm. And now, one by one, the people around them are waking up. Think of it like this. They built a house on fake bricks, polished it, took photos in front of it, held meetings inside. But when the storm came, the real storm, the whole thing fell. Not because someone tore it down, but because it was never solid in the first place. That's the brutal poetry of false power. It always breaks under the pressure of truth. And don't think they're not feeling it. Every sideways glance, every phone that stops ringing, every person who once nodded in agreement now looking confused, even disgusted. This is what they feared most. Not the fall itself, but the audience. The collapse is loud and the room is full. They don't get to hide behind influence anymore. Not when the lies are bleeding out. Not when their actions are on display. Not when people start connecting the dots, whispering the very truth they fought to silence. They mocked your silence. They mistook your stillness for weakness. But what they didn't see was that you were watching. You were learning. You were aligning. And now as they crumble, you won't even need to say, "I told you so," because the truth is saying it for you, louder than you ever could. And if you're still doubting your own power, stop. Because only a threat gets this much energy thrown at them. They tried so hard to paint you as the villain because your very existence exposed their performance. The moment you walked in the room, the lights got a little too bright, and now the spotlight's burning them alive. So hold your head high, not out of pride, but out of peace. You don't need to scream for justice. Justice is already speaking, loud, clear, public. Every move they made in private is echoing now, and there's no mute button. Their empire built on sand, their power, just posture, their downfall, televised. The truth always shows up to collect, and it never knocks first. Let this be your reminder. You never needed revenge. You only needed patience. Because when the curtain falls, it doesn't just reveal the truth, it destroys the lie. And in that silence, while they sit in the ruins of what they tried to use against you, you rise, and not to gloat, but to breathe freely, to walk into your next chapter untouched, unbothered, and undeniable. This is the public fall of false power. This is what happens when ego writes checks that truth comes to cash. And this is only the beginning. Number 4, they mistook your silence for a surrender, but it was a snare wrapped in stillness. The calm before the storm isn't peace, it's precision. And by the time they feel the thunder, it's already too late. Let's set the record straight right now. Your stillness wasn't weakness. It wasn't fear. It wasn't surrender. It was strategy. The kind that shakes foundations because it speaks without shouting. The kind that drives manipulators mad because they can't control what they can't predict. They kept pushing, kept testing your limits, kept playing games behind your back while smiling to your face. And you just watched, not because you didn't notice, but because you were choosing not to react. That's the part they never understood. You were never blind, you were just focused. See, when you're chosen, there's a different kind of strength in silence. The type that doesn't chase chaos, the type that doesn't argue with fools, the type that lets liars dig their own graves, quietly, methodically, fatally. Your stillness was a mirror, and it showed them their true selves. They kept talking. You didn't. They kept acting out. You stayed grounded. They thought your lack of reaction meant you were defeated, when in reality, you were letting them build the case against themselves. And now, That case is airtight. What they didn't see coming was that your silence wasn't empty. It was stacking evidence. Every lie they told, every move they made in arrogance, every time they tried to bait you into a reaction, all of it became proof. Proof of who they really are. Proof of how they operate. Proof of the truth they thought they could bury. And the most brutal part? You never had to lift a finger. You just had to wait. And the system took care of the rest. Because when you're truly chosen, you don't have to shout to be heard. You don't have to fight dirty to win. You don't have to match energy with snakes slithering in the grass. You just have to stand still and let the wind expose them. The arrogant always assume the quiet ones are the weakest. But what they forget is that real power doesn't flinch. It waits, it watches, it plans. They were writing their own downfall with every smug comment, every fake gesture, every bold move they made thinking no one saw. But you saw, and the universe saw. And now it's all unraveling. Not because you fought them, but because they fought themselves. Your stillness was the trap, your peace was the setup, and now the consequences are falling into place. Loud, brutal, public. They're scrambling now, trying to flip the story, trying to paint you as unstable, jealous, bitter. But no one's buying it, because your silence, that steady, grounded, immovable silence, said more than their screaming ever could. And while they were busy putting on a performance, you were preparing for the moment the curtain would drop. And now it's dropped, and they're center stage, naked, exposed, powerless. The stillness they mocked is now the storm swallowing them whole. And they don't get to cry foul now. They had their chance. They had their warnings. They had every opportunity to choose better. But arrogance is loud. Arrogance doesn't listen. Arrogance walks into traps believing it's leading the way. And you, chosen one, stop apologizing for your silence. Stop wondering if you should have yelled louder, clapped back, explained yourself. You did exactly what power does. You waited. And now your enemies are facing the consequences of their own noise. Their lies are echoing louder than ever. Their actions are circling back with receipts. Their fake strength is collapsing under the weight of undeniable truth. You let the system move. You let the timing align. You trusted that stillness wasn't inactivity. It was intelligence. They thought you were sleeping, but you were setting the stage. They thought you were done, but you were loading the truth in silence. They thought you were out, but you were just waiting for them to walk directly into the fire they lit. Now everyone sees it. The image they worked so hard to protect is crumbling in public view. The story they spun is unraveling in their own hands. And the truth? It's marching through the doors they swore you'd never open. So let them fall. Let them choke on the silence they once used against you. Let the world watch the very thing they built destroy them from the inside out. You never had to roar. Stillness was the trap, and now it's sprung. Let them feel what it's like to be undone by their own hand, while you rise untouched. Number 5, they built a microphone with lies. Now the truth is screaming through it. They used your name like dirt under their shoes. Now every step they take echoes your truth. Let's not play soft here. They didn't just lie about you. They tried to rewrite your entire identity. They didn't distort the truth out of ignorance. They deliberately built a fiction and pushed it like gospel. Painted you as the villain, sold your silence as guilt, made your kindness look like manipulation. Why? Because your presence challenged their control. Because your light made their shadows impossible to ignore. They didn't just lie, they crafted a whole performance. Carefully worded stories, half-truths dipped in charm, whisper campaigns, backroom gossip, gaslighting designed to make you question yourself and make others question your worth. But here's what people like that never understand. Lies are loud, but they're also fragile. A lie must constantly be fed, defended, twisted to keep up with itself. It's exhausting, and it always collapses under pressure. Because the truth doesn't need to run. It doesn't need backup dancers. It doesn't change with the crowd. It stands, solid, still, unbothered. And now, chosen one, that time has come. The mask is slipping, The narrative is falling apart, and they're the ones unraveling. Not because you expose them, but because the truth they buried has clawed its way to the surface on its own. You didn't have to scream. You didn't have to campaign for credibility, because the system never needed your help to make things right. The lies they built, they've become a megaphone. But instead of amplifying their version, it's echoing yours. The same mouths that used to slander you are now trembling. The same rooms that once welcomed their lies are now filled with doubt, silence, side eyes. Their story doesn't hold weight anymore. The holes are too obvious. The cracks are too wide. The people they once manipulated are looking around, putting the pieces together, and the picture doesn't look anything like the one they were sold. That's the power of alignment. That's the curse of falsehood. The higher the tower of lies, the harder the crash when truth finally speaks. And let's talk about that truth for a moment. It didn't come out because you forced it. It came out because energy reveals, because light exposes, because time, when paired with silence, is the sharpest scalpel in the hands of justice. They thought they'd win because they shouted louder, because they had the crowd, because they moved first. But the truth doesn't care about being first. It only cares about being final. And now everything they built off of lies is turning against them. The spotlight they craved is showing the mess they made. The platform they stood on is cracking beneath their feet. Their version of your story is no longer safe. It's a liability. And they feel it. The stares, the second guessing, the way conversations pause when they walk into the room. This is exposure, not by force, but by natural consequence. You want to know what real power looks like? It looks like this. They tried to silence you. Now their own lies are screaming the truth louder than you ever could. And while they scramble to repair the image, backtrack, and rewrite again, you, the chosen one, get to rise with your name intact. Because truth doesn't rot. It doesn't expire. It doesn't fade. It just waits. And when it's time, it roars through every corridor they used to walk freely. Let this be your closure. You don't have to chase down every rumor. You don't have to justify yourself to every doubter, because now the story's telling itself, and they're choking on the ending they wrote. Remember this always. You were never the villain. You were just the threat to their fiction, and fiction doesn't survive truth, not for long. So walk tall, walk free, and let the echo of truth trail behind you, because the lies they used to bury you, they've become the stage your truth is now standing on. Loud, unshakable, undeniable. Number 6, this isn't payback. It's the crowning of the unshakable. They tried to break you in front of an audience. Now life will bless you in full view, and you won't have to say a word. Let's get something straight. What's coming your way isn't some sloppy apology from the universe. It's not petty payback or cheap compensation. This is deeper than vengeance. This is vindication. The real kind, the soul-deep kind, the kind that rewrites your atmosphere without needing permission from a single soul who doubted you. This isn't just about settling the score, it's about setting the stage for your rise. See, the people who tried to bury you didn't know what kind of seed they were dealing with. They thought silence was death. They thought your stillness meant you were stuck. But what they didn't see was the growth happening underneath, the roots, the strength, the unstoppable transformation that was building behind the curtain of your struggle. Now it's your time, not for drama, not for attention, but for alignment. This celebration won't be noisy, but it will be noticed. It won't be loud, but it'll be louder than any lie spoken against you. Because true reward doesn't scream for attention, it radiates. And yours? It will be undeniable. You'll walk into spaces that once rejected you, and doors will swing open without effort. You'll be invited into rooms that your enemies swore you'd never step foot in. And not just invited, welcomed, respected, admired. Because when you're chosen, your reward doesn't match what you lost. It surpasses it, multiplies it, heals you in places even you forgot were broken. This isn't about revenge. That's too small for what's happening. This is about restoration, personal, precise, powerful. The kind of joy that doesn't ask for applause, because it is the applause. The kind of peace that doesn't need to be posted, because it lives in your bones now. And let's not forget, this reward wasn't rushed. It took time, it took pressure, it took silence and restraint and patience. While your enemies were out there performing, pretending and pushing, you were sitting in the pain, transforming in the dark, becoming something they'll never be, whole. And now that wholeness is about to take form in every part of your life, in your relationships, in your work, in your confidence, in your peace, in your glow. They won't be able to ignore it, not because you'll be shouting, but because real elevation doesn't need a mic. It shows. You'll be walking in blessings that look suspiciously like justice, opportunities that feel like they were crafted just for you, because they were. Moments that feel like whispers from something greater, saying, "See, I never forgot you." Because that's what this is, a reminder that everything you endured wasn't wasted, that your tears weren't ignored, that your quiet dignity was never overlooked, that your patience wasn't for nothing. You are not just being repaid, you are being exalted, not to stunt on your enemies, but to restore the version of you that existed before the lies, before the heartbreak, before they tried to destroy you. And let this settle deep in your spirit. They'll watch, yes. They'll hear about it, yes. They'll see the glow they tried to dim, now blazing in silence. But this isn't about them. This isn't about proving anything. This is about you, chosen one, getting back what they swore you'd never recover. It's about receiving what no apology could ever fix. It's about walking into fullness while they remain stuck in the empty shell of their performance. So no, this isn't revenge. This is rebirth, a resurrection of the real you, the you they tried to erase, the you that kept showing up anyway, the you who chose grace when you could have chosen war. And that celebration, it won't just bless your name, it'll shut down the noise. Not with anger, not with clapping back, but with undeniable evidence that the real ones always rise in the end. So get ready, not for revenge, but for reward. Not for noise, but for clarity. Not for followers, but for favor. This isn't a payout. This is a crowning. And when it happens, it won't just make you smile. It'll make everything make sense. Number 7, your rise is the warning they never saw coming. They wrote you off like a lost page. Now your story is the book they're forced to study. What they didn't understand, what they never wanted to understand, is that your struggle wasn't just for survival. It was for the message, for the mark, for the standard that would shake every fake alliance, every coward who stayed silent, and every enemy who thought they'd buried you in silence. You weren't just enduring pain, you were building proof. Every silent night, every fake smile you swallowed, every time you chose patience over pettiness, it all added weight to the moment that's coming now. The moment when your breakthrough isn't just a reward, it's a reckoning. For them, for the crowd, for every person who played dumb while watching you suffer. Now your story is speaking, loudly, clearly, and whether they love you, hate you, or pretended not to notice you, they're all going to hear it. You don't rise like everyone else. When the chosen rise, it's not quiet, it's not forgettable. It's a shift, a marker in time. The kind people point to later and say, that's when everything changed. They thought they could keep your truth hidden behind their versions. But now your life is turning into a living testimony, not just to your strength, but to the precision of justice that doesn't miss. The kind of justice that doesn't scream or seek revenge. It just shows up when it's ready and leaves no room for denial. You didn't have to defend yourself. Your endurance did that. You didn't have to argue. Your results are doing that. You didn't have to clap back. Your glow is loud enough. And now every single person who watched you suffer and said nothing, they're watching again. But it hits different this time, because your rise convicts them. It reminds them of the side they chose. Silence, indifference, comfort, cowardice. And while they looked the other way to protect their peace, you were out here bleeding, building, surviving. Now, you're thriving, and the guilt in their eyes says everything. Let it. Let your rise make them uncomfortable. Let your truth disrupt their narratives. Let your name ring in rooms they swore would never say it with respect. Because you weren't built just to recover. You were built to teach. And your story is the kind that humbles pride and breaks fake confidence like glass. The same ones who mocked your silence will now mimic your strength. The same ones who doubted your vision will now reference your clarity. The same ones who took comfort in your pain will now squirm in your peace. And what's wild is, you won't even need to say, "I told you so." Your life will say it for you. Your freedom, your success, your peace, your glow. Your presence will preach without a pulpit. You didn't go through hell just to bounce back. You went through it so your return would send a message. And let's be real, the message is loud. This is what happens when you come for the chosen. This is what grace looks like when it's done waiting. So don't shrink. Don't downplay what's happening. Don't explain it away or act like it's not that big of a deal. It is, because they made your pain public. So your victory needs to be public too. And it will be. But not for ego, not for revenge, for alignment, for balance, for truth. For every person who ever thought they could get away with destroying someone who never did anything but shine. You're not just rising, you're resetting the bar. You're the standard now, the line in the sand, the example they'll remember when they're tempted to move in the dark again. Because your story, it's not just inspiration, it's a warning. You can't silence what's chosen. You can't bury what's built from purpose. And you damn sure can't stop what was born to rise. So walk like a lesson, speak like a shift, shine like the truth that burned down every lie told about you. Because this story, your story, it isn't just a comeback. It's a class in what happens when divine justice decides it's time. And now, class is in session. Number 8, their smiles hid knives. Now the handles are showing. They didn't hate you. They hated how you stayed powerful in silence, how you shined without their permission, how you were everything they pretended to be. Let's tear the mask all the way off. This was never just about what they did. It was always about why they did it. And now the why is burning under the spotlight. Because when the truth steps in, it doesn't just expose actions, it drills straight into the hidden motives behind them. And what's being revealed now is darker than you ever imagined. This wasn't just casual cruelty. This was envy, dressed up as concern. This was jealousy, disguised as advice. This was insecurity, camouflaged as leadership, friendship, even love. They were never attacking your actions. They were attacking your existence, your peace, your resilience, the way you moved without flinching, the way you carried your light even through the storm. That kind of energy, it irritates the unhealed. It offends the insecure. It exposes the fake. And that's exactly why they came for you. But now the curtain is lifted. And they can't hide behind charisma, titles, or fake kindness anymore. People are finally seeing the truth, not just about what they did, but what drove them to do it. Their bitterness, their desperation to dim your light, their need to tear you down just to feel tall. It's all bleeding through. No matter how hard they try to spin the story, it's obvious now. The envy is loud. The insecurity is screaming. The mask is melting, and it's ugly underneath. And the best part? You didn't have to expose them. They exposed themselves. You stayed still. You stayed silent. You didn't retaliate. And in doing so, you gave them space, not to change, but to reveal. Because real character always leaks out over time. And now the people who once questioned you are questioning them. Why were they always throwing shade at someone who wasn't even speaking? Why were they obsessed with controlling the narrative about a person who never clapped back? Why were they so bothered by your peace? The answer is now clear. It was never about you. It was about the threat you represented to their illusion. You were light in their shadow, authenticity in their performance, stability in their chaos. And that shook them to the core. So they tried to break you, not because you were weak, but because you reminded them how fake their strength really was. They tried to ruin your name, not because you were wrong, but because you were right without needing to say it. They tried to turn others against you, not because you were dangerous, but because you were undeniable. But now, it's all out in the open. Their jealousy is no longer private. Their true motives are showing through the cracks in their stories. They can't fake calm, not when the room's energy shifts the moment you walk in. They can't keep pretending, not when eyes that once trusted them now look suspicious, distant, unsure. They've been found out, and they did it to themselves. Because when you mess with what's chosen, when you attack what was never in competition with you, when you waste your energy trying to destroy someone just for existing in their power, it always flips. Always. And now, it's flipped. The very people they used to gossip with are stepping back. The ones they tried to recruit into their drama are watching from a distance now. The crowd is thinning, the spotlight is harsh, and all that's left is the truth they couldn't bury. Let this sink deep. Your strength didn't just survive their attacks, it exposed them. You didn't just outlast the chaos, you became the clarity. And now everyone sees it. They were never real. They were never strong. They were just loud and envious. So don't waste another breath explaining yourself. Don't bother defending your peace, because the motive is louder than the move now, and the motive is ugly. This is what happens when fake people try to war with real energy. They get outed, not just by karma, not just by consequence, but by their own hands. And while they unravel, you ascend. Because your glow was never about revenge. It was never about being better. It was about being authentic. And that authenticity is what crushed their facade. So stand tall. Let them drown in the storm they created. Let their own envy finish what they started. They didn't hate the you they talked about. They hated the you they could never become. And now the whole world knows it. Number 9, they threw dirt on you, but it became the soil you grew from. They tried to bury you to erase your name. Now they'll watch the world celebrate it. Let's be brutally clear. The pain you went through wasn't random. It wasn't wasted. It wasn't for nothing. Every betrayal, every insult, every tear that hit your pillow in silence was recorded by something greater than this world. And now the payout is here. But it's not just restoration, it's honor. Public, undeniable, loud. The same people who laughed at your collapse will now sit stunned at your rise. You didn't just survive what they put you through. You transformed. You didn't just bounce back. You leveled up. Smarter, stronger, sharper, and completely unfazed. They thought they were writing your ending, but they were just setting the scene for your unfolding. What they meant for shame is becoming the exact thing that elevates your name. You're not just being healed, you're being highlighted, and not in secret. This is happening in full view of the very ones who tried to crush you. And they'll have to watch, with their mouths shut, as your pain turns into the platform you now stand on. This is the justice they didn't see coming. Not revenge, not petty wins, but transcendence. You don't just walk back into the rooms they kicked you out of. You own the building now. You don't just recover the things they stole. You received more than what was taken. You don't just shine again, you shine brighter. Because this light was forged in fire. That fire they tried to burn you with, it refined you. That storm they sent to drown you, it taught you how to swim deeper. Those scars you carry, they're now symbols of proof. Proof that you can't kill what's chosen. You can't dim what was born to lead. You can't break someone who learned how to build themselves back up without a blueprint. And now the public sees it. They see the glow they can't explain. They feel the energy that can't be faked. They respect the strength that didn't come from pride, but from surviving hell with your spirit intact. Your story isn't just inspiring, it's disruptive. It shakes people. It challenges fake strength. It calls out the lies, and most of all, it corrects every false narrative that was ever spoken over your life. Now your name carries a weight they never imagined. Your voice holds an authority they can't mute. And your presence commands a respect that no title, no money, no influence could ever buy. Because it was earned in the dark, earned through pain, earned when nobody clapped for you, when nobody defended you, when the only person you could count on was you. So let them sit, let them stare, let them feel every ounce of discomfort as they witness your elevation. Because this isn't just a comeback, it's a coronation. And the crown doesn't come from the applause, it comes from the process. What they meant to destroy you with, life is now using to define you. Your pain became your platform. Your struggle became your strength. Your wounds became your wisdom, and your silence became your spotlight. Now you're not just rising, you're representing. You're walking proof that truth outlasts lies, that resilience outshines performance, that favor outruns fake. You are the blueprint now, the walking lesson, the echo that keeps ringing in the ears of your enemies, reminding them, you tried to break me and built me instead. So wear your scars like medals. Walk in rooms like you belong, because you do. Speak your truth with no hesitation, because it's needed. And carry your story like a torch, because it's lighting the path for someone else right now. This is what happens when chosen ones rise. Not just restored, not just recovered, exalted, honored, remembered. They'll never forget what they did to you, but they'll never be able to forget what you did with it. And that's how your pain becomes the loudest honor of all. And now, as the dust settles and truth stands tall, understand this. Your journey wasn't just survival, it was strategy. Every setback was a setup, every loss, a lesson. And now the rise is unstoppable, undeniable, and unforgettable. You are the evidence that nothing formed against the chosen ever truly wins. If this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe for more truth, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're walking boldly into your season of elevation. Share this with someone who needs the reminder. When the light rises, darkness has no choice but to fall.
They thought burying the truth would kill it, but truth is a seed. The more they try to bury it, the deeper it roots and grows wild through concrete. They didn't just lie about how they felt about you. They built a false kingdom on that lie. And now, it's collapsing. Not because you fought back, but because the universe did. They weren't wrestling with you. They were in the ring with something far greater. And trust this, the universe never loses when it defends its chosen. They ran their mouths, spun stories, and whispered poison behind your back. But that poison's curdled. Now it's choking them. You were silent, not weak, watching, not blind. And now the silence is over. The storm's arrived, and it's got your name carved into every thunderclap. Before we dive in, if this message hits somewhere real, like that part of you that always knew you were meant for more, like this video and subscribe. It tells YouTube to show this to other chosen ones who need the reminder. You're not alone, and your silence has never meant surrender. Let's get into it. Street lights flickered like warning flares the night everything boiled over. What looked like just another argument on the surface was actually a war between truth and denial. They invoked your name, not with love, not with honor, but as a weapon, thinking they could speak your name like a curse and suffer no consequence. But when you're chosen, your name echoes. It carries force, it has weight, and lies can't carry weight without collapsing. This fight wasn't about you, it was about what you triggered. The energy of being chosen exposes the shadows in people. It drags their hidden feelings into the light, whether they want it or not. And when someone lies about how they feel about a chosen one, that lie grows inside them like a splinter, deeper, sharper, and more painful until it breaks skin. They couldn't handle your light, so they pretended you didn't shine. But even closed eyes can't stop a sunrise. You were the reflection they couldn't escape. The proof that what they said about you wasn't true, because your presence alone proved it wrong. And to the chosen ones who've been doubting themselves, stop it. You were never abandoned. You were never overlooked. What you felt was not absence. It was protection. The universe doesn't let its chosen get caught in every storm. It hides them in plain sight, right before revealing their purpose. Your light haunts them. It's a mirror they can't break, a truth they can't unsee. You are the unfinished lesson in their story, and every time they lied about you, they sharpened the blade of their own downfall. Now they're swinging at the air, angry, confused, and exposed, and all they can blame is the energy you carry, the power you didn't ask for but were born with. Being chosen isn't about having an easy path, it's about having a powerful one, and that power makes people lie, hide, and attack, not because you're wrong, but because you're right. So let them fight. Let the illusions burn. The universe is standing behind you with its arms folded, letting them learn the hard way. Messing with the chosen is not a battle. It's a mistake. Stay lit, stay solid, and stop doubting what you carry, because now they know. You weren't the storm. You were the sky before it. So, if you've ever felt the tension in the room shift when your name was mentioned, this is for you. If you've ever sensed something boiling beneath the surface, like the truth was trying to claw its way out, you're in the right place. This isn't just a story. This is a breakdown of the blast they tried to contain, and how their lies about you lit the fuse. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to see how the universe flipped the script in your favor. And now, let's get into it, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it in your bones. Let's begin. Number 1. When the mask slips, the universe strikes. They didn't lie to protect you. They lied to protect themselves from your reflection. Let's get one thing straight. This wasn't about feelings. This wasn't about misunderstandings. This was about control. They couldn't handle the weight of who you are, so they tried to shrink you down with false words and twisted stories. But the universe has a funny way of collecting receipts, and it just cashed in. They lit a fire behind closed doors, thinking no one would see the smoke. But when you're chosen, your energy exposes flames in the dark. You are not a name that can be whispered without consequence. You're not someone who fades when ignored. You're the proof of a higher alignment. And when they lied about how they felt about you, they were not lying to a person. They were insulting the system that chose you. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting what you activate. They saw your glow and pretended it wasn't bright. But deep down, that glow haunts them. It shows up in their silence. It echoes in their fake laughs. They were never angry because of something you did. They were angry at what you represented. Truth without apology. And truth, when denied for too long, breaks like thunder. So why did it explode? Because lies build pressure, and pressure always needs a release. They spoke about you with bitterness because they knew from the beginning that you were different. They sensed the universe bending around your presence. That's what happens when someone chosen walks into a room. Vibrations shift, energy changes, masks slip, and yet you doubted yourself. You questioned your worth because they acted like you were easy to forget. But forgettable things don't spark emotional warfare. No one fights this hard to discredit what doesn't matter. Remember that. Their lies were not proof that you were unworthy. They were signs of panic. You were the glitch in their illusion, the crack in their mirror. And for the chosen ones still thinking they're alone, stop playing small. You weren't sent here to blend in. You were sent here to disturb what's fake. You carry something in you that can't be duplicated, and they knew that. That's why they smiled while secretly trying to bury you. But here's what they forgot. The universe builds pressure before it makes a diamond, and now it's your time to cut through every lie. They didn't just talk behind your back. They tampered with the alignment. They tried to manipulate energy that wasn't theirs to touch. They played games with truth. And now the backlash isn't just emotional, it's cosmic. You think that fight happened out of nowhere, that eruption of emotion, that sudden explosion. No, that was the universe correcting what was twisted. This isn't chaos, this is balance being restored, and it had to come through you. You are the correction. You are the reset. They didn't want to face the version of themselves that your light exposed. But here's the thing about being chosen. The universe doesn't ask for your permission to use you as a mirror. It just does. You're a living spotlight on the lies they've lived in, and now that light's too bright to ignore. So next time you feel like you're too much, remember, too much for who? The ones who couldn't handle the truth. The ones who lied to themselves first, then tried to lie about you. That says everything about them and nothing about you. And you, chosen one, stop begging to be understood by those who were never meant to comprehend your energy. You weren't made to fit in their narrative. You were made to collapse it. Their world shook when they tried to speak your name in dishonesty, and the universe made sure they felt the aftershock. Because this was never just about an argument. It was never just words. It was a cosmic backlash. And you, whether you like it or not, you were the epicenter. Number 2, denial doesn't save you when the truth is screaming. They didn't break you, they broke their version of you, and now they're choking on the pieces. The fight didn't start over you, it started over the truth about you, the one they buried, distorted, and denied. But truth has a heartbeat, and no matter how deep they tried to drown it, it clawed its way to the surface. Now, it's standing in front of them, wearing your face, glowing with the fire of everything they tried to extinguish. You weren't the problem, you were the proof. Proof that everything they pretended wasn't real was standing right there, breathing, rising, refusing to fade. That's why they panicked. That's why fists flew, voices cracked, and eyes darted. They thought they were suppressing a feeling, but what they were really trying to control was a prophecy in motion, a truth too powerful for their fake peace to survive. At first, they convinced themselves it was nothing, that you were just a moment, just a mood, just a phase. They smiled with you and slandered you behind closed doors. But energy doesn't lie, and now that same energy is turning on them. What they thought they could twist has untwisted itself. What they thought they could suppress has exploded in their faces. Because denial doesn't delay truth. It intensifies its impact. Let's be brutally real. They weren't scared of you. They were scared of what loving you meant, of what being honest about you would cost them. To admit what they really felt would have shattered the mask they wore to survive. It would have made them vulnerable in a world where pretending is safer than being real. So instead of choosing truth, they chose the easy lie. And now they're living with the aftermath, burning bridges while still hoping for warmth. They fought over you not because they hated you, but because they couldn't unfeel you. You left fingerprints on their spirit. Your presence rang too loud in their silence. You haunted the corners of their mind they couldn't shut off. And when someone else brought up your name, boom, the room cracked. Denial met pressure. And pressure always finds a fault line. Now they're spiraling. They walk around with tight chests, fake smiles, and the weight of truth pressing down like a curse they cast on themselves. Every conversation is laced with the bitterness of what they refuse to face. Regret is no longer a whisper. It's a roar in their minds. They scroll through your energy in their memory like a ghost story they swore wasn't real. But it's real. You were real. And they know it. Every lie they told added another link to the chain, now wrapped around their own throat. That's the thing about lying about a chosen one. It never ends with the lie. It spreads like infection, because chosen energy doesn't die in silence. it multiplies. It echoes in dreams. It shows up in new faces. It bleeds into conversations they wish they could avoid. You were not just someone, you were the reset button on their false reality. And now the reset is hitting harder than they ever expected. But let's talk about you for a second. You who doubted your value because they treated you like a secret. You who almost believed the lie because it came wrapped in a familiar face. Let this be your final wake-up call. They never doubted you. They feared you. They feared the way your energy revealed their shadows. They feared the way your honesty forced them to face their own deception. So stop crying over cowards who couldn't own the gravity of who you are. You weren't left behind. You were evacuated before the collapse. The universe doesn't let its chosen ones sink with sinking ships. It pulls you back, it isolates you, not to punish you, but to protect what it's about to reveal through you. They thought keeping you in the dark would keep your light dim. But chosen light doesn't need an audience to shine. It burns through silence. And now that it's burning, they're blinded. That's why they're fighting. That's why they're breaking. Because your existence is no longer something they can ignore. And now the truth is screaming where their lies used to whisper. There's no going back. They opened a door they can't close. They set off a chain reaction by trying to cage what was never meant to be contained. And now that the universe has aligned, now that truth has taken the wheel, they are passengers in a story they thought they were writing. But this is your story, not theirs. And you need to own that. No more shrinking to make them feel comfortable. No more apologizing for the intensity of your presence. Let them drown in the silence they chose. Let them flinch every time your name comes up. You were never the threat. Their lack of truth was. Let them live with the fallout. Let the regret keep them up at night. Because chosen energy doesn't need revenge. It carries consequences. And the universe is dealing those consequences one sleepless night at a time. So let this sink in. They fought over you because the lie was breaking, and when lies break, they cut deep. Not into you, but into the hands of the ones who built them. You were never meant to be hidden. You were meant to be revealed. And now the reveal is unstoppable. They're choking on the truth they buried. And all you have to do is keep rising. Number 3. The fire they buried is burning them from within. Denying their truth about you didn't set them free. It sentenced them to war with their own mind. They thought they could forget you, thought if they ignored what they felt long enough, it would just vanish, dissolve into the background like a passing shadow. But the thing about chosen ones is this: your presence isn't a shadow. It's a mirror. And mirrors don't disappear when ignored. They just wait, patiently, silently, until the reflection becomes too loud to unsee. They didn't just bury their feelings, they buried live wires. And now every thought is a shock, every memory is a jolt, every suppressed emotion is fighting for air. What they thought they'd suffocated is now screaming through the cracks in their fake composure. This is no longer about you walking away. This is about them not being able to walk away from themselves. The war they started isn't between you and them. It's between who they pretend to be and what you made them feel. That is the battlefield. You were the spark, but they were the gasoline. And now the fire is everywhere. They said you didn't matter. They acted like you were just a phase. But if that were true, why does your name still echo in the back of their mind when everything else goes quiet? Why does the sound of your energy still haunt them in their most private moments? Because the mind is not a graveyard. It doesn't bury the truth and move on. It stores it, it replays it, and the truth about you keeps replaying. Now they're living in a loop of their own creation. Every lie they told themselves has become a ghost that sits in the corner of every room. Every smile they faked to downplay your importance now feels like a chain around their own throat. You are not their enemy, but you are the reflection they fear most. And here's the truth they'll never admit. They didn't lie to protect you. They lied to protect their fragile illusion. Because what if they had told the truth? What if they had admitted what you meant to them, what you made them feel, how deeply you affected them? That would have cracked their identity wide open. That would have forced them to face parts of themselves they spent years avoiding. It was easier to dismiss you than to meet themselves. But now, that avoidance is a cage, and the key doesn't exist anymore. Every time they said you didn't matter, they added another lock to their own mental prison. Every time they downplayed your presence, they built another wall. And now they sit in the dark, wondering why they can't breathe, why their chest feels heavy, why every memory of you hits like a punch. It's because the mind never forgets the truth. It just delays the collapse. And that collapse is here. Let them drown in their own echoes. Let them fight shadows that look like you. That's not your burden to carry anymore. You've outgrown the war. The battlefield now lives inside them, not you. While you rise, they unravel. They think it's about you, but it's not. It's about how you made them feel things they were never ready to feel. Real things, uncomfortable things. The kind of emotions that don't come with a script or a safety net. And instead of owning that, they chose denial. And denial, it's no longer working. Now, frustration has turned to suffering. Shame has morphed into self-sabotage. Their own mind is betraying them, replaying scenes they swore they buried. Every attempt to suppress you has backfired. You are the ghost they can't exorcise, the thought they can't silence, the truth they can't bury, no matter how deep they dig. You did nothing but exist authentically, and that was enough to tear them apart. That's the power of being chosen. Your energy doesn't just shift rooms, it shifts souls. And if someone isn't ready to evolve, your light will feel like a curse instead of a blessing. But don't ever dull yourself to comfort the ones who refuse to grow. They didn't just lose you, they lost the version of themselves that could have existed beside you. That's why the grief is so heavy. That's why their nights are sleepless. That's why their peace has turned to chaos. Because while you were healing, they were hiding. And now, there's nowhere left to hide. Let them sit with the silence. Let them face the storm they tried to avoid. You are no longer the one hurting. You are the lesson. And lessons don't go away, they echo. Number 4. When truth hits the soul, there's no place left to hide. They ran from the truth like it was a storm, but forgot the storm lived inside them. This isn't sadness. It isn't guilt. It's deeper, heavier. It's a kind of spiritual rot that starts in the silence, the kind that eats at them when the noise fades, when the fake smiles fall away, when no one else is watching. This isn't about regret. It's about reckoning, soul deep, cosmic, inevitable. And the worst part? They know it's their own doing. See, when someone lies about how they feel about a chosen one, it's not just a betrayal of you. It's a betrayal of alignment, of purpose, of truth itself. And truth, by design, always returns. Not with whispers, not with warnings, but with weight. And now that weight is pressing down on their spirit like a storm they can't pray away. They thought they could outrun it. That time would dilute it. That pretending you didn't matter would make it so. But you weren't a moment. You were the mirror they couldn't smash. And now every reflection, in windows, in words, in memories, reminds them exactly what they lost. and why it haunts them. This isn't guilt, it's spiritual unrest. It's the universe dragging their soul into the courtroom of karma and letting the truth play back every lie, every silence, every dismissive shrug. And it cuts deeper than any weapon ever could, because this time the damage is coming from within. Their punishment? You, the memory of you, the knowing that you never begged, never chased, never fought dirty. You just stood in truth. And it was enough to dismantle everything fake in their life. They thought they were punishing you by withholding love, by downplaying your value, by pretending you didn't shake their core. But the universe never let that energy disappear. It stored it, amplified it, and returned it, tailor-made, right back into their spirit. Now they're haunted, not by you, but by what they could have had with you. Their soul knows it. That's why peace has left them. Why sleep feels like drowning. Why every attempt to move on tastes like ash. Because the light they ran from? It's the same light that could have healed them. And now it burns. You didn't curse them. You were the cure they rejected. But here's the real twist. The universe didn't send them chaos because they hurt you. The universe gave them chaos because they denied truth. That's the unbreakable law. Darkness can lie, twist, and fight, but it can never outrun light. Light is patient. Light doesn't chase, it reveals. And now every inch of their illusion is exposed. Every shadow is screaming. Every mask is melting. What they're going through now, it's not bad luck. It's not karma playing games. It's a reckoning. The soul can't hold peace when it's weighed down by lies. And every lie they told about you is now a ghost sitting on their chest, reminding them of what they threw away while pretending it didn't exist. Let them feel it. Let them sit in the middle of the collapse they created with their own hands. Because you didn't lift a finger. You didn't have to. You were the truth. And truth never needs to scream, it just waits. And then it moves, like water through cracks, like light through broken windows, like destiny finding its way back home. And that's what's happening now. Your energy, your absence, your silence, it's not punishment, it's divine calibration. You were never meant to chase people who weren't ready for your frequency. You were meant to trigger their awakening or their destruction. And now, the choice they made is echoing in every corner of their life. The truth they buried, it's alive, and it's louder than ever. You were the shift, the storm, the soul quake, and now that it's hit, there's no going back to who they were before you. That version of them, the one that believed they could lie to themselves and still win, is gone. What's left is someone stumbling through spiritual ash, trying to rebuild without the one thing that could have saved them: honesty. But let this be a warning to every chosen one watching this. Never doubt the power of your presence. Never minimize your worth because someone else couldn't carry the weight of what you represent. They didn't walk away from you. They walked away from alignment, from light, from the one force that would have changed everything. Let them have their reckoning. That's not your burden. That's the cost of betraying what was real. And you keep rising. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't just walk with you, it fights for you. Number 5. The truth doesn't knock, it breaks the door down. They thought ignoring you would dim your light, but stars don't disappear when eyes close, they shine harder. This wasn't just a fight, this was the universe tearing the script apart. A moment where silence exploded into screams, and everything fake collapsed under the weight of what could no longer be denied. The tension didn't come from the argument. The violence wasn't born in that moment. No, the damage had been festering for years, quietly, invisibly, waiting for the match. And when that match struck, it didn't just burn, it exposed. Every false smile, every forced laugh, every time they downplayed your name, scoffed at your presence, or rolled their eyes when someone brought you up, all of that came crashing down, because when the truth finally shows up, it doesn't walk in gently. It kicks down doors, it speaks in thunder, it rips away illusions like skin. That wasn't just anger flying through the air, it was every suppressed truth finally finding a voice, a spiritual purge, a cosmic exhale. The lie couldn't hold its shape anymore, and the universe made damn sure everyone saw it fall apart. They wore indifference like armor, but armor rusts under pressure, and when you walked into the room, their fear had nowhere to hide. You didn't have to speak. Your energy did. You didn't have to confront them. Your presence already did. They tried to convince themselves you were the problem, because that was easier than admitting you were the truth. You are the truth. You are the uncomfortable reminder that what they pretended wasn't real has always been standing right in front of them. And truth like that? It doesn't stay buried. It fights back. It leaks through every crack in their narrative. It follows them into rooms they thought they'd cleansed of your presence, and no matter how hard they try, they can't stop it from rising. Because truth is relentless. You didn't force the mask to fall. You simply existed long enough for the pressure to do it for you. And when that mask dropped, when fists replaced words, it was because the lie couldn't breathe anymore. They weren't fighting each other. They were fighting the version of themselves they couldn't lie to anymore. They admired you, but called you arrogant. They were jealous of your light, but labeled you too much. They feared your energy because it showed them everything they weren't, and instead of growing, they attacked. But no amount of deflection changes the fact that your presence lit up the cracks in their spirit like lightning. And once that crack is seen, it can't be unseen. Let that sit for a minute. They didn't hate you. They hated what you triggered in them, the guilt, the inadequacy, the longing for something real, something they weren't brave enough to pursue. So they chose to suppress, to deny, to perform. And the universe, it watched, it waited, and then it moved. The altercation, the chaos, the eruption, that wasn't random. That was alignment snapping back into place. That was the truth coming to collect what it was owed. They tried to keep it all under wraps, thought they could control the narrative. But truth doesn't care about storytelling. It cares about exposure, and it exposed everything. Now they're standing in the ruins of their own denial, wondering how it all got this far. But you know how. It got this far because they kept lying. Lying to themselves, lying about you, lying about what they felt the moment you showed up in their lives, like a storm dressed in calm. And storms don't ask for approval before they strike. And to you, chosen one, let this be your confirmation. You were never the problem. You were the catalyst. You were the clarity they couldn't handle. You are what happens when truth walks into a room wearing confidence instead of apology. They wanted to erase you, but energy doesn't vanish. It multiplies, and yours, it's still here, still resonating, still unraveling the lies they told, just to make themselves feel comfortable. The truth doesn't need validation. It doesn't wait for applause. It doesn't care about how much someone tries to bury it, because eventually, always, it rises. And when it does, it doesn't just change the liar. It changes everything. Number 6. When the dust settled, you were still standing, and they were in ruins. The truth didn't need your help. It stood up, dragged their lies into the light, and left them naked in front of the world. This is what happens when exposure hits. The masks shatter, the whispers stop, and the spotlight burns. No more games, no more behind-the-scenes manipulation. In that raw, explosive moment, when emotions overtook logic, the energy of truth bulldozed the stage they had been performing on and left behind nothing but silence and consequence. They were exposed. Not just to you, not just to each other, but to everyone. The image they worked so hard to preserve cracked in front of all those fake alliances, those so-called friends, the audience they kept entertained with their lies. And you? You didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to fight. You just stood there, centered, still, unstoppable, while their entire illusion collapsed under its own weight. Because the truth doesn't need an army. It needs only time. And time showed up right on schedule. Every lie they told to protect themselves from facing how they truly felt about you. It's now a fire eating through their reputation. Every smug look, every dismissive word, every calculated moment of denial, they're now etched in memory, not as proof of their strength, but as evidence of their cowardice. What they built was never solid. It was paper-thin, hollow, and desperate. And the second truth walked in. It all disintegrated. They thought you were alone, but the universe was standing behind you the entire time, quiet, invisible, and waiting. They mistook your silence for weakness, not realizing it was the calm before the reckoning. You were never fighting back because you didn't have to. That's the thing about being chosen. Your power doesn't come from proving anything. It comes from being undeniable. Now, they can't unsee it. And worse, neither can anyone else. Every person who was watching, everyone who was unsure, everyone who may have believed the lies, they saw it, they felt it, the shift, the truth, the collapse. They witnessed a spirit stand tall while cowards unraveled. They saw someone who was supposed to be broken standing like a monument, while those who laughed and lied now sit in the wreckage of their own deception. And you didn't just survive it, you transcended it. You became the proof that silence is not surrender, that grace is not weakness, and that light doesn't need to fight darkness. It just needs to show up, and once it does, the shadows scatter. They're scrambling now, trying to patch the cracks, trying to rewrite what everyone saw with their own eyes. But the exposure was too complete, too public, too undeniable. The damage is permanent, and the truth is tattooed onto their story. Every attempt they made to silence your impact has now become the amplifier of it. This is what they never understood. When you lie about someone chosen, the universe won't just correct the narrative, it will broadcast the truth. And that's what happened here. Their downfall wasn't triggered by revenge, it was ignited by truth. And the moment truth showed its face, everything they built to hide from it crumbled like dust in the wind. Now their silence is louder than their lies ever were. Now, every look they get is laced with the question, what did you really do? But you're not stained by this. You're clean. You walked through the fire and didn't even smell like smoke. You let the universe handle what needed to be handled, and it did. Spectacularly, brutally, perfectly. You were the test, and they failed it. And now the results are permanent. Let them sit in the aftermath. Let them try to sweep up the shards of their own deception. Let them feel the sting of having played a game they were never qualified to win. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to tell your side. The truth did it for you. So now stand taller than ever. Because in the end, you weren't just part of the chaos. You were the calm that revealed it. Number 7, the fire was the test, and you were meant to survive it. They weren't reacting to you. They were reacting to the collapse of everything false inside themselves when you walked in. This wasn't chaos, it wasn't random. This was a spiritual pressure test, precision engineered by the universe, a raw collision between what's real and what's been faked for too long. You didn't just show up, you were sent in, like a lit match, into a room soaked in denial. And the explosion. It was never about ego, drama, or emotion. It was a reckoning, a trial by truth. Make no mistake, you were the test. Not the test they wanted, but the one their spirit needed. Because when the chosen step into the room, false foundations crack, illusions lose their grip, hidden truths, long buried under performance and pretense, start clawing their way to the surface like they've been suffocating. That's why they couldn't stand still around you. That's why the energy shifted. Because your presence pulled at the threads of a narrative they spent years weaving. And it began to unravel. This was never about you personally. It was about what you triggered. You are a walking disruption to deception, a truth frequency, an energetic blade that slices through masks with nothing but silence. And those built on lies, they feel that cut. They feel seen, not in the poetic sense, but in the terrifying one. The kind of scene that makes them squirm in their own skin, suddenly aware that the stories they've told don't hold weight anymore. And that's what they fear. Not your eyes, not your words, your impact, your ability to walk in truth so deeply, so effortlessly, that it convicts everyone pretending around you. You didn't expose them with actions, you exposed them by existing. And that's why this all happened. That's why emotions erupted, energy clashed, and lies came undone in real time. Because truth isn't passive, it's aggressive when ignored, and you are the embodiment of that force. But don't miss this part. This wasn't just a test for them, it was a test for you too. To see if you would fold when rejected, to see if you'd dim your light, to ease their discomfort, to see if you'd doubt your frequency because it triggered their demons. The universe already knew what you carried. It needed you to see it. That's why you were dropped into this situation, not to beg for acceptance, but to recognize your own power through their reaction to it. And yes, their reaction was loud, violent, explosive, but all that noise, it was confirmation. It was the evidence of your impact, because illusions don't scream unless truth is near. And when truth finally kicked down the door, they lost control, not over you, but over themselves. The mask was too heavy, the lie too old, the fear too thick, and you, without trying, pulled it all to the surface. Understand this, the clash wasn't about disrespect, it was about exposure. A final moment where everything false was forced to bow to what's real. And in that moment, the test was this. Would you forget who you are to fit into the ruins of their deception? Or would you stand unshaken, letting the storm pass through while you remained the calm in the center? You passed. You didn't retaliate. You didn't explain. You didn't shrink. And because of that, the illusion collapsed on its own. You were not sent to convince anyone of your worth. You were sent to reveal what couldn't stay hidden any longer. This was a filter, not a failure. A divine separation, truth pulling itself away from falsehood, alignment breaking free from illusion. So, to every chosen one out there questioning why your presence seems to spark resistance, confusion, or even chaos, it's not you, it's what you carry. You are the spiritual audit, the energetic alarm clock. You weren't built to blend in. You were designed to shake loose everything fake. Let this moment be your proof. The fire came and you're still here. You didn't just survive the test, you were the test, and now the line is drawn. Illusions on one side, truth on the other. And You are the bridge the universe used to show the world what can no longer be hidden. Walk forward with that knowing, because from this point on, the tests only get bigger. But so does your power. Number 8. The rise begins when the ash settles. You didn't move the mountain, you just stood still, and it crumbled on its own. This is what it looks like when the storm passes, and the lies can't hide anymore. The battlefield is quiet now, the air has cleared, the dust is settling, and for the first time in a long time, you can see exactly who's who. No more guesswork, no more pretending, no more illusions. Everyone played their part, and now the masks are lying on the floor with the rest of what couldn't survive the presence of truth. You didn't have to shout, you didn't have to argue, you didn't even have to step into the chaos. The power of being chosen is that your truth does the heavy lifting. It exposes, it dismantles, it illuminates. Your stillness wasn't weakness, it was alignment. And while they were busy reacting, spiraling and swinging at shadows, you stood untouched, the calm center of a storm that the universe sent to rearrange everything. Now, look around. Who stood beside you when the walls fell down? Who leaned in when things got quiet and uncomfortable? Who remained steady, not with empty promises or shallow words, but with action, with presence, with truth? More importantly, who showed you exactly who they were by vanishing when your name was under fire? Pay attention, because this is your clarity season. This is where the fog lifts and reveals the blueprint, not just of what's been torn down, but of what's about to be built next. And only those rooted in truth can walk this new path with you. Let's be clear. No one can fake their position anymore, not after what just happened. When the energy shifted, it pulled everyone's mask clean off. The liars, the actors, the jealous ones, the opportunists, they were all revealed. Some through their silence, some through their nervous deflections, some through the loud desperation of trying to rewrite the story. But the truth, it doesn't flinch. It doesn't chase, it doesn't beg, it simply is. And you were the truth in this story, not because you were perfect, not because you did everything right, but because you didn't fold, you didn't sell your soul for approval, you didn't betray yourself just to fit into someone else's script. You stayed rooted, and the universe responded. You didn't just survive the storm, you outlasted the lie, and now that everything has come to light, the next chapter begins. This is your rebuild era, not from scratch, but from clarity, from truth, from power that can't be shaken by whispers or betrayal. You are not walking forward the same way you walked into this. You've got scars now, yes, but those scars are your armor. Proof that you've been forged, not broken, refined, not rejected. The universe didn't just show you who they were, it showed you who you are. That's the real gift in all this. You didn't have to beg for clarity. You didn't have to chase closure. The exposure was your confirmation. And now you walk differently, talk differently, move with intention, not desperation. Because the veil has lifted, and once you've seen truth that clearly, you can't unsee it. Let the ones who showed their true colors sit with what they revealed. That's not your weight to carry. Your role isn't to go back and fix or soften the truth for their comfort. Your role is to keep walking, to stay in alignment, to protect the light that shattered their illusion in the first place. And if you ever start to doubt yourself again, remember this. You stood still, and everything false collapsed. That's how powerful your presence is. That's what it means to be chosen. You didn't destroy anything. You simply arrived, and the lie couldn't survive being seen. So now, the real journey begins. Not the fight for truth. It already won. Now comes the path forward, the unfolding of everything that was waiting for you on the other side of exposure, the real relationships, the divine alignment, the purpose that couldn't fully activate while you were still entangled with people pretending not to see you. This next chapter is built on what survived the storm. It's built on real loyalty, real presence, real love, not the kind that flinches under pressure or vanishes when it's inconvenient, but the kind that grows roots in truth. And you're not starting over, you're starting true. So take a breath, step forward. The worst part is over, not because it didn't hurt, but because you've already healed through it. You've seen the full map now. You know who's who. You know what you carry. And that kind of clarity is the most dangerous weapon a chosen one can have. Because with that knowing, you're unstoppable. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them regret. None of that touches you now. You're walking into a future they can't follow. And the best part? This was only the beginning. And so, after all the chaos, clarity. What was hidden has been revealed. What was fake has fallen. You didn't just survive, you stood as living proof that the chosen don't chase, they shift. This is your confirmation. Your rise has begun. If this message hit home, like the video, subscribe to join a rising wave of chosen ones and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. The universe is watching. Let it see you standing tall. Some storms don't come to destroy you. They come to destroy what couldn't break you. Listen closely, chosen one. They never feared your kindness. They feared what you could become after the pain. They didn't attack because you were weak. They attacked because they saw your strength before you did. You weren't just a threat. You were the end of everything fake around them. Your silence. It screamed louder than their gossip. Your growth. It shattered every lie they told to feel better about themselves. They didn't go to war with you. No, they picked a fight with the universe, and the universe doesn't lose. Before we go any deeper, if this message is already speaking to your spirit, hit that like button, subscribe, and help this energy reach more chosen ones. Every click tells the algorithm that this message is urgent. It tells the system that the chosen are waking up and that their time is now. Welcome to the reality of the chosen ones, the kind of reality that haunts your enemies. Being chosen isn't about comfort, it's about pressure. It's about being dragged through hell and still refusing to come out smelling like smoke. It's about walking through fire with a calm face while your enemies pray you burn. But you didn't. You didn't just survive. You walked out glowing. The universe doesn't waste its energy. It doesn't hand out purpose to the lazy or peace to the fake. It picks warriors, silent assassins of energy, the ones who shake rooms just by walking in. That's you. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be remembered. They see you rising and they panic. Why? Because your success is louder than their lies. Your presence exposes their cowardice. You are the proof that no weapon they formed ever had power. They tried to stop you with whispers, but the universe gave you thunder. They tried to throw dirt on your name, but didn't realize you were a seed. Stop doubting yourself. Stop walking around like your light is optional. You are the evidence that power doesn't need permission. You were chosen, not because you were perfect, but because you wouldn't quit. And still, you dare to question if you're enough. Let me remind you, lions never lose sleep over the opinions of sheep. So why are you losing peace over people who can't even face their own reflection? They hate you because every breath you take reminds them of the battles they ran from. You are the reminder of what they could never become. You were never alone. The universe has always had your back, even when it looked silent. You weren't being punished, you were being positioned. It was never rejection, it was redirection. You weren't losing, you were being refined. All the chaos? That was training. Every betrayal? Fuel. They didn't fear you when you were loud. They fear you now because you're quiet, focused, and too dangerous to ignore. You've become everything they pretended to be, and now they're running, not from you, but from the reflection of their own lies that your truth brings. So stay dangerous, stay chosen, and never again apologize for the power you carry. You didn't ask for it, you were built for it. So if your heart's pounding and your spirit's locked in, don't just scroll. Prove you're one of the dangerous few. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know the storm didn't break you. It built you. If you're feeling this message, like and subscribe to help awaken more chosen ones across the world. Every tap sends a signal to the system. The real ones are rising, and the cowards are running. This is your moment. Your haters already feel it. Now let them watch it. And now let's break this down step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1, you're off the grid, and that's why they can't control you. They thought you were just another page in the story. Turns out you were the glitch that broke the whole system. Let's get one thing straight. You were never part of their plan. You were the error they couldn't debug. You're not dangerous because you're loud. You're dangerous because you operate in silence, off the map, outside the algorithm of control. You move in ways they can't predict, and that scares them more than anything. You refuse to be another puppet pulled by strings, and that's why they've tried so hard to cut you down. But here's what they didn't realize. You weren't playing the same game. While they were trying to fit into the program, you were rewriting the code. You were built to break the loop, the one that traps people in mediocrity, fear, and submission. You shattered their expectations just by existing. Your presence alone exposes every lie they've been living under, and now they're scrambling, running. Not from you, but from what your light reveals in them. They ask, why me? Why are the attacks constant? Why do the setbacks never stop? Why the betrayal, the isolation, the silent battles? Because you're the threat that never needed an army. Because when the universe chooses you, the system sees you as the virus it must eliminate. You are not part of their blueprint. You are the disruption. Let's be clear, the hate isn't personal, it's mechanical. It's what happens when a soul refuses to fit into a cage. You scare them because you can't be predicted, bought, or broken. You didn't come to bow. You came to bend the rules until they snap. And yet, in the middle of all this power, you doubt. You question your light. You think you're alone. That's where you mess up. Let me tell you something raw. The universe didn't put this weight on your shoulders for you to sit around second-guessing your worth. It didn't align time, space, and energy to get you here just for you to fold under pressure. When the universe chooses someone, it doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't wait for applause. It moves. It clears paths, shuts doors, exposes enemies, and prepares the battlefield. Not for survival, but for domination. So if you've been under fire lately, it's not because you're cursed. It's because you're close. They can smell your breakthrough, and it terrifies them. You were born to break systems, not survive them. Stop asking why they hate you. Start asking why you're still giving them space to matter. These people aren't fighting you. They're fighting a current of cosmic alignment that was never on their side. They made the mistake of thinking this was a one-on-one. They didn't realize the universe suited up with you. They played games with the system, and the system started playing back. You're not operating on society's Wi-Fi anymore. You're plugged into something ancient, powerful, and relentless. That's why you see things others miss. That's why you feel things deeper than most can comprehend. That's why your isolation hurts, because it's divine filtration. The universe is stripping away everything fake so that only the real ones remain. And here's the part that'll sting. Some of you still act like you're average. You downplay your power. You sit in rooms too small for your spirit just to make others comfortable. Stop it. That's betrayal. Not to them, to yourself. Every time you shrink, you spit in the face of everything that tried and failed to destroy you. Every time you doubt, you delay a revolution that's waiting for your green light. You weren't chosen because you're perfect. You were chosen because you don't stop. Because when life dragged you through the mud, you came out planting seeds. Because your silence carries more weight than their noise. Because your pain turned into prophecy, not the religious kind, but the kind that warns the world. A storm has arrived, and it has a face. So no, you're not crazy for feeling like you don't fit. You're custom built to break the system that tried to label you. You're not emotional, you're spiritually equipped. You're not lost, you're being hidden. And you're not alone. You're in alignment. Let them run, let them talk. You keep moving. You're not here to please the program. You're here to prove it can be broken. Number 2, you're the proof that every attack was a waste of time. They didn't just fail to break you, they built the monster they now can't control. Let's make this crystal clear. You're not walking around with a chip on your shoulder, you're walking around with receipts. Every step you take is a living reminder that nothing they threw at you worked. They gossiped, you grew. They betrayed, you built. They plotted, you pivoted. Now you're here. Not just surviving, but stomping across the ashes of everything they tried to burn you with. You represent everything they tried to kill, silence, and erase, and it didn't die. That's the part that haunts them. Not just that you're still breathing, but that you're still becoming. You're the walking glitch in their fantasy of control. You're the one they swore would fade, but now you're shining brighter than ever, and they can't stand the reflection. You remind them that their weapons were weak. You remind them that their lies had no roots. You remind them that real power doesn't scream, it endures. And most of all, you remind them of the truth. They never had the power. You did. From the beginning, they just hoped you'd never realize it. But now you do. You are the evidence that everything they feared was right about you. They knew from the start. That's why the attacks began so early. That's why they came in disguise, smiling while stabbing, praising while plotting. They saw your glow before you did, and it scared them senseless. Not because of what you were, but because of what you were about to become. And they failed. Completely. Let's not sugarcoat it. They tried everything. They tried to make you question yourself. They tried to isolate you, make you feel crazy, like the problem was always you. They tried to push you so far into darkness that you'd forget there was ever such a thing as light. But guess what? You didn't just come back. You came back dangerous, sharper, quieter, smarter. Now they can't even look you in the eye without choking on regret. They walk into rooms and pretend not to see you, but they feel you. Your energy moves before you do, and the same mouths that once whispered lies now stay silent in your presence. Not because they've changed, but because they know they lost. They thought they could erase you, but the universe wasn't having it. Because when you're chosen, you're not just protected, you're preserved. You are timeless impact in human form. Your purpose was etched into the fabric of existence long before their opinions were ever formed. They came for your name, and all they did was make it louder. They came for your peace, and only taught you how to guard it better. They tried to stop your growth, and ended up becoming the soil. Let's speak to that part of you that still doubts, that still wonders if you're too much or not enough. Cut that noise. You were built to upset the balance. You were designed to stand out, not fit in. And every time you try to shrink, dim, or blend in, you betray the very universe that chose you to disrupt the system. You are the counterattack they never expected, not loud and reckless, but steady and unshakable. You are not here to make people comfortable. You're here to trigger truth. You're here to force masks off and reveal the rot beneath polished surfaces. They hate you not because you did something wrong, but because your existence exposes their weakness. Understand this, most people don't want healing, they want comfort. They don't want to grow, they want to control. And you, chosen one, are the walking contradiction to all of it. You chose growth over and over. You chose silence over revenge. You chose purpose over popularity. And now you're unstoppable, not because life got easier, but because you got stronger. You are the lesson they can't unlearn, the mistake they can't undo. You're the mirror they avoid because it doesn't flatter, it exposes. You're proof that everything fake has an expiration date, and everything real comes back stronger after the fire. And now they run, they hide behind silence, ghost you, pretend you never mattered, all while watching you from fake accounts and hoping you fall again. But you won't, because you've seen the blueprint, you've felt the alignment. You know what it means to be chosen, and chosen doesn't mean lucky. It means targeted and still rising. It means broken and still building. It means hunted and still here. They failed to destroy you, and in doing so, they created something worse for them. A version of you that knows your own power. A version of you that doesn't beg, doesn't explain, doesn't flinch. A version of you that can sit alone and not feel lonely. That can be misunderstood and not feel the need to correct anyone. That can walk away and never look back. That's the version they can't touch. And it's the one they activated by trying to break you. The real question now isn't why they hate you. It's why are you still giving any of them mental real estate? Why are you letting ghosts rent space in your mind when the universe is trying to move you into your next level? The doors they tried to close weren't even yours. The ones that are meant for you don't have locks, just timing. So understand this, chosen one. The fact that you're still here is already the win. The fact that you're not bitter, not broken, and still building, that's the revenge. You don't need to clap back. You don't need to prove anything. You just need to keep walking, keep creating, keep leveling up, because your existence is the echo of everything they failed to silence. And every breath you take reminds them you were the one, the rare one, the real one, the dangerous one. Stay in that power, own it. They fired every shot they had, and you're still standing. That's not just survival, that's domination. Number 3, you're not their villain or their victim. You're the architect they never saw coming. Let them write the story however they want. You're the one designing the ending. They tried to paint you as the villain when you stopped accepting disrespect, and before that, they cast you as the victim, weak, confused, broken. But the truth is, you were never meant to play either part. You were built to be the architect, the one who doesn't just survive the collapse, but draws up a new blueprint from the rubble and builds a damn empire with it. You see, when you're chosen, life doesn't give you clean slates. It gives you wreckage, betrayal, ruins, and it stands back to watch what you'll do with it. Most fold, some run, but you started stacking bricks, not out of revenge, out of vision. That's what they never understood. You weren't reacting, you were building, quietly, strategically, alone, and every silent season was a foundation. Every rejection was reinforcement. Every back turned was another window you stopped looking out of. You're not the villain, but you are dangerous, because you no longer care who misunderstands your silence, your boundaries, your glow-up. You're not playing nice to stay in rooms you've outgrown. You're not explaining your peace to people who live in chaos. You've seen what happens when you play small, and you'll never do it again. You also stopped being the victim. That role never fit anyway. They wanted you to stay there, broken enough to be controlled, sad enough to be pitied, quiet enough to be overlooked. But you weren't built for pity. You were built for purpose. You don't wear your wounds like decorations anymore. You turned them into tools. You don't cry at the door that closed. You're building your own and installing locks that only your spirit can open. Here's what makes you lethal. You're done waiting for someone to come and save you. That was the final illusion. The rescue isn't coming. The cavalry isn't real. But the architect, that's always been you. The one who chooses to rebuild when there's nothing left but dust and memory. The one who sketches visions in the dark and lays bricks while everyone else is sleeping. The one who doesn't need applause, only space. And now, look around. The same people who doubted you are watching from a distance, trying to figure out how you did it. They see the structure rising but missed the blueprints. They don't understand the silence, the isolation, the way you disappeared for a while. They thought you were done, but you were just laying the foundation, far from their noise, closer to your core. They threw storms your way, hoping to break you, not realizing they were giving you the raw material to build something unshakable. They thought the silence would kill you, but it gave you clarity. They hoped the rejection would ruin your confidence. It sharpened your discernment. They underestimated what a focused, awakened, chosen one could do with nothing but pain and a plan. And now, here you are, not begging, not breaking, not bitter. You're building, not fast, but strong, not loud, but lasting. You've stepped into the role of the architect fully, and there's no turning back. You don't need their blueprint anymore. You're writing your own codes, your own structure, your own way of being. You've realized that your life doesn't have to make sense to anyone who wasn't assigned to build it with you. And let's not pretend this path is soft. It's brutal, lonely, quiet, but it's pure. It's yours. And the ones who belong to your future will recognize the structure when they see it. The ones who left, they were never meant to walk through the doors you're designing. So no, you're not their villain. You're just no longer available to play the fool in someone else's broken story. And you're definitely not the victim. You're the builder, the planner, the force behind what's coming next. You walk differently now, not because you're healed, but because you've accepted that healing is part of the architecture too. Every scar is a signature on the blueprint. Every loss, a lesson in weight distribution. Every heartbreak, a stronger foundation. Keep building, brick by brutal brick. Let them wonder how you keep rising. Let them choke on the silence you now wear like armor. You don't owe anyone an explanation, especially not when you're the one laying the groundwork for something they'll never have the discipline to create. The chosen don't rise in comfort, they rise in rubble. You are the architect of your evolution, and they'll either respect the structure or be left standing outside when it's finished. Number 4, you don't even have to speak. Your presence screams everything they've tried to bury. You don't need revenge. Your growth is loud enough to haunt every coward who betrayed you in silence. Let's talk about the weight you carry when you walk into a room, not the weight of pain. That's old. I'm talking about the weight of truth, the pressure of presence, the silent force that enters before you speak, that turns heads without trying, that makes people uncomfortable not because you're doing anything wrong, but because they are. You don't have to shame them. Your evolution does it for you. You don't even have to look their way. Your glow exposes their rot. You don't have to say a word. Your energy pulls up receipts they tried to bury. See, when you're chosen, your rise is not just personal, it's prophetic. It doesn't just change you, it convicts them. You become the mirror they can't avoid. And the reflection. It's brutal because it shows everything they could have been if they'd had the courage to grow. But they didn't. They chose comfort, jealousy, shortcuts. You chose pressure, pain, and process. And now your presence screams that truth every time they see you. They don't feel guilt because you shamed them. You're not even thinking about them. They feel guilt because deep down they know they fumbled someone real. They know they saw your light and tried to dim it. They know they laughed behind your back and now choke on the sight of your rise. They know they tried to write you off before you were even finished becoming. Let's be clear. Guilt is not your problem. You didn't put that in them. Their own stagnation did. Their refusal to grow, their addiction to control, their fear of becoming something deeper than surface. Your evolution exposes all of that. Your discipline, your focus, your consistency, it forces them to face their laziness. You remind them of what they'll never have, not because they can't, but because they won't do the work. And now they flinch in your presence. They laugh less, talk small, look everywhere but in your eyes, because your energy doesn't play dress up. It sees through everything fake, and it reminds them, not with words, but with presence alone, that they could have been standing beside you, but they chose to stand against you. And now all they can do is watch you rise. But let's not forget what they did when you were still building, when you were in the dirt. They called you dramatic, too deep, too sensitive. They called your silence weakness, your boundaries bitterness. They thought the storm you were in would drown you, but they never realized it was preparing you to sail. And now the waters have cleared. The fog is gone. And you've emerged, not desperate for connection, not begging to be seen. You are seen, whether they admit it or not. You're felt in every room. You're the shift in energy they pretend not to notice. You're the change they never made, and it eats at them. But this isn't about proving them wrong. You're past that. This is about finally accepting that you never needed their approval. You only ever needed alignment. You're no longer here to prove your worth. You're here to protect your peace, to move with intention, to build with purpose. You are a living reminder that the past doesn't define you. Discipline does, and that truth makes people choke. So stop walking in like you owe them softness. You don't. You owe yourself honesty. You owe your spirit the right to stand tall. Let them feel what they feel. That guilt, that discomfort, that tension when you enter a room. That's the consequence of trying to bury a seed that the universe was determined to grow. They see the tree now, the fruit, the strength in your roots, and it hurts, not because you're rubbing it in, but because they can't hide from it anymore. You are the consequence of their cowardice. You are the product of the pain they tried to weaponize. You are what happens when someone chooses to face it instead of fake it, and they feel that every time, without a word. So don't shrink. Don't soften. Don't apologize for the space you take up. You've earned every ounce of presence you carry. Every time you walk in, let your silence thunder. Let your calm expose their chaos. Let your peace haunt their noise. Because your evolution isn't just power, it's punishment. Not the kind that comes from vengeance, the kind that comes from truth, the kind they have to live with every time they see what you've become. And what you've become is undeniable, unshakable, unstoppable. Number 5, you took the trauma they threw at you and turned it into a blueprint for power. They tried to bury you in it, and you mapped your comeback with it. That's not survival, that's strategy. Let's get something straight. You didn't just heal, you engineered your evolution. You didn't just survive the trauma, you studied it, dissected it, learned its patterns, and built a roadmap out of its wreckage. You turned pain into precision. You turned every breakdown into a strategy session. You stopped reacting, stopped explaining, stopped bleeding for people who handed you the knife. And now you move like a weapon wrapped in wisdom. You became dangerous the moment you realized your trauma wasn't just damage, it was data. You studied your wounds like blueprints. You stopped asking why things happened to you and started asking what they were trying to teach you. Every betrayal taught you how to read energy before words. Every loss taught you how to walk away before they pull the rug. Every season of silence taught you how to hear the universe louder than the noise. That's the real reason they fear you now, because you don't move the way you used to. You're not impulsive anymore. You're not stuck in survival mode. You're not triggered, begging, explaining, hoping. No, now you observe, you calculate, you respond with precision, and that shift, that silence, that stillness in your spirit, it's lethal. You used to flinch when people left. Now you understand exits are divine filtration. You used to overextend for people who gave nothing back. Now you study patterns, not promises. You read the room in seconds. You know when the energy shifts, not because someone told you, but because you felt it in your bones. That's what happens when trauma stops being your identity and becomes your instruction. You learned how to rebuild yourself with discipline, not pity, with silence, not spectacle. You turned every flashback into fuel. Every night you wanted to quit into another brick in your foundation. You're not emotional because you're broken. You're aware because you've been broken. And now your awareness is your shield. You stopped telling people your next move because they turned your plans into targets. You stopped seeking comfort in crowds that celebrated your pain but vanished at your peace. You realized that being chosen means walking alone, not out of loneliness, but out of clarity. You're not for everyone, and that's not arrogance, it's alignment. People don't realize the version of you they see now was forged in fire. You weren't given peace, you earned it by going to war with every part of you that wanted to stay stuck. You had to learn how to lead yourself out of hell when no one was watching. You had to sit in silence and wrestle with shadows until you found your own light. And now that you've got it, you're using it like a compass. They wonder how you're so calm now. It's because you've already met the worst parts of life, and you came out of it with strategy. You don't panic. You plan. You don't get loud. You get still. You don't chase. You attract what aligns and cut off what distracts. Your trauma didn't destroy you. It taught you how to navigate. You're not soft. You're precise. You're not guarded, you're selective, you're not paranoid, you're informed. There's a difference, and people who haven't done the work don't understand the way you move now. That's okay. They're not meant to. You don't explain depth to people committed to staying shallow. Every boundary you set now has data behind it. Every decision is backed by experience. You don't just feel, you know. You've studied yourself long enough to understand what costs too much, what drains too fast, what pulls you out of your purpose, and anything that does, it's dismissed. No drama, no explanation, just gone. And here's the part that cuts deep for those who underestimated you. The very trauma they hoped would crush you became the structure of your power. You built a system out of suffering. You created architecture out of chaos. You turned every "why me" into "watch me." You turned survival into strategy. So keep moving how you move now. Quiet, intentional, unapologetic. Let them wonder why you don't engage, why you don't react, why you don't return to old patterns. You're not being distant. You're being disciplined. You're not being cold. You're being calculated. That's what chosen ones do when they wake up. They stop playing the game and start designing the board. You don't owe anyone access to the blueprint that almost cost you your soul to create. Let them think what they want. While they're guessing, you're building. While they're watching, you're executing. While they're stuck in loops, you're rewriting systems. The trauma didn't break you, it built your throne. And now you sit on it with silence, not because you're hiding, but because you're focused. You don't need to speak when your presence alone reminds them. They gave you pain, and you turned it into power. Number 6, they tried to bury you in silence, but you turned it into a throne. You weren't exiled, you were upgraded to solitude, and they didn't realize that the silence they forced on you became your sanctuary of power. Let's get this straight. They thought pulling away from you, isolating you, turning their backs and whispering behind closed doors would destroy you. They thought exile would starve your soul, but they didn't realize you weren't built on attention. You were built in silence. While they were running their mouths, you were building in the dark. While they were counting you out, you were counting every lesson, every scar, every shift in energy, and preparing for the next level. That's what they'll never understand. Isolation doesn't crush the chosen. It creates them. You mastered solitude, not because you wanted to, but because life handed it to you like a final test. One by one, people faded, ghosted, betrayed, left you standing with nothing but your own reflection. And what did you do? You faced it. You didn't run from the quiet. You sat in it until it started speaking. You stopped waiting for someone to rescue you and realized the solitude wasn't punishment. It was preparation. That's when everything changed. That's when your vision sharpened, your spirit settled, and your power started whispering back. You learned to enjoy your own company, to protect your peace like it's gold, to listen to your inner voice louder than any outside noise. While they needed a crowd to feel relevant, you needed space to become dangerous. They thought you needed them, that removing themselves from your life would teach you a lesson. What they didn't know is that they were the noise, the distraction, the static in your frequency. Their exit was your expansion. Their silence gave you clarity, and their absence, that was the gift the universe wrapped in betrayal. You became immune to exile because you realized you were never meant to blend in anyway. You were never one of them. You walk different, talk different, think different. You weren't built for the group. You were built for the mission. And missions don't come with comfort. So they left. Let them. They didn't walk away from you. They walked away from alignment, from truth, from growth. Your solitude. It wasn't loneliness. It was sacred ground. A place where the universe could finally move without resistance. That quiet season was divine construction. While they were busy trying to replace you, you were evolving into someone irreplaceable. And now look at you. You don't chase, you don't beg, you don't explain, you don't return to doors the universe already locked. You know who you are. and you know that peace has a price, and that price is often people. You've mastered the art of being whole in your own space. You don't need the room needs you. See, solitude trained you to move with depth in a shallow world. It taught you how to build in silence and let your results speak at full volume. It taught you to read people beyond their words, to spot energy shifts like flashing warning lights. You became so grounded in solitude that you can't be shaken by surface-level connections anymore. That's what makes you immune now. People can't exile you from what you no longer need. You don't fear being alone. You honor it. You don't panic when people disappear. You expect it. You've become so tuned in to your own frequency that anything misaligned feels like static in your soul. So when people fall off, fade away, or try to ghost you, you don't flinch. You exhale. Because here's the truth. Being chosen means being separated, not because you're better, but because you're different, because your path is heavier, your calling is louder, and distractions, attachments, and people who can't evolve, they're liabilities to your purpose. You didn't just survive exile, you elevated in it. You discovered that peace isn't found in company, it's found in alignment, in knowing who you are when no one is clapping, no one is calling, and no one is watching. And now that you've met that version of yourself, you're unstoppable. You've looked your loneliness in the face and turned it into loyalty to your growth. So let them label you as distant, cold, changed. They're right, you have changed, because you realize that not everyone who loses you is losing something valuable. But you're losing dead weight. Your solitude is no longer a wound, it's a weapon. It's not your punishment, it's your platform. You built a life where peace is the priority, purpose is the compass, and presence is earned, not assumed. You are no longer available for anything that costs your inner stillness. And now, when you enter a room, it's not desperation they feel, it's dominance. You don't speak to be heard, your silence does the talking. You don't sit at tables out of hunger, you build them from scratch. And you only offer seats to those who've mastered their own silence too. That's the power of chosen solitude. They thought you'd break in it. You became unbreakable because of it. Number 7, your intuition doesn't just whisper, it sees in 4K while everyone else stays blind. They smile in your face, but your spirit already clocked the knife because chosen ones don't guess, they know. You don't need proof, you feel it. You don't need to catch them in the act. Your intuition already did. You're not paranoid, you're tapped in. And what you see, sense and know before it even happens, that's not just awareness. That's your spiritual surveillance system running in high definition while everyone else is still buffering. You've been through too much, walked through too many fires, lost too many masks along the way, not to develop that inner radar. When you're chosen, the universe doesn't leave you blind. It sharpens your vision, not the one behind your eyes, but the one inside your soul. You sense shifts in tone. You hear the change in someone's energy before their words betray them. You feel the betrayal before it even forms in their mouth. And no, you can't always explain it, but you don't have to, because it's never been wrong. They think you're being distant. You're not, you're being discerning. They think you've got trust issues. No, you've got truth detection. You've seen enough snakes smile and enough hands feed you while planning your fall to know better now. And that knowing, it makes people uncomfortable, especially the ones with something to hide. You sense betrayal while it's still rehearsing its loyalty speech. You smell fake support before the words even form. And when you cut people off without a loud goodbye, that's not drama, that's damage control. You're no longer in the business of waiting for the knife to land. You block energy the moment your spirit says something's off. That's your edge, that's your armor, that's your gift. You've learned the hard way that masks don't just fall, they slip slowly, and your intuition watches every twitch. You don't need screenshots, receipts, or proof. What you feel is real. What you sense is valid. Your spirit isn't guessing, it's picking up signals their mouth is trying to override. Let them call you intense. You are. Let them call you sensitive. You should be. It's the reason you're still standing while others are still bleeding from wounds they never saw coming. Your intuition doesn't make you weak. It makes you lethal, because no one can lie to a soul that's been sharpened by pain and protected by purpose. This is what chosen ones carry, a spiritual clarity that slices through pretense. You don't just hear what people say, you hear what they mean. You don't just read faces, you read vibrations. And you know the weight of truth even when it's dressed in charm. That's why you move the way you do, slow to trust, quick to pivot, silent when necessary, and cold when required. And no, you're not imagining things. They just hoped you wouldn't notice. They prayed you'd ignore your gut, that you'd second-guess that chill down your spine, that twist in your stomach, that heaviness in their presence. But you didn't. Not this time, because this version of you listens. This version obeys the warning signs. This version doesn't hand out second chances to patterns dressed in apologies. They don't realize how many betrayals you've already absorbed in silence. How many I love yous were paired with knives. How many I got yous turned to ghosts. Your intuition was born from the graveyard of disappointments. And now it's no longer a suggestion, it's law. You don't ignore red flags anymore. You document them. You don't wait for the storm. You pack before the clouds form. That's the kind of precision your soul has learned. That's the price of being chosen. You don't get to walk blind. You don't get the luxury of ignorance. The universe put you through hell so your spirit would learn to see what others miss. And that sight, it's expensive. It cost you trust, friendships, relationships, comfort, but it bought you freedom, protection, clarity, peace. And now you don't trade that peace for anything. So don't downplay your gift. Don't soften your knowing. Don't apologize for backing away from people who make your spirit itch. You're not here to explain why their energy feels off. You're here to obey your alignment. Your intuition doesn't need their validation. You've learned when the vibe is wrong, it is. When your gut says move, you move. When your spirit tightens, you listen, no questions asked. That's why they can't get close anymore, not because you've changed for the worse, but because you've upgraded your filter. You don't need crowds, you don't need applause, you need truth. And anything that doesn't align gets cut, quietly and permanently. So keep trusting that knowing, keep honoring your gut, keep moving like you already know what's coming, because most times you do. You see in 4K what others try to blur. They can fake it all they want. Your spirit sees the pixels. Number 8, you didn't just break chains, you destroyed the whole blueprint they swore was unbreakable. You weren't just born different, you were born to end what broke everyone else. That's why they fear you. They called you a rebel, difficult, too much. But what they never said out loud, what they choked on in silence, was that you were a threat, not just to them, but to everything that came before you. You were the glitch in the bloodline, the interruption to the cycle. You weren't just fighting enemies, you were facing down generations of dysfunction wrapped in tradition. While they clung to curses like comfort blankets, you were tearing them apart with truth. You stood in rooms where silence was survival, and you spoke anyway. You looked your family's patterns in the face and said, "It ends with me." That made you dangerous. That made you a problem. You weren't supposed to heal, you weren't supposed to grow, you weren't supposed to make it out, but you did. And in doing so, you exposed the lie they've all been living. You made them uncomfortable, not because you were wrong, but because you were right. And that truth cracked their comfort wide open. You broke chains your enemies used to bind others. You exposed mindsets that kept whole generations stuck. You didn't just shatter the curse, you rebuilt the throne. So no, they'll never give you credit. They'll resent your rise. But deep down they know you weren't just different. You were sent to disrupt, and you did exactly that. Number 9, you stopped explaining yourself, and that made you a problem they can't solve. The moment you stopped proving your worth, you became the threat they couldn't manage, measure, or manipulate. You used to explain yourself. You used to break your back just to be understood by people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You watered yourself down to keep the peace. You dimmed your light so others wouldn't feel small. But that version of you is dead. Now you're dangerous, not because you changed, but because you remembered who you are. You stopped waiting for permission. You stopped auditioning for rooms you were meant to own. You stopped proving your worth and started walking in it. And that's what scares them, because when you stop playing by their rules, you stop being manageable. When you stop seeking validation, you stop being predictable. When you stop explaining, you start moving quietly, sharply, with purpose. And nothing is more terrifying to weak minds than a focused soul that owes no one an explanation. You built your own arena. You stopped knocking on locked doors and built gates that only the worthy can enter. That shift, that silence, that self-trust, it made you untouchable. You're not just existing anymore, you're operating on your own terms, in your own lane, at your own pace. They can't label you now. They can't shame you into shrinking. You're past all that. You don't prove anything, you live it. And every move you make is a reminder that their approval was never the power. You were. And now they watch in silence, because you stopped playing small dash and became the standard. And now, if you've made it this far, it's clear you're not just hearing the message, you are the message. You are the proof that silence builds strength, betrayal builds vision, and isolation builds power. The haters ran, the fakes folded, and you remained. That's not luck, that's alignment. If this message lit something inside you, like the fire they tried to kill, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to let the world know you're walking in purpose now. Share this with another chosen one. Let them feel the shift too. This isn't the end. It's your confirmation. Keep rising. Some people throw dirt on your name because they're afraid of the garden you're growing. They thought they buried you, but they didn't realize you were a seed. And now, with every lie they spread, every rumor they whispered behind your back, they watered your rise. They were fighting the wrong battle. They weren't just coming after you, they were going up against the universe itself, and no one wins that fight. To those who attacked you, thinking you were easy prey, understand this. You didn't touch a victim. You touched a force. You poked the calm silence of someone chosen by the universe, and now the storm is coming. You see, when the universe selects its own, it doesn't pick the loudest, the strongest, or the flashiest. It picks the one who can carry the light through the darkest places. That light, it haunts your enemies. It burns through their lies and leaves their illusions in ashes. Before we go deeper, like and subscribe to help spread this message to more chosen ones. When you engage, you help this truth reach those who need it. You tell YouTube that this isn't just noise. This is a signal, a pulse from the universe. Let's help more of the chosen hear the call. You're not crazy, you're not alone, and you're definitely not weak. The betrayal, the smearing, the quiet exile, they planned it like a game of chess. But what they didn't see was that the board belonged to the universe, And you were never a pawn. You were the whole damn strategy. They say the most dangerous thing in the world is a person who still stands after everything meant to break them. That's you. The text messages, lies, the screenshots, fabricated, the rumors, rehearsed poison passed around by people who could never stand in your light, so they tried to dim it. Remember how they looked you in the eye, ate your food, laughed with you, only to twist the knife the second you turned your back. That wasn't friendship. That was fear dressed as loyalty. You were glowing too loud. You reminded them of everything they weren't brave enough to become. But the thing about truth is, it echoes, and now it's getting louder. Phone records don't lie. Timestamps don't lie. Witnesses are stepping out from the shadows because they can't keep watching the chosen ones be crucified for other people's guilt. The universe is shifting. Justice might move slowly, but it always knows who to knock on. And you doubted yourself for a second. You questioned your light because it felt like the whole world turned its back. But that's what happens when stars begin to shine too brightly. Clouds show up to try and block the view. Don't ever forget this. They weren't scared of you. They were scared of the power that moves through you. And that power, it's older than hate, stronger than lies, and louder than gossip. You weren't attacked because you were wrong. You were attacked because you were real. And nothing threatens fake people more than someone who refuses to pretend. So to the chosen ones watching this right now, stop asking why they did it. Start remembering who you are. When you were born with light, darkness always tries to claim you, but it never wins, never. You're not just surviving, you're glowing, and every lie they told is fuel for your fire. Let them talk. Let them gather, let them twist your name, because the universe is listening and it's keeping score. And when it answers, it doesn't whisper, it roars. So if you've ever felt that sting, the betrayal, the lies, the way they turned on you like you were the villain in their story, this message is for you. This isn't just another video. It's a mirror, a fire, a wake-up call. If you're truly one of the chosen, you won't just watch, you'll feel this in your bones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever been attacked for simply being real. Stay with me, because what you're about to hear will remind you of your power and expose what they really fear. Now, let's break this down step by step. Number 1. They threw dirt and forgot you were soil. The wolves always smile before they bite, but the chosen grow fangs in silence. They saw your light before you ever did, watched you quietly, studied you like a threat. You didn't even know they were circling until the attack started coming from behind smiles, compliments, and fake concern. They clocked your strength not by what you said, but by what you endured. The moment your integrity shook their illusions, you became a danger. You didn't ask for power, but the universe placed it in your hands, and that alone, just existing in your truth, was enough to make them feel like they were drowning. You didn't break their system. Your very presence exposed how broken it already was. They didn't just turn against you, they orchestrated your downfall, carefully, strategically. No open war, just silence, confusion, and subtle sabotage. No direct strikes, just whispers, looks, and slowly stolen opportunities. That's how they do it when they're too weak to fight you face to face. Cowards wear masks of concern. Snakes speak in soft tones. They smiled while dragging your name through the dirt, forgetting that you are the dirt. You're the seed that gets buried and still chooses to bloom. They tried to cancel you with gossip, but the universe already approved you with purpose. So now they sit confused because you didn't crumble, you didn't fall apart, you stayed quiet, and they mistook your stillness for defeat. but you were just aligning. You were sinking with a greater force. What they didn't realize is that when the universe chooses someone, it moves for them. It shifts, bends, breaks patterns, clears paths, not loudly, but with precision. And when people fight the chosen, they're not just fighting a person. They're fighting alignment itself. They are picking a battle with the unseen laws of balance, and that always ends badly. Let them laugh. Let them pretend they won, because what's coming isn't a clapback, it's a collapse. The system they built on lies is rotting, slowly, quietly, universally. You don't need to swing back. Their own hands are poisoned from touching what they were never meant to handle. You just keep rising. You keep showing up. That's enough. That kills them more than anything you could ever say. Some of you watching this are still questioning yourselves, still asking, why me? Why did they come for me? Why did everyone turn when all I did was tell the truth? Here's the truth. You're not being punished. You're being purified. The betrayal didn't break you. It revealed you. They attacked your name because your presence said everything you didn't need to say. They tried to isolate you so you'd forget who you are. But let me remind you, you're a system breaker, a frequency disruptor, a mirror that shows people the parts of themselves they're trying to hide. And if you're doubting yourself right now, if you've started to believe the lies they told about you, wake up, shake it off, stop playing small just because their minds are too limited to understand your magnitude. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be aligned. And when the universe aligns with you, even time will wait, doors will open, and truth will expose itself with or without your permission. You think they hurt you, but what they really did was reveal their fear. You think you lost people, but you actually dodged bullets. The same ones who betrayed you were never built to stand beside someone chosen. The universe simply moved them out of the way before your rise made them implode. So don't cry over people who turned when the fire got close. They weren't meant to stand in the heat. They were meant to burn in the light they couldn't create. And for those still trying to fight back against the smear, the gossip, the fake narratives, stop. The truth is not yours to prove. It is theirs to choke on. You were born to shift the room just by existing. You were chosen to make liars stutter, to make shadows retreat. The betrayal you faced wasn't personal, it was predictable. Because when light walks into a dark system, the system always panics. So stop asking if you were wrong. You weren't. Stop apologizing for being hard to digest. You were never meant to be palatable to people living off delusion. You were meant to disrupt, to expose, and to rebuild. They tried to play chess with the universe, but what they didn't know was, you are the board. And now the universe is making its next move. Number 2, they dangled chains and called it peace. They will call you rebellious for doing what they never had the courage to imagine. They spoke to you in riddles soaked in fear. They cloaked weakness in the language of wisdom, submission, and balance, telling you to bow, not because it served your growth, but because your rise threatened the very illusion they built their identities on. They told you that surrender was noble, that silence was peace, that playing small was humble. And one by one, they watched people like you fold, fade, disappear into lives that never belonged to them. Buried, not in dirt, but in doubt. Chosen ones who forgot who they were, suffocated in shallow graves, dug by guilt and shame. But you didn't step in. You saw the trap for what it was, a cage disguised as comfort, a leash made of praise, a slow death masked as spiritual maturity. They tried to seduce you with words that had no roots. Be still, they said. Stay calm, they said. Don't fight, they said. But what they really meant was, Don't wake up, because your awakening is their unraveling. Your awareness is a threat to every structure built on blind obedience. You weren't born to be manageable. You were born to move mountains, to tear down what no longer serves, and to rebuild with fire in your hands and truth in your breath. They weren't scared of you because you were loud. They were scared because you were clear. You had eyes that saw through their masks, ears that could hear the lies between their carefully chosen words. You weren't hypnotized by the system. You remembered too much. You didn't need permission to walk away. You knew that staying would cost you everything real inside you. You refused to trade your power for their approval. That was your crime. That was your threat. And that's when they panicked. They couldn't control you, so they tried to confuse you. They whispered poison into your mind, made you question your motives, your memories, even your sanity. They spun the narrative. You've changed. You're aggressive. You're overreacting. But it wasn't overreaction. It was clarity. You saw them for what they were, gatekeepers of a broken system, desperately holding the door shut while pretending to protect you from what's outside. But here's what terrifies them most. You weren't just waking up for yourself, you were waking up others too. Your voice started shifting frequencies. Your silence grew teeth. Your absence spoke louder than your presence ever did. And that ripple effect? That was never part of their plan. You weren't just refusing the trap, you were burning it down. And yet some of you, the chosen ones, still find yourselves questioning. You wonder, was I wrong for walking away? Did I really see what I think I saw? That's not your doubt talking, that's their programming, still echoing in your bones. Let me break it for you. No, you weren't wrong. No, you're not crazy. You're just awake in a room full of people pretending to be asleep. They hate that you left their circle because you were never supposed to escape. You were supposed to submit, to shrink, to fold into something easier to digest. But you said no. You didn't kneel, and that no echoed into every corner of their false kingdom. That no tore the mask off their authority. You didn't break the system, they broke themselves trying to hold you hostage. Because once someone sees the truth, they become dangerous. And once you refused the trap, you became a mirror. And no one likes what they see when you're holding the reflection up too close. They don't fear your anger, they fear your alignment, because when you're aligned, you're unshakable. You don't beg, you don't chase, you don't need the stage. They need your silence, not to expose them. The chosen ones don't walk into rooms needing validation. They are the frequency, they shift the room. That's why they built the trap in the first place, not to imprison your body, but to mute your soul. Too late. Because now you know what you are, you know what they tried to tame, you know that your clarity makes liars sweat, your presence bends agendas, your spirit threatens systems. They wanted to break you before you could understand what you were holding. That power, that presence, that unshakable truth that lives in your gut, that is not human-made, that is cosmic, that is universal intelligence choosing you to deliver disruption wrapped in skin. And here's what they can't process. You're not fighting alone. The universe aligns behind the chosen. The wind bends, the ground shifts, the chaos rearranges itself, not because you scream, but because you exist. When you walk in alignment, everything that is false starts to crumble without you even touching it. That's the kind of power they fear, the kind that can't be bought, silenced, or owned. So they turned to desperation. They tried exile, slander, character assassination. They twisted your name until it barely resembled the truth. They rewrote your story while you were still living it. Why? Because they couldn't write their own. Your existence revealed their lack of depth, their fear, their fraudulence. You were the light that made their shadows obvious. You didn't ask for that role, but the universe gave it to you anyway. And once the universe chooses, there's no negotiation. And yet, even after all this, you still doubt yourself, still wondering if you're too much. Let me say this as clearly as I can. You are not too much. They are too little. Too little to understand your mission. Too little to hold your honesty. Too little to stand in the fire and not melt. You don't need to shrink to fit into rooms the universe never built for you. You are not here to play along. You're here to stand out. They say balance, but they mean obedience. They say peace, but they mean silence. They say surrender, but they mean give up who you are so they can stay comfortable. No, enough. This world doesn't need more silence. It needs more disruption from souls who remember why they were sent here. And you, yes, you are one of them. That's why they tried to trap you. Because your refusal doesn't just set you free, it calls others to do the same. That's the real danger you pose. That's the real revolution. You were never meant to kneel. You were meant to unlearn, to unplug, and to unleash. You were born to destroy the illusion, not decorate it. And now they know. Number 3, you were the earthquake. They tried to pretend was just a breeze. They thought you were a problem to solve until they realized you were a reckoning to survive. Now they stumble, tripping over their own narratives. Every word they once wielded like a weapon now cuts their own tongue. They whisper your name in corners, not out of curiosity, but out of fear. The same ones who scoffed at you, who stood tall while throwing dirt at your back, now find themselves shaking in your shadow. Not because you fought back with fury, but because you never broke, because you stood still while the entire system tried to move you. And in that stillness, you became immovable. They used to think they had the power. They used to think their silence could erase you, that their gossip could reduce you. They were so sure your story would end with exile. But here's the truth they never saw coming. You are not a sentence they get to finish. You are the author, the ink, and the storm that broke the pen they tried to write you out with. They spoke of endings as if they were gods of your destiny, as if your fate was hanging on their approval. But their trembling hands have no grip on your thread anymore. That rope they once tied around your name is unraveling fast, and now they're trying to rewind a story the universe already rewrote without their consent. And you didn't just survive, you redefined the entire plot. They wanted you quiet, they wanted you still, but the chosen don't kneel for cowards who lead with lies. The chosen don't seek revenge, they become revelation. You didn't rise from luck, you rose because you were called, and the calling was louder than the destruction they planned for you. You rose without needing to scream, and that's why they're terrified. They thought power meant domination, but real power walks in and doesn't need to prove anything. Real power is silent when the fake trembles. Let's talk about that silence, that refusal to explain yourself to the ones who threw stones and called it teaching. That ability to look at the chaos they built and say, I'm not part of your stage play anymore. That's your force. That's your shield. They couldn't predict your moves because they never understood you weren't playing their game. You were playing by laws written in fire and bone, by the universe itself. And they were never invited to that table. Now they curse your name, but not because you failed them. No, they curse you because you freed yourself, because every step you took away from them revealed the chains they never knew they were wearing. You made escape look easy. You made self-trust look holy. You made refusal look like revolution. And in doing so, you exposed the truth. They never had power over you. Not really. They only had access, and you revoked it. You were never their lesson, never their pet project, never their puppet. You were the force they said didn't exist. The one who walks away and still wins. The one who says no and means it. You are living proof that you don't need to destroy your enemies to beat them. You just need to outgrow them. And that's the part they can't stomach, because you didn't just walk away. You rose without their validation. You bloomed in the very soil they pissed on. You found wings in the same wind they thought would break you. You became a fireproof truth they can't outrun, a living reminder that control is an illusion, and those who try to play God always end up praying for mercy when the storm answers back. Chosen ones, understand this. Your victory was never dependent on their surrender. It was inevitable. It was coded into your very breath. Your resilience isn't accidental. It's ancestral. It's cosmic. It's universal alignment cracking the shell of systems built on suppression. And every time they tried to shrink you, they stretched your reach. Every time they tried to erase you, they deepened your imprint. Now they recoil at your name, not because it hurts them, but because it reflects who they're not. You shine like a wound to those who refuse to heal. You walk like a threat to those who only ever crawled. You exist like proof that the impossible is possible, and that truth alone rewrites futures. So don't you dare play small now. Don't you dare hold your power like it's optional. You didn't survive all that betrayal, all that exile, all that shadow work just to return as a quieter version of yourself. You came back as the storm, as the earthquake, as the flood they thought would never come. And now they're standing in the ruins of their own control, looking for someone to blame. Let them. Let them spin, let them rage, let them retreat into their shrinking comfort zones. You don't owe them understanding. You don't owe them softness. You owe yourself every ounce of the freedom you fought for. Because you, chosen one, you are the force that shakes foundations. You are the echo they can't silence. You are the truth that burns through their narratives like fire through dead wood. And you're just getting started. Number 4, you were the thunder they heard long before you spoke. When your truth walks into the room, lies hold their breath. They don't fear what they understand. They fear what they can't predict, what they can't mold, what refuses to bow, and that's you. You don't fit their boxes, their systems, or their hierarchy. You walk like a question they can't answer. You speak like a storm they can't forecast. You move through their illusions like a blade through silk, clean, sharp, and unstoppable. And no matter how hard they try to label you, reckless, too much, unstable, they can't make you small enough to manage. They've always known what you are, even before you did. You entered their world, and it trembled, not because you shouted, not because you fought, but because you existed in truth, unbent, unapologetic, whole. And that is what they were never built to handle. They constructed towers of lies, illusions polished like marble, masks so beautiful, even they started to believe in them. And then you came in and shattered it all with presence alone. No hammer, no rage, just clarity, just authenticity. That's what made you dangerous. That's what makes you unforgettable. Do not mistake their fear for hate. This isn't about hate. This is about survival, theirs. Because every time you breathe in truth, their carefully built world of false power starts to collapse. Your voice makes their silence obvious. Your strength makes their manipulation pathetic. Your vision makes their control systems look like cages built from paper. And now they panic. They whisper warnings about you. They gather in quiet circles and dissect your name. They scramble to discredit you, not because you've lied, but because you've refused to be lied to. That's the real threat. That's what shakes them. Not your attitude, not your resistance, but your clarity, your ability to see straight through performance, straight through politics, straight through polite betrayal. The fear you inspire isn't surface level, it's cellular. It lives in their bones, in their shadows. You remind them of everything they tried to forget, that power doesn't come from control, that truth doesn't require permission, that no matter how many illusions they build, one person standing in full truth can knock it all down without touching a thing. You're not just feared, you're watched, not because they're interested in your path, but because they're trying to stop the wildfire before it spreads. You are one spark away from igniting a mass awakening, and they know it. That's why they keep trying to put you out with ridicule, isolation, distortion. But fire doesn't die in silence, it grows. And yours? It's ancestral, it's universal, it's divine intelligence wrapped in human skin. And it will not be silenced by cowards in suits or smiles. So when they call you too intense, too radical, too much, know that what they're really saying is, we couldn't tame you. Take that as confirmation. You were never born to blend in. You weren't sent here to follow. You're not a footnote in their script. You're the red pen crossing out every false line in the story. Some of you are still doubting this, still wondering, if I was chosen, why do I feel so alone? Why do they keep targeting me? Here's the truth. They don't throw stones at silent statues. They don't attack the powerless. They don't gather to scheme against the irrelevant. They move against you because they feel your magnitude, even when you're unsure of it. They feel your rise in their sleep. They feel your resistance in their chest. You are a mirror, and mirrors don't lie. They only reflect. You've walked into spaces where you said nothing and still made people uncomfortable. That wasn't in your head. That was alignment crashing into illusion. That was your truth pressing against their facades. Your very being is confrontational to everything false. You don't even have to try, and that's exactly why they try so hard to stop you. You are the reason systems tremble. You are the sound of the old world breaking. You are the sigh of the universe reclaiming its chosen. And don't you dare soften to make them feel safe. The fear you inspire isn't yours to fix. It's theirs to face. You were not sent here to pacify liars. You were not sent here to shrink. You are the wild card the system didn't plan for, the echo of a truth too strong to silence, the return of balance in a world drunk on illusion. So walk tall. Let them whisper, let them plot, let them brace themselves, because you are not the threat, they are. You are the response, the reflection, the reckoning. You are the reason shadows check the corners, the reason cowards look over their shoulders. You are the proof that no matter how deep the lie, one true voice will always be heard. You are the chosen, and they are terrified. Number 5. They built walls, you turned them into thrones. They tried to bury you with resistance, forgetting you were the one who turns pressure into crowns. Feel it, the pushback, the friction, the invisible hands trying to hold you in place, trying to suffocate your movement before it becomes momentum. Every time you take a step forward, something rises to block you, an obstacle, a whisper, a shadow draped in someone else's fear. That pressure you feel, that's not coincidence. That's not bad luck. That is confirmation. You're not imagining the resistance. They're investing in stopping you. And no one does that for someone insignificant. They claw at your foundation like desperate animals trying to stop an earthquake with their fingernails. They can't, and they know it. But that doesn't stop them from trying. You threaten not just their comfort, you threaten their identity. You move like someone who doesn't need validation. You speak like someone who already knows, and that alone cracks the very spine of their illusion. Because you're not guessing, you're remembering, you're not hoping, you're walking in certainty, and nothing terrifies the orchestrators of fear more than someone who's no longer afraid. They flood your space with doubt, with sideways comments and passive silence. They manufacture hesitation like it's a factory product, designed to infect your decision-making, to slow your momentum, to make you second-guess the power they already know you hold. They'd rather confuse you than confront you because they know they can't win a fair fight. So they hide behind concern, behind advice, behind twisted logic that makes you feel like the villain for simply being firm in who you are. But here's the raw truth. Hesitation is a trap for those still begging for approval. And you gave that up when you realized your worth wasn't up for debate, when you stopped asking if you were allowed to rise. When you looked around and saw that the only thing holding you back was a belief you inherited from the people who benefited from your silence. Their resistance is not your burden, it is your badge, your coronation, your crown. You think kings and queens rise without enemies. You think lightwalkers arrive without pushback. No, the resistance you feel is the echo of their fear. It's the proof that you matter, that your very existence is an interruption to their control. They gather in the dark to discuss you. Why? Because they know you are a threat to everything they've built on falsehood. If you were nothing, if you were nobody, they'd ignore you. They wouldn't waste time trying to discredit you. They wouldn't plot to isolate you, undermine you, distract you. But instead, they obsess. They twist narratives. They rally behind your back like soldiers preparing for a war they already lost. Because you, chosen one, are not a person to them. You're a problem, a crack in the dam, a fault line threatening to split open every lie they've cemented into place. And it's not because you scream, it's because you exist. You could walk into a room silently and still cause panic. You could smile and they'd flinch because it's not what you do. It's who you are. You hold truth in your bones. You walk with a knowing that doesn't ask for permission. And that terrifies those whose power depends on others not waking up. So don't ever let their resistance make you shrink. Wear it, use it, let it sharpen you. Let it remind you of what's at stake. You are not here to be liked. You are here to be aligned. You are not here to blend in. You are here to stand out. And the more they try to cage you, the more they prove that you were never meant to live small. Some of you are still wondering why the attacks haven't stopped, why every new level brings new opposition. Here's your answer. Each time you level up, you enter enemy territory. Each time you get closer to your truth, the noise gets louder. Because you're shaking the ground they thought was stable. You're proving that the system can be broken, that the script can be rewritten, and you don't need their pen. So stop wishing it was easier. Start realizing you're built for this. Royalty doesn't get to hide in the crowd. Kings don't move in silence. They move with presence. Queens don't ask for seats. They build their own tables. And chosen ones don't wait to be seen. They shine regardless. Their resistance is your recognition, their fear is your signal, and their obsession, that's your impact in motion. Let them press, let them panic, let them try everything they can. Because the more they fight, the more they expose themselves, the more they resist, the more obvious your power becomes. They don't get to define your worth. They don't get to tell your story. They don't get to decide how high you rise. You do. And when you finally step into that truth, when you wear their resistance like a crown instead of a weight, something shifts, not just in you, but in the world around you. Because the chosen don't just survive opposition, they transform it into thrones. and yours is already waiting. Number 6. They built thrones from lies. Now watch them sink in their own illusion. Power built on lies doesn't collapse with fire. It crumbles under the quiet weight of truth. Let them fear. Let them scramble. Let them run in circles trying to protect the illusion they built, like a house of mirrors, fragile, distorted, and easily shattered by a single honest reflection, because it's already too late. You were the alarm clock the system never wanted to hear. You were the truth bomb planted in their carefully rehearsed performance, and now it's gone off. No screaming, no explosions, just quiet implosion. Truth doing what vengeance never could, eroding everything fake from the inside out. They wanted power, not earned power, not rooted power, borrowed power. Power stitched together with manipulation, fear, performance, and fake virtue. They wore other people's dignity like a costume. They didn't build thrones. They stole them. They didn't rise. They climbed over corpses of better people. And the whole time, they told themselves it was right, that the ends justified the means. But now, the weight of what they built is collapsing under its own false gravity. They were kings of empty kingdoms, rulers of cardboard empires. And you didn't need to set it on fire. All you had to do was exist in truth. Your clarity was the earthquake. Your light was the rot detector. You walked into their circus and made it look like a sideshow. And now the audience is leaving. You were never blind. You saw them. Long before they realized the cracks in their mask were visible, you were watching. You saw how their words never matched their energy. You saw the smiles that didn't reach their eyes. You noticed the sudden shift in temperature when truth entered the room. You knew something was off, and while others clapped, you stood still. That's why they hated you. Not because you were loud, but because you refused to pretend. And now they fear you. But their fear, that's not your burden, that's your confirmation. You didn't demand the crown. They placed it on your head the moment they started planning your silence. They handed you power every time they spoke your name in secret. Every time they lied to protect the illusion, they fueled the truth they feared most, that you never needed their system to stand tall. They kept asking the universe to silence you, praying that you'd just disappear. But the universe doesn't work for cowards. It doesn't protect illusion. It doesn't cater to those who use fear to climb. It aligns with truth, and truth, like water, always finds its way. Through cracks, around resistance, under doors. And now, it's flooding their foundations. Let them whisper, let them plot. Let them sit in rooms filled with smoke, trying to reverse a collapse that has already begun. Because nothing built on fraud ever lasts. It may look stable for a while. It may shine. It may echo with applause. But when the light changes, when the curtain lifts, when one honest person dares to stand in full alignment, the entire structure starts to tremble. You don't need to shout for it to fall. You don't need to fight them. The lies are devouring themselves. The performance is draining their spirit. They're aging under the weight of pretending. You don't have to touch them. The truth is already doing the job. Every fake gesture, every manipulated situation, every attempt to control the narrative is now unraveling thread by thread. They built their image with scaffolding made of silence and complicity. You were the first one to say no, and once that no echoed, others started hearing it. That's the revolution, not the war they imagined, but a quiet dismantling, a shift, a recognition. Now they stumble over their own stories. They contradict themselves, trying to keep the act alive. They post fake smiles with tired eyes. They offer apologies without repentance. They're trying to patch holes in a dam that's already cracking open. And you You're not fighting them. You've moved beyond them. You've become the standard, the shift, the unmovable center. Some of you, right now, are still holding back, still asking, do I have the right to speak, to shine, to lead? Let me answer that for you. Yes, not because you are perfect, not because you have all the answers, but because you refused to be fake, because you chose truth over comfort. And that makes you more powerful than every false leader who ever used fear to maintain control. So let them panic. Let them try to reinvent themselves in the image of authenticity you represent. They can mimic the words. They can borrow the tone. But they can't manufacture presence. They can't fake alignment. And no amount of imitation can save them from the collapse of a house they built with stolen bricks. Truth doesn't need defense. It stands, and so do you. You are the undoing of everything that never should have been allowed to thrive. You are the reset, the realignment, the proof that the universe doesn't forget its own. That when someone is chosen, truly chosen, no lie can last long in their presence. Let them fall. Let the false thrones crumble. Let the shadows scatter in the light you didn't ask for, but now carry like a weapon. Because you, chosen one, you were never here to destroy. You were here to reveal, and now they see. Number 7. You rose without a sword, and still they fell. You didn't lift a finger. Their collapse was the echo of your rise. You never needed a weapon. You never needed revenge. You never had to scream or swing or strike. The moment you stood tall in truth, the walls they built started shaking. They felt it, even before they admitted it. They looked at you and something in their souls stuttered. Because you weren't reacting, you weren't playing, you weren't feeding the fire they tried to light around your name. You were just rising, and that alone dismantled everything they tried to construct on top of your silence. They called you a threat, but you brought no chaos. It was their own chaos that unraveled them. Their schemes, once sharp and effective, now twist back onto themselves like blades with no handles. Their whispers now trip over their own contradictions. The lies they told so confidently now echo with hesitation. You can hear it in the tremble of their voices, in the way their eyes can't hold yours anymore. They used to walk into rooms with pride. Now they check shadows like hunted men. That's not your doing. That's consequence. You don't need to lift your hands when the truth already moved through the room like a slow fire. Truth is patient. It waits. It doesn't beg for attention. It simply exposes. You didn't ask for this war. You didn't sign up to be their undoing. But the moment they made you the target, they handed you the power, not to destroy them, but to outlast them. And that's the part they never saw coming. You didn't collapse under pressure. You hardened. You didn't cry for their approval. You clarified. And when the smoke cleared, there you stood, silent, solid, undeniable. They speak of order, of structure, of balance, but look closer. What follows them? Chaos, conflict, confusion. They left a trail of broken loyalties and drained people. They wear the language of leadership like a mask, but their actions scream insecurity. You watch them contradict themselves so many times. Their own stories started to eat each other. You didn't even have to speak. You just kept showing up in truth, and that's what they couldn't manage. You became their exposure. Because your rise was never built on their approval, it was built on alignment, and alignment terrifies people who manipulate. You see, manipulation needs confusion to survive. It thrives in shadows. But you brought clarity, and clarity starves manipulation. You didn't fight them, they fought the reflection. You just held the mirror up and watched them flinch. They told people you were unstable, reckless, a liar. But every time they spoke your name, more eyes turned toward you. More people began to see that something didn't add up, that someone who was supposedly so dangerous somehow kept rising, kept healing, kept glowing, without matching their hate, without speaking their language. Your silence said more than their accusations ever could. And still, some of you ask, should I have said something? Should I have done more? No, you did enough by standing, by surviving, by refusing to bend. Their collapse was never in your hands. It was in their arrogance. They believed you were just another obstacle to control. They didn't realize you were the consequence of their imbalance, the echo of everything they tried to suppress, coming back tenfold. Your rise was not violent, but it was loud, not in sound, but in energy. Your healing, your growth, your refusal to play small, those were thunderclaps. And while they tried to pretend the storm wasn't coming, you became the lightning bolt that cracked their sky wide open. You were supposed to be erased. You were supposed to be forgotten. That's what they told themselves, that if they mocked you long enough, ignored you hard enough, isolated you deep enough, you'd just disappear. But you didn't. You rose, and while you were rising, they were unraveling. That's the paradox they now have to live with, that their focus on your destruction only accelerated their own, that their obsession with stopping you kept your name in the air longer than you ever asked for. That while they were burying you in lies, the universe was planting you in purpose. So now, let them stumble, let them backtrack, let them try to rebuild an image that no longer holds weight. Their fall isn't your responsibility to manage or explain. The truth has taken over. The unraveling has begun. And you are free. You don't owe them forgiveness. You don't owe them softness. You don't even owe them acknowledgement. Your rise is not about them. It never was. But their fall, that's the result of waging war against someone who was never at war, of striking out at a force that wasn't playing by their rules, of underestimating the quiet, grounded power of a chosen one who no longer needed to fight, because the universe was already moving mountains on their behalf. So let them collapse, let them drown in the weight of their own deception. You keep rising. Because that's what scares them most. You're still here. And so, as their world crumbles under the weight of its own lies, you stand, unshaken, undeniable, and rising higher than ever. Your existence is the proof that truth always outlives illusion, and real power never needs permission. They wrote your ending too soon, but now they're forced to watch the sequel, your ascension. If this message hit your soul, like and subscribe to help spread it to more chosen ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're walking in your truth, and share this with someone who needs to be reminded. Their rise is already written. The fall, already happening. The storm doesn't break the chosen, it reveals them. They tried to break you in silence because they couldn't handle your presence in the light. They threw lies like knives, hoping your spirit would bleed out before you saw the truth. But every attack they sent bounced off the armor the universe gave you, forged from your pain, your patience, and your unshakable will. So let this hit where it should. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force behind you. The universe chose you, and now the same force they mocked is the one making them watch you rise. Understand this. Their war was never truly with your hands. It was with your purpose, and that's a battle they were never going to win. Before we go any deeper, take a moment to like and subscribe. When you engage, you help this message reach more chosen ones like you. And each time this message is shared, it sends a signal into the algorithm and into the ether. You're not just watching, you're helping light the path for someone else who needs this reminder. You already won. Welcome, the chosen ones. Some of you don't even realize yet that the war is over because your heart is still scanning the battlefield for the next blow. But listen closely. The universe has already declared the outcome. It's done. You made it. And yes, you're still standing because you were never meant to fall. Whatever it was, your quiet endurance, your silent scream, the nights you stared at the ceiling fighting off doubt, it worked. You passed a test they didn't even know existed. You're like a locked vault they tried to crack open, not knowing you were sealed by something far greater than their ego. That's why they're angry. That's why they're twitching in your presence, why they act confused when your light keeps rising with no source they can see. Because they don't understand chosen energy. Being chosen is not a title, it's a pressure, a process, a power that haunts those who tried to dim it. You are living proof that the universe does not play fair with its favorites. You weren't selected because you were loud or flawless, you were chosen because you endured what others would have collapsed under. You walked through hell and came out with flames still in your eyes, and now they feel it, the heat, the consequence, the shift. And here's something real. Your power is not just in your light. It's in how that light exposes their shadows. It's in the way your peace disrupts their chaos. Your very existence is a mirror they can't avoid. And they hate what it reflects. So why are you still doubting? Why are you questioning your glow? Who told you that survival was shameful? That stillness means defeat. You're not frozen. You're recalibrating. Just like nature itself pauses after a storm, so do the chosen. It doesn't mean you're lost. It means you're adjusting to the altitude of your new reality. And yes, it's yours. Already. They laughed at your silence, but now they're silenced by your presence. They underestimated your roots, but now they're choking on the fact that you bloomed anyway. This isn't karma. It's clarity. It's not revenge. It's revelation. Whatever you did, it worked. You won. It's already yours. Now walk like the universe meant for you to be seen. So here we are, standing at the edge of a truth most people will never taste. If you're still here, it's not by accident. The universe pulled you in because you're ready to remember what was already written for you. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you can feel it. That quiet certainty rising in your chest that says, it's already mine. This isn't motivation. This is confirmation. So take a breath and don't just listen. Absorb. Because if you really are one of the chosen, you'll feel it in your bones. Now, let's get into it, step by step. Number 1. They counted you out while you were counting stars. Now the sky belongs to you. They laughed at your silence, thinking it meant surrender, not knowing the universe was loading the weapon they couldn't see, you. They watched from the shadows, hoping to witness your fall, not knowing you were never falling. You were calculating, quiet like the eye of a storm before it swallows a city. They mistook your stillness for defeat because they've never seen what it looks like when the universe builds a weapon in the shape of a soul. They studied your collapse, took notes on your suffering, mocked your silence, whispered in corners about your breakdowns like they were the final chapter, but let this burn through every lie they told themselves. You were not collapsing. You were constructing. While they were entertained by your struggle, you were in the middle of engineering a resurrection that would blind them. What they thought was your end was only you stepping back to reload. And now, you rose, not out of nowhere, but out of everything they tried to bury you with. You were never the problem. You were the plan. The universe never abandoned you. It aligned for you. And while they were busy playing games with the system, you were syncing with the force that designed the system itself. That's why they can't understand your comeback, because to them it looks like a glitch in the code. But this isn't a glitch. This is what it looks like when chosen energy activates in full. So why are you still doubting it? Why are you questioning the very power they feared in you all along? Stop acting like you're one of them. You're not. You were chosen, not because you were perfect, but because you were prepared. Not by comfort, but by chaos. You were forged in situations they wouldn't have survived 5 minutes in. And that's what scares them. That you did survive. That you came back quieter, sharper, heavier with purpose. That now, you're walking with something they can't copy, can't buy, and sure as hell can't stop. They saw your silence as surrender, not realizing it was strategy. You weren't broken, you were breaking through. And all the while they were talking, doubting, celebrating what they thought was your fall. The universe was already rewriting your outcome. You want a metaphor? Here's one. They were measuring your coffin while you were blueprinting your throne, and now they're shocked you're sitting on it. Chosen ones, hear this and let it snap something awake inside you. You were never outnumbered. You were just out of sight, hidden, protected, covered. They couldn't see what was happening in the dark because the universe only reveals its plans when it's too late for the enemy to stop them. And now that it's your time, they can't unsee it. You've become the storm they thought would destroy you. They mocked your pain, and now that pain has become your platform. They celebrated your silence, and now that silence has become your sound. And still, some of you are walking like the verdict's not in, like the win isn't real, like you need their permission to carry what the universe already handed you. Snap out of it. You're not under attack anymore. You're under confirmation. They lost. You won. It's already yours. The universe doesn't rewind victory. It seals it. You think your doubts are humility, but they're disrespect. Stop doubting the power that kept you alive. Stop acting like you got lucky. You didn't get lucky. You got aligned. They were trying to edit your story while the universe was carving it into stone. What you carry terrifies them, not just your light, but your endurance, your refusal to disappear, your ability to suffer in silence and rise without spectacle. That's why they talk. That's why they mimic. That's why they stalk your energy and try to wear it like a trend. But the truth is, no matter how many times they rehearse your role, the script doesn't respond to them because it was never written for them. They played with fire, thinking it was a game, not knowing the fire was sent to test you, not burn you. And now that you're walking through flames, like they're made of air, they finally realize you were the fire all along. So walk like it's already yours, because it is. Speak like you've already won, because you did. And if they're still watching, let them. Every step you take now is a sermon their soul can't unhear. Number 2, you stopped clapping for them, and that's when they heard thunder. The day you stopped waiting for their applause was the day the universe started echoing your name in rooms they'll never enter. They wanted you desperate, hungry for their approval, thirsty for their praise, addicted to their claps like a dog waiting for treats. But you outgrew that game, and when you did, everything changed. Not because you finally got what you wanted, but because you finally realized you didn't need it in the first place. You didn't win because they approved. You won when you stopped caring whether they even noticed. You stopped begging for credit in rooms where the lights were never meant to shine on you. And that, right there, is what made the ground shift. You removed their opinion from your throne room, and suddenly your power had no leash. You weren't built to be celebrated by the crowd. You were built to shake the ground they walk on, silently, steadily, without needing the echo of their applause to validate your steps. The universe didn't choose you for decoration, it chose you for disruption. And they know that now. Oh, they know. That's why the silence around your name got louder after your elevation. That's why they scroll past your wins like their screen just glitched. That's why they avoid mentioning your rise while secretly taking notes on how you did it. Because nothing hits the ego harder than someone who doesn't need permission to shine. You didn't win in spite of their silence. You won because of it. Their doubt was the fuel. Their absence was the blessing. Their silence became the background noise to your masterpiece. And now that it's finished, they want to act like they were part of the process. Let them choke on the truth. You moved in silence, not because you were unsure, but because your victory was never supposed to be a performance. You see, real chosen ones don't need a stage. They are the stage. Every step you took in the dark lit the path for someone else, and you didn't even stop to ask for a round of applause. That's what makes you dangerous. That's what terrifies them. Because how do you kill something that doesn't need outside approval to stay alive? They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't need an audience. Someone who kept showing up even when no one clapped, who kept creating even when no one watched, who kept becoming even when everyone left. That's a level of power that can't be copied, and you've mastered it. You learned how to clap for yourself, and that's when the universe started moving in sync with you, because energy respects the self-sourced, the ones who can cry, rebuild, rise, and roar without a crowd telling them when to breathe. You weren't chasing a spotlight. You are the light. That's the thing they'll never admit, that your glow burned through the fog they tried to keep you in, that your silence became so loud it drowned out their staged success, that your presence disrupted the algorithm of attention because it wasn't artificial, it was authentic, raw, earned. You didn't ask to be chosen. You were forged into it. That's why you don't flinch when you're alone. That's why their opinions hit like dust now. Because when the universe started favoring you, it silenced every voice that ever tried to define you. So stop explaining yourself to people who still think loud equals right. Stop shrinking to make their shadows feel safe. You were never meant to be palatable. You were meant to be undeniable. They can't understand how you kept going without validation because they've never built anything without a mirror. But you built while bleeding. You rose while ignored. You climbed while mocked. And now that you've arrived, they want to talk about how you did it, without ever asking why you had to. Because if they did, they'd have to admit what they did. The doors they closed, the support they withheld, the silence they weaponized. But none of it stopped you. You mastered the art of becoming without being seen. You grew in secret, and when you finally bloomed, it was too late for them to stop it, too late for them to twist it, too late for them to take credit for what they didn't build. The universe saw it all. Every moment you clapped for yourself in the dark, every time you got up with no one watching, every small win that felt like a whisper in a world screaming for attention. The universe took notes, he flipped the script, and now you're the headline, and they're the footnote. And yet, some of you still doubt, still look for confirmation in the eyes of people who never saw you, still think you need someone to say, well done, before you can own your greatness. Let me say it plain, that's disrespectful to what you've survived. That's dishonor to the force that carried you. You didn't walk through hell just to wait for someone to validate your exit. The moment you stopped waiting for applause, you became unstoppable. That was the shift. That was the resurrection, and now that it's done, they can't reverse it. So wear your silence like armor. walk through their shadows like their smoke. They built their relevance on noise, but you built your kingdom in silence. And now you don't need to speak a word for the whole world to feel your presence. You don't need validation. You are the confirmation. And that thunder they keep hearing, that's just you walking. Number 3. You broke their game by refusing to play it. Now they're lost without you on the board. They wanted you in the race so they could trip you. You stepped off the track, and suddenly they had nowhere to run. Let's get this straight. You didn't win because you played harder. You won because you refused to play dirty. You saw the rigged system for what it was, a circus dressed like a kingdom, and instead of clowning around to fit in, you walked away and built your own arena. And now, they're scrambling, confused, looking for someone to copy because their whole identity depended on outshining you. You didn't just transcend the game, you dismantled it by not participating. They couldn't beat you, so they tried to bait you. They hoped you'd stoop low enough to fight in the mud, to get emotional, to start performing for their validation. But you didn't. You didn't argue when they lied. You didn't flinch when they mocked. You didn't chase after the trophies handed out in rigged rooms. That silence, that stillness, that unbothered energy, it shook them more than any confrontation ever could. Because real power doesn't need to yell, it just moves. They thought you were playing checkers, but you were off building your own damn game. One where your value wasn't up for debate. One where truth weighed more than image. One where legacy replaced clout. They ran around chasing applause, while you were out here chasing alignment. You weren't interested in playing king of the hill on a mountain made of lies. You knew the price of selling your integrity, and unlike them, you couldn't be bought. That's what separates the chosen from the copycats. They sell their soul for a seat at the table. You built your own table, and now they're begging for an invite. They operate in systems that reward the fake, the loud, the cruel. But you kept your frequency clean. You didn't trade your light for likes. You didn't sacrifice your morals just to be seen. And now they can't figure out why you're still rising, why you're still winning, even though you never followed their rules. Let me tell you why. Because the universe never honors corruption. It may look like they're ahead, but it's only a matter of time before every lie they told comes crashing down like a house of cards. The truth doesn't compete. It waits, and when it arrives, it doesn't knock. It floods. So when they tried to drag you into the mess, you chose elevation over reaction, and they hated you for it. Because people who live off drama suffocate when you refuse to respond. You didn't lose anything by stepping away from their games. In fact, that's when you gained everything. You weren't built for petty battles. You were built to lead revolutions, quietly, deeply, without asking for permission. That's why they couldn't keep up. That's why the rules bent around you instead of breaking you. You refused to hustle for scraps from a table you were always meant to own. And don't think they didn't notice. Oh, they noticed. They watched you rise with no sponsor, win with no applause, speak truth with no script. You moved through a system designed to chew people up, and you didn't just survive, you walked out with your crown still on. That kind of resilience, you can't teach it. You are it. And still, some of you are sitting there wondering why they won't accept you. Let me make it clear, rejection from the corrupt is confirmation of your calling. If they don't like you, you're probably doing it right. You were never meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out and stand alone if needed. Because being chosen often means walking roads too narrow for the crowd. You transcended their entire blueprint, and now they're stuck trying to figure out how you're still rising when you don't play by the script. That's the power of being chosen. You don't compete, You shift everything by simply existing. You disrupt patterns. You collapse illusions. You make the noise stop just by walking into the room. So don't let their chaos fool you. Keep walking above it. They can't touch you if you don't descend. Stay elevated. Stay untouchable. Stay chosen. Because while they were chasing the game, you became the glitch that broke it. And now, they're playing by your rules, even if they'll never admit it. Number 4, they gambled on the ghost of who you were, but you buried that version in silence. They kept throwing dirt on your name, not realizing you already held the funeral, and the one being buried was never coming back. They were betting on your past like it was a fixed race. Like your history was a leash you'd never shake off. They thought they had you figured out, like your mistakes were tattoos, like your pain had a time limit, like your evolution had a ceiling. They placed their bets on your brokenness, your insecurities, your lowest points, thinking you'd never rise above the version of you they clung to for comfort. But here's what they missed. You didn't evolve. You vanished. You let that old version die without an announcement, without a speech, without asking for permission. And when they came looking for the old you, the one that second-guessed everything, that lived for validation, that played small just to survive, they found silence, a void, a ghost, because that you doesn't live here anymore. That was your real win, not just growth, rebirth. They thought they had the blueprint to your downfall. They remembered your weaknesses, your stumbles, your old patterns, and assumed you'd keep circling the same drain. But what they didn't understand is that chosen ones don't circle. They ascend. You weren't stuck. You were cocooning. And now you've emerged unrecognizable, untouchable, and unstoppable. They tried to resurrect your past to keep you small, dragged your name through the dirt, hoping the stains would stick. But you let them talk. You let them spin their stories. Because while they were busy selling your history, you were writing a future so bright it burned their script to ash. You owe them no explanation. You owe that old version of you no resurrection. The one who tolerated disrespect, who made herself small to make others comfortable, who lived in apology. She's gone, dead, buried. And the beautiful part? You didn't even hold a service. You outgrew the shell without warning. And now the ones who once laughed at your pain are confused by your power. Because they kept looking for the weakness that no longer lives in you. They can't recognize your energy because it doesn't shrink anymore. It confronts, it owns, it walks like the storm it survived. That's the thing about chosen ones. We don't make noise when we shed our skin. We just don't fit the old story anymore. Let them dig through your past. Let them obsess over the ashes, because while they're busy trying to pin you to an expired version of yourself, you're out here living like the upgrade they'll never access. They can't touch you. Not because you're hiding, but because you've elevated beyond their reach. Your silence isn't guilt, it's graduation. You didn't just walk away from the past, you torched the bridge and planted a garden on the ashes. You didn't rebuild what was broken, you built something brand new. And now, when they throw your name around like they still know you, they're only exposing how outdated their data is. You were never meant to stay in that old form. You were never meant to keep carrying those wounds as your identity. The universe knew what it was doing when it pulled you into isolation. It wasn't punishment. It was process. You were being recoded, reforged, rewritten. So stop feeling like you owe the world an explanation for your transformation. You don't. Chosen ones don't announce elevation. We become it. Quietly, completely. And don't you dare feel guilty for outgrowing people who only knew how to love your brokenness. You are not responsible for their inability to adapt to your healing. You were never going to stay broken just to make them comfortable. They were betting you'd stay stuck in your old story, but you're out here living in a plot twist they never saw coming. You were the one variable they couldn't control, and now they have to sit back and watch you become everything they said you'd never be, without their help, without their validation, and without looking back. They bet on your pain. You chose your power. They bet on your silence. You chose your voice. They bet on your limits. You chose your freedom. And now you owe nothing to the narrative they wrote without your consent. Let them choke on the old story. You're writing a new one in a language they never learned, and this time you're the author, the editor, and the headline. Number 5. You didn't just break curses, you turned them into warnings. They thought they were placing a curse on you, but all they did was sign their name on a lesson the universe would use to elevate you. This wasn't just your battle. Don't get it twisted. You weren't just up against your own pain, your own trauma, your own doubts. You were standing in the ring with centuries of silence, fear, and spiritual debt passed down through your bloodline like an inheritance of chains. But the universe didn't just place you in the storm, it built you for it. And when it came time to face those demons, you didn't flinch, you didn't run. You stood still, and you made the curse blink first. They underestimated you because they were too busy watching your surface. They didn't know your soul had been called to break patterns so old they didn't even have a name anymore. You weren't just healing. You were reprogramming reality itself. The pain that ran in your family ran into you, and for the first time in generations, it lost. You were the line in the sand, the no more, the it ends here. That's why it felt so heavy. That's why your isolation was so intense. That's why the attacks didn't let up. You weren't just dragging yourself forward. You were dragging the weight of every silent ancestor who never had a voice, every broken cycle that never met resistance, until you. And yes, they tried to make you pay for carrying that power. The ones who were comfortable in their curses, who benefited from the dysfunction, who thrived in the chaos, they came for you. Because your healing exposed their wounds, your elevation threatened their illusions. Your peace shook their foundation. They didn't just doubt you, they resented you. Because to them, your freedom looked like betrayal, your growth looked like arrogance, your strength made them feel small, but that wasn't your problem. That was their curse, rising up to meet the truth. And you didn't back down. You took every generational lie, every inherited wound, every pattern passed down like scripture, and you snapped it in half. You rewrote the narrative with your blood, your tears, your grit. You weren't handed peace. You built it, brick by bloody brick. And now, the curses that once owned your family don't even speak your name without trembling. Let them feel that. Let the curses that were sent to end you live long enough to see you thrive. That's the real revenge, not retaliation, but transformation. You didn't just break the cycle, you embarrassed it. You made it regret ever touching you, because what was meant to destroy you became your fuel. The very fire meant to consume you became your crown. You walked through generational hell and came out divine. You didn't just survive trauma, you dismantled its throne. You kicked down doors that were locked for decades. You healed wounds that weren't even yours. You cried tears that belonged to people you've never met, but whose pain lived in your cells. You screamed for ancestors who died whispering. You chose truth over tradition. And you burned the script that said pain was the price of belonging. That's what makes you dangerous. You didn't just step away from the curse. You turned around and dared it to try again. And when it did, it broke on impact. Because the chosen don't just run, they return fire. This is why your name holds weight now. This is why your silence makes noise. This is why they look at you like they've seen a ghost, because in a way they have. You carry the echoes of those who came before you, but unlike them, you didn't stay stuck in the echo. You became the voice, the final say, the correction. So if you're still wondering why it was so hard, why it felt like your soul was being pulled apart just to hold yourself together, understand this. You were never meant to just survive. You were called to end what others didn't have the strength to face. You are the curse breaker, the pattern disruptor, the bloodline reformer. And now they know. Now the curses know. And best believe they regret ever laying a hand on you. Number 6. You took every hit like a curse, then turned it into a blueprint they'll never decode. They thought they were wounding you, but every strike was just the universe drawing up your divine architecture. Let them talk about how they hurt you. Let them sit in circles and joke about the betrayal, the backstabbing, the setups, and the sabotage. Let them smirk at the chaos they threw your way, because while they were busy watching you break, they didn't realize something deeper was happening. You were learning. You weren't just getting hit, you were collecting data, you were mapping pressure points, you were decoding patterns. Every time they betrayed you, your intuition sharpened. Every time you were left bleeding, your soul recorded it like sacred text. Pain didn't destroy you, it taught you. It handed you keys that only come from surviving what should have ended you. That's what they don't get. They thought they were throwing chaos at you to confuse you, but the chosen don't go numb. We go deeper. We don't react. We read. And while they were hoping you'd explode, you evolved. Quietly, coldly, cleanly. You became an architect in your own storm. You took the betrayal and turned it into blueprint. You turned manipulation into foresight. You turned rejection into self-worth. You stopped needing to explain yourself. You started seeing through people without asking questions. You no longer respond emotionally to what you used to beg to understand, because now you see. And that terrifies them. They don't know how to move around you anymore. What used to trigger you now exposes them. What used to drain you now fuels your fire. You stopped taking things personally and started treating everything like information. Cold, clear, calculated information. That's the level of wisdom pain handed you. That's why your presence is surgical now. You know who you are, and more importantly, you know who they are, not because they told you, but because their betrayal revealed it. Their actions gave you X-rays of their soul. Their disloyalty gave you blueprints to every trap they thought you'd fall into. You weren't just walking through pain, you were being trained by it. You were in a classroom disguised as a battlefield, and now you move differently, strategically, intuitively. You speak less, you see more, you respond slower, you cut deeper, but only when necessary. Because now you know not everything deserves a reaction, but everything holds a lesson. They thought you were naive. They thought the heartbreak would break you open and leave you empty, but it only cracked the shell around your real power. It introduced you to parts of yourself you would have never found in comfort. That's the irony. They thought they were stopping you, but they were activating you. The wounds they left behind, they became sacred maps, holy blueprints, proof that you are who the universe said you were, not because you never fell, but because you never stayed down, because every fall came with a lesson. And every lesson came with elevation. That's the difference between the chosen and the cursed. When the cursed get hit, they repeat the cycle. When the chosen get hit, they build from it. So let them keep trying. Let them throw shade, throw blame, throw knives. You already know the pattern. You already studied the design. And now, you're untouchable, not because you don't feel, but because you understand. You've learned the art of turning injury into insight. You've turned every scar into sacred geometry, every betrayal into divine math. The pain didn't kill you, it structured you. They thought they were breaking you, but you were busy writing sacred codes in your bones. The kind of codes that don't just protect you, they guide you. So stop apologizing for how quiet you've become. Stop explaining your silence, your peace, your detachment. You earned this stillness. You earned this level of knowing. You earned this new version of you, the one who doesn't flinch anymore. Because when they sent you pain, they forgot one thing. Chosen ones don't just take the hit, we turn it into holy architecture. And now, you're walking in buildings made of the very bricks they threw at your head. Number 7, they lit fires to lure you in. You let them burn alone in the dark. They wanted a war. You gave them silence, and in that silence, they heard everything they feared about you, that you never needed to fight to win. They came at you sideways, grinning with venom behind their teeth, passive-aggressive posts, fake concern disguised as conversation, snide comments dressed as jokes. All of it was bait, all of it designed to pull you out of your power and drag you into their arena, the arena of ego, chaos, drama, and distraction. But you didn't move, you didn't swing, you didn't flinch. That silence, that stillness, that refusal to react, it starved them. They weren't just trying to hurt you, they were trying to provoke you. Because people like that, the ones who thrive on distortion and division, need your reaction to survive. Your peace is a famine to their dysfunction. Your indifference is poison to their manipulation. And when you didn't give them what they came for, they started to starve on their own venom. You didn't defend yourself because you didn't need to. The truth doesn't explain itself to lies. Royalty doesn't respond to rumors. Light doesn't argue with shadows. You saw the trap for what it was. They wanted to use your own fire against you, get you to act out of character so they could say, "See, I told you." But the chosen don't perform for approval. You knew that reacting would cost you more than silence ever would. So you took the hit, and you let them choke on their own performance. You let them expose themselves without lifting a single finger. That's how powerful you've become. And let's be honest, it wasn't easy. The old you would have fired back. The old you would have written the paragraph, clapped back, posted the receipts. But the old you had something to prove. This version knows you already won. There's nothing left to prove to people who were never going to see you clearly anyway. They wanted to pull you into a mud fight so they could call you dirty, but you stayed clean. You stayed still. You watched them wrestle shadows, scream into the void, and spiral in the silence you left behind. And that silence, it was louder than any response you could have given. They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't flinch, who doesn't take the bait, who doesn't feel the need to prove their worth, their loyalty, their identity every time they're questioned. That's terrifying to people who built their identity around reactions. You didn't just win the argument, you made the argument irrelevant. Because while they were playing petty games, you were building legacy. While they were feeding their ego, you were feeding your vision. They came with distractions, and you responded with distance. They brought war. And you brought peace. Not because you were weak, but because you were strategic, wise, aligned. And now they look foolish, talking to themselves in a room they built for your downfall, running plays you've already outgrown, swinging at shadows long after you've left the building. They still think you're listening, but you've been gone. Gone from the mindset that needed their approval. Gone from the energy that begged for validation. Gone from the cycles that made you feel small just so they could feel big. Let them spiral. Let them sit with their chaos. Because the greatest flex wasn't your response, it was your refusal. And don't feel bad about it. You didn't stay silent to be passive. You stayed silent to stay sovereign. You understood the cost of reaction. You chose peace over pettiness. You chose your path over their performance. That's not weakness. That's warrior restraint. That's chosen discipline. And now they'll never forget it. The silence that echoed louder than any scream, the calm that broke them more than confrontation ever could, the stillness that said, "I'm not coming down there. You're going to have to destroy yourself without me." They tried to provoke you into proving yourself, but you did something far more lethal. You proved you never had to. Number 8. They're just now seeing it, but you've been carrying the crown in your spirit for years. They thought you were becoming, but the truth is, you were remembering. The crown didn't appear. You just stopped hiding it. Let them gasp now. Let them act shocked, like this is some sudden win, like you just stumbled into favor, like the blessings came out of nowhere. Let them whisper behind closed doors about your overnight success. Because that's all they have left. Confusion. They don't realize they're just watching the physical world catch up to what your spirit already knew. You didn't just earn this, you already owned it. This was never about luck or coincidence or some last-minute miracle. You've been carrying this outcome in your spirit long before they ever saw a glimpse of it. The chosen don't manifest the future, we recall it. We walk with what's already written, and the rest of the world simply takes time to see what we've already claimed in silence. That's the part they'll never understand. They thought they could outwork you, outspeak you, outshine you. But this wasn't about talent or talk, it was about alignment. You weren't chasing, you were remembering. You were tuning your soul back to the frequency of what's already yours. And once that clicked, reality had no choice but to obey. You were never waiting on the win. The win was waiting on you to believe it, to accept it, to walk in it like it was already done. And now that you are, they can't stand it. Because they watched you in the drought, they watched you in the silence. They saw you walk through valleys that would have eaten most people alive, and now they can't make sense of how you kept showing up with confidence, how you moved like the battle was already won. Because it was. You didn't fake it, you felt it, deep in your bones, in your breath, in your being, the knowing, the promise, the quiet truth that whispered, it's already yours, even when everything around you looked like loss. That's what scares them, that your confidence wasn't tied to results, that your peace wasn't dependent on proof, that you kept building with no audience, kept trusting with no applause, kept glowing with no spotlight, because you weren't performing for them. You were aligning with the divine. See, the universe doesn't operate on human timelines. It doesn't care who's watching, clapping, or doubting. It moves when energy aligns. And your energy? It's been holding royalty while your circumstances were still dressed like survival. That disconnect wasn't delusion. It was design. You held the crown in private long before the world handed you the throne in public. That's why this moment hits different. It's not a surprise, it's a return, a restoration, a reflection. You are witnessing the external catch-up to what's been alive inside you for years. The world is finally seeing the frequency you've been walking in, and they don't know how to react because to them it's new. To you, it's just confirmation. They didn't believe because they couldn't see it. But the chosen don't wait for sight. We move on knowing. And now that you're here, don't you dare shrink to make them comfortable with your rise. This wasn't handed to you. This was activated in you. You endured the storm. You carried the weight. You sat in the silence when no one understood your vision. And now that it's here, walk in it like it's home. Because it is. You've already been crowned in the spirit. Reality is just adjusting its focus. And don't feel like you owe anyone the process. They didn't believe when it was invisible. They don't get to question it now that it's undeniable. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Let them create stories around your success. But the truth is simple. What they call a breakthrough is just you stepping fully into what's always been yours. You're not lucky. You're aligned. You're not just winning. You've already won. And now the rest of the world is just catching up to what your spirit celebrated a long time ago. Number 9, you didn't just level up, you became unreachable. They're still trying to fight the version of you that no longer exists, but you've already left the building, and now you're living where their hands can't reach and their lies can't breathe. Let's make something crystal clear. You didn't just level up. You didn't just glow up or move on. No, you shifted dimensions. You didn't climb a ladder. You walked through a portal. The old reality, the one where you were doubted, broken, underestimated, no longer applies to the person you've become. They're still throwing stones at a shadow. They're still dragging your name through conversations that don't even have your energy in them anymore. They're still rehearsing comebacks for a version of you that died in silence while they were busy mocking your silence. But the truth is, you outgrew the very environment where they once had power over you. You're not ignoring them. You're simply not there anymore. The new you lives beyond what they understand. Your growth outpaced their projections. Your healing outran their gossip. Your purpose rewrote every limitation they tried to place on your name. And now they're swinging at air. They're shadowboxing your evolution, hoping to provoke a reaction from someone who has already exited the room, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, vibrationally. They don't have access. Because you didn't just win, you vanished from the systems that fed on your suffering. You stopped giving CPR to dead situations. You walked away from the game, and now the players don't know what to do. You see, people only feel powerful when they know your weak spots. But you healed those. Quietly. Completely. Now there's nothing left for them to poke. And it's driving them mad. The silence you move in now, it's not distance, it's elevation. You didn't detach just to protect your peace. You transcended the level where their chaos even exists. They can't touch you because you're not vibrating at the same frequency anymore. You broke the contract. You outlived the curse. You moved from surviving to soaring, and the altitude is too much for them. Let them keep calling your name from the ground. Let them keep trying to summon the old you with insults, with lies, with petty provocations. You owe them nothing, not your time, not your energy, not even your anger. Because where you're going, their names don't echo. You didn't just change, you escaped. And the most powerful part, you never had to announce it. No revenge, no explosion, no spectacle, just silence, strategy, and a spiritual shift so profound they still can't track it. You're not just hard to reach now, you're impossible to return to. And now, here we are, full circle. If you've made it this far, it means something in your spirit knew this message was already yours. Not a coincidence, a confirmation. The war is over, the crown is on, and reality is finally catching up to what's been written about you all along. So own it, fully, loudly, unapologetically. If this hit your soul, like this video, subscribe for more truth they don't want you to hear, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare that it's already yours. Share this with another chosen one. Let them wake up too. A caged bird doesn't sing for joy. It sings to remind the jailer that it's still alive. Welcome back, chosen one. You weren't born to blend in. You were born to break the blueprint. The very people who smiled in your face were sharpening knives behind your back. They didn't raise you. They trained you to stay silent, to stay small, to stay under their control. But the cage is cracking now, and they can feel it. That panic you sense, that's not yours, that's theirs. They're not fighting you. They're wrestling with the universe, and guess what? The universe doesn't lose. Every time they gaslighted you, tried to dim your light, tried to call you crazy for questioning their lies. They weren't silencing a person. They were challenging cosmic order. They thought they could lock up lightning in a jar. But lightning doesn't stay still, and neither do you. Before we dive deeper, take 1 second and like and subscribe. When you do that, you're not just helping this message get seen. You're sending a flare out into the dark, a signal to other chosen ones who are waking up right now. You help the algorithm notice. You help the movement grow. You're doing more than you know. Let's get into it. Being chosen doesn't mean you were treated better. It often means you were targeted more. They saw your light before you knew it was even shining. The moment you started asking questions, the moment you refused to play along, you became a threat. They tried to convince you that you were the problem, but deep down, they always knew the truth. If you ever got free, the whole illusion would collapse. So they caged you with shame, guilt, and fake loyalty. They used bloodlines as chains, birthdays as bargaining chips, and childhood memories as manipulation. But we're family, they said, while digging into your spirit with smiling faces. What they really meant was, stay where we put you, but not anymore. Your mind started waking up. Your spirit started shaking the bars. And the moment you started slipping through their fingers, they panicked. Why? Because you were never meant to escape. They didn't just want control, they needed it. Your freedom proves their game was rigged. Your healing exposes their sickness. And here's the thing that haunts them the most. You didn't just survive, you transformed. They tried to bury you in silence, but now your voice echoes. They tried to clip your wings, but you're mid-flight. You're becoming exactly what they feared, a reflection of everything they tried to destroy and couldn't. You are not alone. The universe doesn't forget its own. It whispers through every breakdown, moves through every betrayal, and stands behind every truth you dared to speak. You thought you were losing everything, but really, you were shedding their poison. That's not loneliness, that's clarity. And let me be clear, stop doubting your light. Stop assuming you're broken just because they couldn't love you properly. You're not too much. You were just surrounded by people who were too small. You weren't meant to fit in. You were meant to stand out. That's why they hated you quietly, envied you loudly, and feared what you might become. So let them panic, let them twist. You're not running from them, you're rising beyond them. You didn't escape a cage, you outgrew it. And now, you're becoming the storm they prayed you'd never survive. So, if you've made it this far, that means you feel it. The pressure, the shift, the breaking of the cage. This isn't just a video. This is a mirror held up to everything they tried to keep you from seeing. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done playing the role they wrote for you. If you're ready to reclaim your power and let their panic be the proof that your escape is real, then stay. Don't just watch. Feel this. And now, let's break it down step by step. If you're truly one of the chosen, you won't be able to look away. Let's begin. Number 1. They tried to bury the threat, but you were a seed with a storm inside. They didn't fear your rebellion. They feared your awakening, because once you see the cage, you start breaking the whole damn system. Let's make something very clear. The reason they targeted you wasn't because you were weak. It wasn't because you were flawed, broken, or too sensitive. They zeroed in on you because you carried a current they couldn't control. You were wired differently. You were chosen, and deep down, they felt it before you ever did. Your light was never the problem. It was the trigger. The alarm that sounded every time you entered a room with your questions, your clarity, your quiet refusal to play their game. They didn't try to help you. They tried to contain you. Your shady family wasn't worried about your well-being. They were worried about what would happen when you woke up and realized who you truly were. You weren't just the odd one out. You were the mirror they couldn't look into without choking on their own reflection. And here's the brutal truth. They didn't just underestimate you. They overplayed their hand. The cage they built for you wasn't made of steel. It was made of illusions, guilt, and false loyalty. But you're seeing through it now. The smoke is clearing. You're remembering. You ever wonder why they called you too much? Why they mocked your intuition, laughed at your silence, pushed your buttons just to see you explode? That wasn't random. That was strategy. Because when someone can't destroy your gift, they'll try to destroy your belief in it. They couldn't kill your light, so they tried to convince you it wasn't real. But listen closely. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the force behind you. They thought they were locking up one person, but they were challenging the very current of the universe. The system that selects the chosen and backs them in ways logic can't explain. They tried to choke the roots, not knowing you were connected to something deeper, something divine in motion, even if we don't call it divine. The universe moves for its chosen ones. It shifts timelines. It breaks patterns. It removes everything and everyone not meant to go with you. That's why your isolation was brutal. It wasn't punishment. It was precision, a sacred detachment. The system was pulling you back to launch you forward, and every loss you cried over was really a release from poison. And now that you're rising, now that the fog is lifting, they're panicking, because they always knew that if the cage cracked open, it wouldn't just set you free, it would collapse the lies they lived in. That's why they kept you close, but controlled. That's why they weaponized tradition, culture, and fake affection. You weren't part of the family. You were the glitch in their matrix, and you always were. Still doubting, still wondering if this is really you? Let's be real. If you weren't chosen, you wouldn't have survived what they put you through. The breakdowns, the betrayals, the inner war between knowing something was wrong and being told you were crazy for seeing it. Most wouldn't have made it. But you did. You're still here, still standing. That's not an accident. That's power. Stop treating your survival like luck. Stop labeling your clarity as paranoia. And stop apologizing for being different. You were never meant to be like them. You were designed to disrupt the mold, not fit into it. That's why you felt heavy in rooms that lacked truth. That's why they said you were too deep, too serious, too intense. No, you were too real for a house built on lies. And here's what keeps them up at night. Now that you're breaking free, you're not just healing. You're becoming dangerous to their entire narrative. You're the one who remembers, the one who questions, the one who leaves and doesn't come back playing the same part. They buried a chosen one thinking you'd stay down. But they didn't realize the universe doesn't bury its warriors. It plants them. So grow, break the soil, tear through the silence. Because you weren't just locked in a cage, you outgrew it. And now, you're the walking proof that everything they feared is happening right in front of them. Let them panic, let them run, because this time, you're not the one trapped. They are. Number 2. They built an invisible cage, but you were born to walk through walls. They didn't chain your body, they hijacked your mind. That's how cowards operate, not with force, but with infection. Let's rip the mask off this lie once and for all. The cage they locked you in, it wasn't made of concrete or steel. It didn't need to be. It was built with sighs, with eye rolls, with "you're too sensitive," and "don't be dramatic." It was forged in the fires of subtle control, quiet manipulation dressed up as love, sabotage disguised as concern, and criticism hidden behind fake smiles and family dinners. They didn't imprison your limbs. They imprisoned your beliefs about yourself, about your worth, about what you were allowed to want and who you were allowed to be. Every time you dreamed big, they laughed small. Every time you spoke truth, they labeled it disrespect. Every time your soul said no, they said, "You're being difficult." That wasn't discipline. That wasn't parenting. That wasn't protection. That was programming. They trained you like a pet, not raised you like a person. They gave you just enough attention to keep you close, but never enough to let you bloom. They didn't need a cage with bars. They made you build the walls yourself. And then they stood there, smiling, as you paced your own prison, wondering why your wings didn't work. They made your independence a threat. Your questions became crimes. Your silence became a battlefield. When you tried to grow, they called you disloyal. When you tried to leave, they called you ungrateful. What they really meant was, "How dare you not stay broken for our comfort?" That's the part they'll never say out loud. You see, it was never about protecting you. It was always about protecting their lies, their dysfunction, their fragile little egos. You walking in truth was a threat to everything false they had built. You being real made their fake world shatter. You were the living evidence that something was deeply wrong with them, and they couldn't let that truth breathe. So they conditioned you. They handed you guilt like it was your inheritance. They gave you fear instead of freedom. They carved their shame into your back and called it family values. They didn't have to beat you into silence. They just had to train you to doubt yourself so deeply that you would never even try to scream. The abuse was clean, polished, and polite. The kind of psychological warfare you can't prove in court, but you feel in your bones. That's how evil operates when it wears a friendly face. Still wondering why you stayed so long. Still beating yourself up for not seeing it sooner. Don't. That was the point. That's the brilliance of the cage. It was invisible. They didn't trap your body. They got inside your mind and whispered lies until you repeated them as your own. This is normal. This is just how families are. Maybe I really am the problem. But here's what they didn't count on. Your spirit was built from a material they couldn't manipulate. No matter how many years they spent poisoning the soil, the seed still sprouted. That ache inside you. The one that told you this wasn't love, this wasn't truth, this wasn't it. That was the universe tapping on the walls of your cage, waiting for you to listen. And now, Now you're not just listening, you're moving, and they feel it. That's why they're scrambling. That's why the same people who told you you're too much are now saying, you've changed. Damn right you've changed. You stopped shrinking for their comfort. You stopped mistaking their chains for hugs. You stopped letting their emotional blackmail define your reality. You're not broken. You were brilliantly built, by design, not by accident. And that brilliance is starting to burn through the fog they wrapped you in. You were never hard to love. You were just surrounded by people incapable of loving someone they couldn't control. That's not on you. That's on them. You want to know the real reason they panicked when you started waking up? It's because they knew. Once your eyes opened, you'd never unsee it. And once one chosen one escapes, the whole system starts to shake. You're not just healing for yourself. You're rewriting the code they've used for generations to keep others trapped. And don't forget this. The universe chose you because it knew you had the strength to face this head-on, to break patterns, to walk out without needing revenge. Because your freedom is the revenge. Your peace is the echo of justice they'll never outrun. The moment you stop reacting to their games, their power collapses like a house of cards. And if you're doubting that now, stop. You are not too late. You are not crazy. You are not alone. You are the living proof that energy never lies. You saw the cracks before the walls fell. You felt the darkness even when the lights were on. You heard the silence between their words and still had the courage to trust your gut. You weren't paranoid. You were right. And now that you're free, let that fuel you. Let the fact that they spent so much time, effort, and energy trying to suppress you tell you exactly how powerful you are. They don't fight what they don't fear. They tried to kill what they couldn't control, and that means your very existence is a disruption to their illusion. So walk tall, walk proud, walk the hell away from their prison, and don't look back unless it's to burn the damn blueprint. You are not responsible for their comfort. You are responsible for your freedom. Let them deal with their panic. Let them sit in the silence you used to fill with apologies. You're done explaining. You're done justifying. You're done carrying a family's sickness on your back like it was a badge of honor. You are not their scapegoat. You are not their fixer. You are the chosen one. And now you're walking proof that the cage was never real. Only your freedom is, and it's louder than their lies will ever be. Number 3. Why they're panicking. You were the thread holding their illusion together. They didn't just build a cage, they built a kingdom, and you were the pillar. The second you stepped out, the whole castle started to crumble. Let's rip the curtain all the way down. Their panic isn't confusion, it's collapse. They always knew this day might come. They just prayed it wouldn't. They laughed at your boundaries, scoffed at your growth, mocked your silence. Because deep down, they sensed it. The moment you stopped playing your role, their entire house of lies would shake at the foundation. Control wasn't just their habit, it was their identity. And you were the keystone. The peacekeeper, the emotional shock absorber, the family translator, the one who took the hits and smiled through it. You were trained to carry their chaos like it was a birthright. You were never just a member of the family. You were the scapegoat, the fixer, the emotional sponge. They threw their filth at you, then complained when you started looking stained. And now you're walking away, now you're waking up, now you're healing. That's not just rebellion to them, that's apocalypse. Because if you don't need them, it means you never did. And that reality is a threat they can't emotionally afford to admit. If you survive without their grip, it proves that all their cruelty was never love, never guidance, never protection. It was control. Plain, calculated control. They didn't invest in you. They fed on you. And now they're starving. They used shame like a leash, guilt like a muzzle. They distorted the very air you breathed to make sure you saw yourself as the problem, so they could always be the solution. The moment you stopped calling them for help, the illusion cracked. The moment you smiled without their approval, they felt the power shift, and it terrified them. Why do you think they suddenly care now? Why do you think they start calling, checking in, pretending to be worried? It's not love. It's not guilt. It's fear. You were the asset that held their dysfunction in place. You ever pull one thread and watch a whole sweater unravel? That's what your freedom does to their system. It exposes everything they were hiding, because your healing makes their toxicity impossible to ignore. Your peace screams louder than all their manipulation. Your silence, once used to keep the peace, is now a signal flare to every lie they ever told. And don't fall for the guilt trip they'll try to run now. You've changed, they'll say. Family sticks together, they'll preach. But what they really mean is, come back and keep making our sickness feel normal. They don't want you happy. They want you obedient. They want you confused, compliant, manageable. Because a free, fully aware chosen one is the one thing they can't predict, can't control, and definitely can't silence. And here's the brutal part. Some of them weren't even aware they were doing it. They were raised in their own cages, learned the same manipulations, swallowed the same poison. But unconscious abuse is still abuse. Just because they didn't know they were breaking you doesn't mean they didn't do it. That's their responsibility, not your burden. So let them panic. Let them spiral. Let them watch from a distance as the person they once chained down now flies higher than they ever imagined. You don't owe them your silence just because they called it love. You don't owe them your presence just because they share your blood. Your happiness is rebellion. Your boundaries are revolution. Every smile, every deep breath, every night of peace you didn't used to have, that's the evidence, the receipts, the reality check they never saw coming. And don't doubt for a second that this is real, this awakening you're experiencing, the clarity, the weight that's finally lifting, the way your body feels different now that you're not surrounded by their energy. That's not coincidence. That's the system shifting in your favor. That's the universe affirming, yes, you were always chosen. Yes, they always feared your power. And yes, their panic is just the sound of your prison breaking for good. So stay the course, hold the line. Don't run back just because they finally realized what they lost. You are not responsible for saving what was built to break you. They didn't panic because they lost you. They panicked because without you, they're exposed. Because your freedom isn't just escape, it's the truth made visible. Let them tremble, let them watch. You're not coming back. You were never theirs to keep. Number 4, they called it love, but it was psychological warfare in disguise. When manipulation wears the mask of love, betrayal feels like loyalty and freedom feels like a crime. Let's stop sugarcoating this for even 1 second. Your family didn't need to chain you to a wall. They turned your own mind into a prison, and they did it with surgical precision. They didn't storm in with rage. They wrapped control in sweetness. They didn't push you into the cage. They made you walk in smiling, thinking it was safety. That's the darkest part of their tactics. They wore the mask of "I care about you," while silently making sure you never cared too much about yourself. Every sacrifice they paraded wasn't about giving, it was about leverage, emotional currency. They did just enough to say, "Look what I've done for you," but never enough to let you be free of them. And the moment you started pulling away, the victim act kicked in. "After all I've done for you" became their favorite chorus, because victimhood was their shield. They could abuse you in private, then collapse in tears the second you pushed back. And if you dared question their behavior, suddenly you were the heartless one. You were the betrayer. You were the villain in the story they wrote to keep you cast as the grateful, silent one. Every compliment they gave had a string attached. Every show of love had a hook hidden beneath it. You weren't being affirmed, you were being baited, fed just enough validation to keep you questioning whether things were really that bad. That's how they made you hesitate. That's how they made you doubt the fire rising in your chest, the voice in your gut that kept whispering, "This isn't right." They knew exactly what they were doing. Don't let the fake tears fool you. One of the most sinister tactics, making freedom look like betrayal. They wrapped the word family so tight around your throat that the idea of choosing yourself felt wrong. You weren't just trying to heal, you were fighting the psychological wiring that told you every step away was abandonment. They blurred love with obligation so well that you couldn't tell where their pain ended and your guilt began. They used traditions, holidays, and generational scripts as traps. "This is just how we do things. You know how your uncle is. We don't talk about those things." Translation: stay quiet, stay broken, and don't rock the boat. They made you question whether your discomfort was even valid, as if peace was only something you got to experience if it didn't make them uncomfortable. Let's talk about the silence games, the sudden cold shoulder, the backhanded compliments, the way they'd ignore your wins but obsess over your mistakes. These weren't harmless quirks. These were tactics, psychological operations dressed up as just how we are. It wasn't harmless. It was sabotage. They kept you walking on eggshells while making you believe you were the one with the problem. They weaponized your empathy, used your love like a leash, and every time you tried to pull away, they tightened it with memories, guilt trips, and threats wrapped in emotion. They played the long game, and the masterpiece of their manipulation, making you internalize it, so you'd gaslight yourself before anyone else even had to, so you'd stay in line without being told, so you'd punish yourself for even thinking of leaving. But here's the thing they never expected. You started to wake up, and once a chosen one wakes up, every mask starts to crack. You saw behind the curtain. You realized that most of their kindness was control. Most of their love was leverage. Most of their sacrifice was scoreboard keeping. And suddenly it all stopped feeling like home and started feeling like hell. They didn't prepare for that. They didn't plan for the moment you'd value your peace more than their approval. They didn't expect the day you'd walk out, not with rage, but with silence, because silence is the only thing they can't twist. It's the moment you stop defending yourself, stop explaining, stop trying to get them to understand what they already knew. They just didn't care. And don't let anyone romanticize this with, "but they tried their best." No, try again. You don't try your best by breaking someone and calling it tradition. You don't love someone by crippling their spirit just so you can keep them close. You try your best by unlearning the damage, not passing it down with a smile. Your healing isn't betrayal, it's self-rescue. Your boundaries aren't cruelty, they're protection. Your silence isn't disrespect, it's survival. So let them call it betrayal. Let them whisper. Let them twist the story to protect their pride. Because you're the one who broke the cycle. You're the one who didn't pass the poison forward. And that makes you dangerous in the best way possible. They used shady tactics because they knew they could never keep you otherwise. And now that you're out, don't just escape, expose. Not by shouting, not by arguing, just by living free, loudly, peacefully, fully. Because nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone who no longer needs to be understood to walk away. You were never disloyal for leaving the cage. You were chosen to destroy it. And now, let them sit in the silence they created, while you breathe in the freedom they never wanted you to taste. Number 5. Breaking out was just the beginning. Now you're burning down the blueprint. They didn't just fear your escape, they feared your evolution, because a healed version of you is living proof that they were always the problem. Let's make one thing brutally clear. Escaping the cage was only step 1. Don't let that temporary high of physical distance fool you. Just because you walked away doesn't mean they stopped trying to control the story. In fact, now that you're out, their true panic begins. Not because you left, but because you're thriving without them. They were never just scared of losing access to you. They were scared of losing control of the narrative. And now that you're rewriting it in real time, they're doing everything they can to claw it back. You see, while you were in the cage, they got to shape the version of you that everyone saw. The weak one, the lost one, the crazy one. They spun your confusion into character flaws. They twisted your trauma responses into personality traits. You weren't growing wrong, you were growing in poisoned soil, but they told everyone you were the issue. That was their power. That was their safety net. But now you're out here glowing. Now you're healing. Now you're speaking truth they hoped would never leave the family walls. And your light? It's a spotlight on everything they tried to bury. They called you naive, but you're making moves they could never imagine. They said you'd fall apart, but you're standing taller than ever. They told people you were broken, but now you're the one people turn to for clarity. And that is why they double down. That's why the rumors start. That's why they act confused, play innocent, whisper lies behind closed doors. Because your growth is their exposure. Your peace is their panic. Your strength makes everything they said about you look like the desperate fiction it always was. Don't be surprised when the smear campaign kicks off. That's textbook behavior. When manipulators lose control of your mind, they try to take control of your image. If they can't keep you, they'll try to taint how the world sees you, whispering half-truths, painting you as unstable, questioning your motives, making your healing journey look like a midlife crisis or a spiritual breakdown. They can't handle the fact that you became the version of yourself they always said you were incapable of becoming. It shatters their illusion. It forces accountability into the room, and that's their kryptonite. They weren't counting on you rising. They weren't counting on you being louder in your truth than they ever were in their lies. And don't be fooled by the fake concern, the sudden check-ins, the awkward "how have you been" messages. That's not love, that's surveillance. They want intel, not intimacy. They want updates so they can recalibrate their strategy. Your success isn't just threatening, it's humiliating. Because now people are starting to ask questions. Now people are starting to notice the gaps. Now, people who once believed their version of you are seeing your truth unfold, and it doesn't match the script. This is why escaping isn't enough, because if you stop at the door and don't burn the script, they'll keep acting like they wrote your story. And worse, you might still feel like you owe them something, a call, an explanation, a reunion. But hear this, you owe no one your silence when it was purchased with your suffering. Your freedom isn't passive. It's not just the absence of chains, it's the presence of clarity, the confidence to speak, the right to take up space, the refusal to water yourself down so others feel more comfortable. So no, don't just escape, rebuild, build so boldly, so authentically, so unapologetically that your life becomes the loudest rebuttal they never saw coming. Let every move forward echo with the truth. You never needed their approval to thrive. You just needed to get out of their grip. Let your peace convict them. Let your glow haunt them. Let your silence scream what your words no longer need to say, because the cage was never just a place, it was a performance. And now the show is over. Curtains closed, truth exposed. You didn't just walk out, you walked back in as proof that they lost. And that is the part they'll never recover from. Number 6. You weren't the problem. You were the projection screen for their shame. They didn't scapegoat you because you were weak. They did it because you were strong enough to carry the weight of their denial without collapsing. Until now. Let's stop pretending this was ever accidental. You weren't the family disappointment by chance. You were assigned the scapegoat role, strategically, deliberately, and early. Not because you were the problem, but because you were the one they couldn't control without making you believe you were the issue. You were the emotional landfill. The chosen one they blamed for everything, so the rest of them could pretend they were fine. And the most sinister part, they made it look normal. When you cried, you were too sensitive. When you questioned, you were disrespectful. When you stood your ground, you were difficult. They framed your very existence as flawed. Why? Because if they could get you to internalize their dysfunction as your failure, you'd spend your whole life fixing yourself instead of exposing them. That's not just abuse, that's strategy. You became the family's emotional shock absorber, their shadow puppet, the one who got blamed when things went wrong, even if you weren't in the room. That wasn't coincidence, that was training, that was conditioning. They set it up so perfectly that even you started to believe it. This always happens because of me. If I could just be better, they'd stop. Maybe I really am the one who ruins everything. No, you were the mirror, not the mistake, and they hated the reflection. That's why they cracked it. That's why they threw their projections on you like dirty laundry and walked away feeling clean. It was never about who you were. It was about what you revealed. And every time your truth got too loud, they twisted the narrative to make you the villain. Understand this, scapegoating isn't random, it's mathematical. They picked the one with the light, the empathy, the insight. They picked the one who felt everything, because if you could feel it, they knew they could blame you for it. And if you ever resisted, they'd double down, punish you harder, freeze you out, paint you as crazy to anyone who'd listen. And guess what? Some people did believe them. Friends, other family members, even you at times. That's how deep the smear went. That's how tightly they wrapped the roll around your throat. But now you're waking up, and that's what terrifies them. Because once a scapegoat sees the system, they stop playing the part. They stop apologizing. They stop explaining. They stop accepting silent guilt just to keep the peace. And when that happens, the entire lie starts to unravel. Now you're asking real questions. Why was I always the one they talked about behind closed doors? Why did I always feel like I was wrong, no matter how hard I tried? Why did they love me conditionally when I performed, complied, or stayed silent? because they never saw you as a whole person. They saw you as a role, a function, a sponge for their shame, a decoy for their dysfunction, and they fed off your confusion to keep their fragile image intact. And now that you're standing in truth, they can't take it. Your healing threatens their entire dynamic. Your growth doesn't just make them uncomfortable, it exposes them. They're not panicking because you were broken. They're panicking because you're not. Your peace is proof. Your distance is evidence, and your refusal to carry their mess any longer is the ultimate betrayal to the false order they built around you. Let's be clear, this was never about fairness. Scapegoating is about power. It's about control. It's about targeting the one they knew had the strength to survive the fire, just not the support to recognize it for what it was. Until now. Now you see the game. Now you see the guilt wasn't yours. Now you see their blame was just projection, fear dressed up as righteousness. And now you refuse to play their pawn. Let them scramble. Let them rewrite the story for anyone still willing to listen. Because the truth is, your silence was their comfort, your pain was their shield. But the moment you said, "No more," everything shifted. You weren't chosen because you were weak. You were chosen because you were the only one strong enough to survive being labeled the problem without becoming it. You carried the weight of a broken system and still found the strength to walk away. That's not damage, that's power. You're not the scapegoat anymore. You're the whistleblower, the cycle breaker, the threat they never saw coming, and now they can't silence. Let them wear their shame. Let them carry their own weight. You were never meant to bleed for their healing, and now you won't, not ever again. Number 7, they didn't choose you out of love. They chose you to silence what they couldn't understand. You weren't their favorite. You were their fire alarm, and they tried to smash you before the whole house burned down. Let's kill the illusion right now. Being the chosen one in a toxic family is not a compliment. It's not a badge of honor. It's not love in disguise. It's a red target painted on your back because they saw something in you they couldn't tame. You were chosen, yes, but not for praise, not for protection. You were chosen for suppression, for containment, for the quiet annihilation of everything inside you that made their dysfunction uncomfortable. You were born with qualities they couldn't match, so they tried to dismantle them one by one. Your curiosity was labeled defiance. Why do you always question everything? Your independence? Selfishness? You think you're better than everyone? Your honesty? Too much, too intense, too emotional, too serious. They couldn't keep up, so they called you broken. They couldn't understand, so they labeled you dangerous. But what they were really saying was this: you're the one who sees through us, and we don't know what to do with that. Your power wasn't loud, it was clear. That was the threat. You didn't need a title, a crown, or a role. You walked into rooms with eyes that knew, that read between the lines, that sensed the games. You questioned when you were told to obey. You noticed when no one else did. You felt when everyone else numbed out. And for people who survive off manipulation, gaslighting, and illusions, someone like you is hell on earth. You weren't chosen to be celebrated. You were chosen to be controlled. That's why they gave you just enough attention to keep you close, but never enough support to make you strong. That's why they studied you, not to nurture, but to find the best ways to break you. They used their familiarity like a weapon, hitting you in the soft spots, the places only family is supposed to protect. They wanted to hollow you out from the inside, turn your brilliance against you. They turned your empathy into a leash, your emotional depth into something to mock, your voice into a threat. And yet, somehow, you're still standing. And now you're stepping into everything they tried to smother. And that's why they're panicking. Because when the chosen one survives, heals, and remembers, they become the one thing a toxic family system cannot handle. A truth teller who doesn't need their approval to speak. You're no longer asking for validation. You're no longer explaining your pain. You're no longer shrinking to keep the peace. You've realized that your voice was always the earthquake, and now that you've stopped apologizing for the tremors, they're feeling the aftershocks. They can't handle who you're becoming because it makes one thing glaringly obvious. They failed. All their efforts to break you, twist you, mold you, they didn't work. The very traits they targeted are now your strength. The qualities they tried to crush are now your identity. Every insult became armor. Every betrayal became fuel. Every attempt to silence you made your voice stronger. You are not too much. You were just placed in a family that was committed to being less. And let's be honest, they knew this day was coming. That's why they fought so hard. That's why they pushed you, isolated you, turned others against you. Because they knew that if you ever stopped doubting yourself, you'd outgrow them, that your light would expose the mold growing in their cracks, that once you saw your reflection clearly, you'd stop begging for scraps from people who only fed you when it served them. They didn't pick you because you were easy to control. They picked you because you were the only one they couldn't fully conquer, and that terrified them. And now that you're rising, they're calling it ego, they're calling it disrespect, but it's none of that. It's truth, it's evolution, it's the full, unleashed version of you, standing in the same room they tried to keep you small in, and not asking for a damn thing. So no, you were never their favorite. You were the threat, the reminder, the mirror they couldn't smash without facing themselves. And now, you're untouchable, not because they stopped trying, but because you stopped shrinking. Let them talk, let them twist it, let them rewrite the story for people still asleep. You know what really happened, you know what you endured, and now you know what it means. Being the chosen one was never about favoritism. It was about being built to break the system from the inside. And you did. Now stand in it. They can't stop what they never understood. Number 8. Freedom isn't just an exit. It's a wilderness you learn to survive in. The silence after escape isn't peace. It's the echo of every chain you broke, and if you're hearing it, you're finally free enough to rebuild. Let's not sugarcoat what happens after the cage breaks. Everyone loves to talk about freedom like it's a celebration, like the moment you cut the cord, you suddenly find yourself dancing in the sunlight, healed and whole. But here's the part no one wants to talk about. Freedom is lonely as hell at first. Because when you walk away from toxic systems, you're not just walking away from the abusers, you're walking away from everyone they infected, everyone they lied to about you, everyone who benefited from your silence, everyone who knew something was wrong but stayed quiet to keep their seat at the table. You leave, and suddenly the phone goes quiet. The messages stop. The invites disappear, and you're standing in this unfamiliar silence, wondering, was this the right move? Yes, it was. But that doesn't mean it won't hurt. Because the shady ones never just let you go. They don't bless your healing. They don't wish you well. They rewrite the story in real time to save their image. They paint you as unstable, ungrateful, disrespectful. They start whisper campaigns behind your back, dripping poison into ears that never even cared to hear your side. They don't just smear you, they erase you, replacing your truth with their fiction. And what's worse, Sometimes people believe them. Sometimes even the ones you thought might get it choose comfort over truth. And suddenly the room feels colder, the silence heavier. You start to wonder, was I the crazy one? Did I overreact? Maybe it wasn't that bad. Stop. That's the trap. That's the loneliness they counted on. They knew once you were isolated, you'd be more likely to return, that the silence might feel more unbearable than the noise you escaped from, that you'd miss the chaos just because it was familiar. This is where most people get pulled back in, not because they want to, but because they can't handle what comes after the freedom. But here's the truth you need to hold on to. This part is sacred. The isolation isn't punishment, it's purification. It's where the real rebuilding begins. It's where the false identities they stitched onto your skin begin to fall off. It's where you start asking, who am I without their narrative? Who am I without their voices in my head? This is where you stop performing, stop over-explaining, stop apologizing for taking up space. You begin to meet you, not the scapegoat, not the fixer, not the peacekeeper, just you, raw, unfiltered, untouched by manipulation. And yes, it's lonely, but it's also real. No more forced smiles, no more walking on eggshells, just silence, clarity, and room to breathe. And here's the beautiful, brutal truth. From that empty space, you will rebuild. The loneliness won't last forever. But don't rush to fill it with noise. Let it do its work. Let it strip away everything that wasn't real. Because as you sit in that stillness, something begins to happen. You begin to attract people who see you, not the version of you that played nice to survive, but the version that's true. The world starts to respond differently when you stop shrinking. When your energy shifts from please like me to I'm not here to perform, people feel it. The wrong ones flee. The right ones find you. You start to build a new circle, slowly, quietly, authentically, not out of desperation, but out of alignment. And no, it won't happen overnight. Some days it'll feel like no one understands, but the ones who do, when they arrive real. No masks, no games, just connection that isn't built on your silence, but on your truth. And one day you'll look around and realize you didn't just escape a cage, you built a new world, a life not dictated by obligation or fear. A space where love isn't conditional, where you're not tiptoeing around triggers, but standing solid in your own presence. That's what true freedom is. Not just leaving the room, but no longer needing to be in it. Not just escaping their system, but creating one that honors you. So if you're sitting in the quiet right now, wondering why it hurts so much, hold on. That pain is the detox. That ache is the residue of everything you carried for people who never deserved your weight. You're not alone. You're early in your freedom. And this isn't the end. It's the beginning of a life where you get to be fully you, without apology. Let the silence do its job. Let the loneliness teach you who's worth your energy, and let your healing be so complete that even the ones who tried to break you no longer recognize the person you've become. Because the truth is, you were never meant to belong in their world. You were meant to build your own. And now that you see the truth for what it is, no filters, no illusions, there's no going back. You didn't just survive the cage, you exposed it. You've stepped into the role they feared most, the awakened, unstoppable version of yourself. The one who no longer asks for permission to breathe. If this message hit home, like this video, subscribe to help push it to more chosen ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to own your freedom, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. Let's light the path for the next to rise. You can bury a flame, but not the heat that follows. And, oh, look who's choking on their own script. Look at them, chosen one, wide-eyed, breathless, running around like headless chickens in a thunderstorm they started. They thought they were writing your ending, but oops, turns out they were just drafting their own downfall. With permanent ink. You feel that? That pressure in the air? That's not your burden. That's their panic. That's the weight of every fake smile, every backstab, every whispered lie crashing down all at once. Beautiful, isn't it? They messed up. Bad. Not a little slip. Not a minor misstep. No, this is full-blown, all gas no brakes, driving into a wall-level self-destruction. And now, they're begging, crying out to anyone who'll listen, trying to get help, anywhere. But help's not coming. Not when you made your bed in betrayal and tried to set someone else on fire in it. They didn't just target a person, they took a swing at someone the universe had marked. And now the universe is swinging back, not softly, not politely, but with precision and zero sympathy. Oh, see what just happened? Before we dive deeper, go ahead and like this video and subscribe. Not just because it helps the algorithm, because the more you engage, the more this message reaches the next chosen one who's watching their enemies spiral and wondering if they're crazy for enjoying it. You're not. This is what justice looks like when it stops asking nicely. Now lean in, because this part gets good. They're trying to heal, trying to make peace. Funny, right? They had no problem tearing you down when the crowd was cheering. But now the lights are off, the crowd's gone, and all they've got is the echo of what they did. And the silence of the universe not picking up the call. They can't sleep, they can't think, they can't breathe without the memory of what they tried to do to you breathing down their neck. And every time they close their eyes, they see you, not broken, not bitter, but unbothered, elevated, watching. Because that's what really eats at them. You didn't just survive, you vanished from their chaos, and now you're glowing in places they can't reach. You became the ghost they can't shake, not dead, just above them. And oh, the irony. They used to say you were too much. Now they're choking on the silence you left behind. You became a trigger wrapped in peace. And every room they walk into, your energy's already there. Cold, unforgiving. True. They tried to bury you with gossip. Now they're buried in guilt. They tried to isolate you. Now no one's answering their calls. Not even the same people they turned against you. Because once the truth starts leaking, nobody wants to be seen bailing out a sinking ship. So let them squirm. Let them dig through every self-help book, therapist session, or prayer circle they can find. It won't save them. Not from this. Not when the collapse is internal. This isn't revenge. It's revelation. And you, chosen one, were never the villain. You were the alarm clock, the walking consequence, the cosmic correction, and they pressed snooze until it was too late. So stand tall, smile if you want, watch the show, because they're not just looking for help now, they're looking for a time machine. Too bad the universe doesn't do reruns. So tell me, are you just watching or witnessing the fallout? If what you've heard so far has your blood humming and your intuition lighting up, that's no coincidence. That's the universe confirming what you already knew. They messed up, and now they're spiraling. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever seen someone try to hurt you and end up destroying themselves. Because now, we're going deeper. This next part, it'll make their downfall feel personal. Let's get into it, step by step. Stay sharp. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Number 1. The one who set fire to their playbook. They thought you were a pawn, but you were the glitch that made the whole board collapse. Look at them now, trembling in the ruins of their own script, crying behind closed doors, asking questions out loud like, how did this all go so wrong? Oh, it went wrong the moment they laid dirty hands on someone chosen. The second they tried to mishandle what the universe handcrafted, their fate was sealed. You don't play chess with a storm and expect the king to survive. And now, their games, useless, their strategies, burned, their masks, melted under the same heat they thought they could control. Chosen one, hear this loud. You weren't just different, you were dangerous to their illusion. Your light wasn't a feature, it was a threat. A spotlight exposing every fake alliance, every lie, every snake hiding in the tall grass. And still, they thought you could be pushed, ignored, reshaped. They didn't realize they weren't dealing with another clone. They were facing the original blueprint the system was never ready for. They tried to mishandle you like they do everyone else. Guilt tripped you, dismissed your boundaries, mocked your silence. They pulled every manipulative trick from their dusty little toolbox, thinking you'd fold. But you weren't in their toolbox. You were the hammer. You weren't built to bend. You were born to break patterns. And you did. That's why they're panicking now. You were the disruption, the static in their smooth broadcast, the curveball in their linear little story. They wanted easy. You brought depth. They wanted someone to shrink. You expanded. You made them feel small without even trying. And for people built on ego, that's the deepest cut. That's why they came for you. Not because you were weak, but because your very presence was an insult to their delusions. Now they're scrambling, grasping for peace in places that don't know their name, trying to gather sympathy from the same crowd they once used to mock you. But the crowd has moved on. And the universe? It's locked the exits. No prayers, no pity, no escape. They weren't just fighting you, they were going toe-to-toe with divine order. And when the universe aligns itself to protect its chosen, it doesn't need thunder to strike. It whispers first. Then it moves everything, people, time, even delay, just to place you where they can't reach. And when they still try, oh, now they find out what unreachable really looks like. You think it was coincidence they couldn't copy your essence? You think it was just luck that their lies eventually exploded in their face? No, that's alignment. That's what happens when you're chosen. You don't have to chase revenge. The universe handles it while you heal. You just had to survive. And you did. That survival? It's killing them softly every day, because every time you rise, you remind them they never had real power over you. Let me talk to the doubt inside you, that little voice asking, why me? Why not you? You're the one they studied in silence, the one they tried to copy while mocking, the one they couldn't define, so they tried to destroy. You were marked because your frequency cracked their comfort. Your existence threatened everything false they built. That's not something to question. That's something to own. And if you're still wondering why they did what they did, understand this. Your very energy violated their control. You walked in truth, and truth is offensive to those living a lie. You respected yourself in a room full of people who feed on insecurity. That's why you became the target. But guess what? They missed. And now they're haunted by the one who got away and got better. So don't you dare doubt your light again. The universe didn't pick you for comfort. It picked you for impact. You weren't built to be accepted. You were built to disrupt, to dismantle. And now that the wreckage is here, you don't need to clean it up. Just walk past it. Let them sit in what they created. Let them replay every moment they underestimated you while they beg for help from a system that doesn't respond to betrayal. You are not here to make them understand. You're here to make their understanding irrelevant. You were never meant to fit their mold. You were meant to break it. And, oh, you did. Number 2. The glue they mocked until it was gone. You were the gravity in their chaos. The second you left, everything started floating and then falling. They didn't see it at the time. Of course they didn't. Ego has a way of blinding people to their own survival mechanisms. And in their twisted little world, you were just extra, over-emotional, too deep, too quiet, too intense, too much. They really believed they were holding it all together, that without you, they'd still move just fine. But oh, look at them now. Broken routines, constant confusion, fake confidence cracking under pressure, burnt bridges smoking behind them. That's not misfortune, that's exposure. That's what happens when you remove the one stable force they spent years trying to minimize. They thought they were leading you, molding you, correcting you. They really believed they were superior. They thought their manipulation was wisdom, that their condescension was guidance. But the whole time, it was your energy that was keeping them grounded. Your presence was the silent boundary, the unspoken mirror, the moral compass they didn't even know they were using to avoid complete collapse. Until you walked. And when you did, everything they were holding together with duct tape and pride came apart at the seams. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't slam doors. You didn't need to. You just removed you. That was enough. You see, chosen one, you were the clarity in their confusion, the order in their noise. You didn't try to control them. They just behaved better in your presence. And the moment that presence vanished, so did the mask, so did the structure. Now they're stuck in a storm that doesn't stop because the calm left it. And here's the part they'll never say out loud. They miss the version of themselves they were around you. That version made better choices, held stronger boundaries, thought twice before acting out of spite or insecurity. But without you, that hesitation is gone, and what's left is pure, raw chaos. A version of them even they can't recognize anymore. You didn't just walk away, you unplugged the electricity. You were the signal, and now they're all static, trying to make life decisions in a fog they created, chasing peace in rooms that feel colder without you. They used to roll their eyes at your calm. Now they're begging for a taste of it in the middle of their inner war. Funny, isn't it? How they used to make you feel like the problem, like the one who needed fixing. But you were the balance, the restraint, the intuition they never thanked, but always leaned on, until it was gone. Now they're clinging to substitutes, rushing into new friendships, new lovers, new communities, hoping someone else can bring that energy back. But it doesn't work, because the truth is, they weren't drawn to your presence by chance. They were fed by it. And now that they're starving, they're realizing just how much you gave without even trying. But that's their burden now, not yours. Because here's what you need to hear, chosen one. You were never hard to love. They were just too damaged to value peace, too addicted to dysfunction to sit in the stillness your presence brought. And instead of growing with you, they tried to break you. They resented the way your energy exposed their chaos, so they pushed you out, thinking it would bring relief. All it did was remove the only thing keeping their world from spiraling. Now look at them, making reckless decisions, fighting with people they once trusted, paranoid over shadows that aren't even there. Why? Because you're not there to regulate the temperature anymore. You're not softening their rage. You're not calming their fear. You're not catching their lies with that sharp, silent look that said, "I see right through you." You were the anchor they didn't think they needed, until they let go and started drifting into madness. And let's address that doubt in your head, the part that wonders, was I really that important? Yes, you were. You didn't see the storm because you were the eye of it, the center, the part that made everything seem okay, even when it wasn't, the one that stopped them from fully collapsing. Your presence was the difference between self-destruction delayed and self-destruction unleashed. You were the balance in their equation, the light on their lies, the compass they tried to ignore but secretly followed. And now that you're gone, they're navigating in the dark with broken tools, wondering why nothing feels right anymore. They made the mistake of thinking your presence was optional. They treated your energy like it was replaceable. Now they know better, because no matter how many people they collect, how many distractions they chase, none of it feels like you. Because it's not supposed to. The universe doesn't mass-produce what it hand-carves. And that chaos they're in now, that confusion, it's not random. It's the echo of your absence, the vacuum left behind when divine energy exits a room. It's what happens when someone plays with the one thing that kept their world spinning straight and drops it like it was nothing. So let them scramble. Let them text people who don't care. Let them vent to therapists about everything falling apart. You don't need to respond. You don't need to explain. You just need to keep rising. Because your absence isn't just a loss to them. It's a warning to everyone watching, to everyone who ever thought they could handle you without honoring you. You don't chase people who mishandled your peace. You remind them what their life looked like before you left. You were never the burden. You were the blessing. And now you're gone. And their chaos proves it. Number 3, they tried knives on a ghost. They thought you were soft because you bled, never realizing you were healing in motion. They came with everything, lies dressed up as concern, gossip wrapped in fake smiles, manipulation wearing a borrowed face of love, weapons disguised as affection. But not once did they stop to study what they were attacking. They never took a second to ask themselves, what if this one's different? Because if they had, they would have known. They weren't piercing skin. They were wasting ammunition on someone who was built for war. They couldn't survive. Chosen one, they didn't understand your armor because they assumed you didn't have any. You were kind, so they mistook you for naive. You were forgiving, so they thought you were weak. You stayed silent, so they assumed you had nothing to say. But what they didn't know, what they'll never forget, is that your silence was never surrender. It was surveillance. While they were busy throwing darts, you were watching patterns. While they played loud, sloppy games, you were documenting timelines in your mind like clockwork. And when you didn't react, they called it coldness, because only fools confuse peace with passivity. You weren't ignoring their attacks. You were watching them dig their own graves in real time. You were letting the weight of their own wickedness fold them up from the inside. They had no idea who they were dealing with, no clue that the more chaos they threw at you, the more centered you became. You weren't flinching, you were calculating. They thought they were breaking you, but you were learning how far they'd go. You were learning what betrayal looks like up close. And now they're shocked that you're still standing, still whole, still rising. Meanwhile, they're exhausted, fighting shadows, tormented by silence that screams louder than any words you could say. They tried to bait you into reacting, tried to paint you as unstable, irrational, defensive, but your stillness ruined their entire strategy. Because when you didn't clap back, when you didn't defend yourself, when you didn't crumble, you exposed them. You showed everyone that their rage, their obsession, their slander, it wasn't a response to harm. It was a symptom of being confronted by truth too strong to destroy. Your armor wasn't made of steel. It was made of scars. Every wound they thought they were inflicting, already healed. Every rumor they tried to spread, already neutralized by your authenticity. You were protected in ways they couldn't touch, because your shield was never physical. It was spiritual. And spiritual protection doesn't make noise. It doesn't need to announce itself. It just sits, silently absorbing attacks that bounce off and boomerang back toward the sender. You want to know why they're paranoid now? Why they can't stop looking over their shoulder, refreshing their notifications, and second-guessing every conversation? Because they remember how much they tried to ruin you, and they can't believe none of it worked. That kind of failure drives cowards insane. That kind of divine immunity triggers people whose entire identity is built on control. And now they're unraveling. Not because you said anything, but because you didn't. Your silence, deafening, your detachment, haunting, your peace, proof. They've come to realize that every little game they played, every narrative they tried to twist, every mask they wore around others while stabbing you in private, it all fell flat. Because the one thing they underestimated was your ability to take hits without losing your form. You are not unscarred. You are unshaken. And that difference is what they'll never understand. They never knew you had armor because you never bragged about it. You didn't need to. You wore it like skin, light, invisible, but unbreakable. And now they're starting to realize you were never the weak one. You were the quiet one, the one who walks away while everything behind you burns itself to the ground. Now they sit in the ashes, wondering how you're glowing while they're gasping, wondering why nothing they do gets a response, why you don't reach out, why you don't play the game anymore. Here's why. Because when you're chosen, you don't fight every battle. You become the storm they thought they'd survive. So let them spiral, let them overthink, let them chase shadows trying to recreate the damage they swore they already did. Let them burn out trying to understand a strength that was never meant for them. And most of all, let them suffer in the silence they once tried to weaponize against you. They used every tool in the book, but none of it worked, because they were swinging swords at someone who already made peace with every wound. And now, all they've got left is confusion, chaos, and the echo of your name in the middle of every sleepless night. Number 4. You held the mirror, and they shattered themselves. You didn't break them. You just stood there, still, whole, honest. And they couldn't survive the reflection. They knew it before you did, way before. They felt the threat not in your words, but in your existence. Your integrity walked into the room 10 seconds before you did, and their masks started slipping before you even opened your mouth. They were uncomfortable around you, not because you were offensive, but because you were honest. And in a world built on pretending, honesty is a wrecking ball. You didn't need to raise your voice. You didn't need revenge. You didn't have to plot, post, or prove anything. You just had to be. You walked in with calm energy, and it triggered chaos in people who only know how to operate in lies. Your truth made their entire personality start glitching. That wasn't an accident. It was exposure. And you didn't even mean to do it. That's the best part. Your integrity was a ticking time bomb, and they heard it. They felt the countdown every time you didn't react the way they expected, every time you chose silence over drama, stillness over chaos, distance over attention. That scared them, because they knew, deep down, they were being watched by someone who could see them, not just what they showed, who they really were, and they couldn't stand it. That's why they came for you. That's why they tried to twist the story. They couldn't manipulate your truth, so they tried to rewrite theirs. Gossip, lies, half-truths soaked in insecurity. They painted you as unstable, bitter, difficult, all because you wouldn't play the role they assigned. But the truth? It doesn't need to scream. It sits in silence, letting the lies pile up like kindling. And when the match is finally struck, it burns everything they built, not you. They thought your quiet was weakness, thought your calm meant defeat, but you were never retreating. You were letting the storm reveal itself. You knew your integrity would age like proof, and their lies would rot like fruit in the sun. And now it's all unraveling, thread by thread. And the best part? You didn't do a thing. They exposed themselves trying to destroy you. You weren't trying to be unstoppable. You just refused to be fake. That alone made you untouchable, because people who are rooted in truth don't flinch when the wind changes. But people built on pretense, they crumble the second the room stops clapping. They didn't fear your rage, they feared your restraint. They feared the fact that you could know everything and still not fold, not lash out, not play dirty. That kind of control, that kind of internal power, it terrifies people who rely on chaos to win. They spent so much time spinning stories that they forgot the one thing truth does best: wait. Truth waits, watches, and when the lies can't keep up anymore, it steps forward and doesn't have to say a word. It just is. And that's you. The walking mirror, the walking contradiction to their fiction. You didn't out them with a post or a scene. You outlived them in peace. And now they're scrambling to fix a reputation you never tried to touch. That's the sick irony. You were the better person, and that's what buried them. Your grace outshined their games. Your distance became your defense. And now, their whole house of cards is collapsing while you're out building something real. Let's get this straight. You didn't cause their downfall. You revealed it, just by existing, just by standing in your truth and refusing to let anyone drag you into their chaos. They unraveled because they couldn't get a reaction out of you. That silence, that was your loudest message. That was the blow they didn't see coming. And for a moment, they thought they won, thought your quiet meant defeat, thought your calm was fear. But now they know that silence was loaded. It was filled with every truth you didn't need to explain. And now it's echoing louder than any scream they ever made about you. You see, chosen one, your power was never in your fists. It was in your foundation. You were never pretending. And that's why they broke while trying to break you. Their whole existence depended on keeping up a version of themselves that only survived around people who couldn't see clearly. But you saw. You knew. You stayed quiet not because you didn't have the truth, but because you were the truth. And the truth doesn't chase, it doesn't beg, it doesn't convince, it just waits. And then it rises. So let them fall apart. Let them play victim in the disaster they created. Let them whisper your name in rooms where no one trusts them anymore. You don't have to prove they were wrong. You just have to keep living like you always were, unshaken, unmoved, and fully awake. Because in the end, your integrity didn't just protect you, it ended them. Number 5. The applause you never clapped for. They tried to humble you in front of crowds they were performing for. You just smiled because you weren't in the audience to begin with. Here's what broke them, and they'll never admit it. You didn't need their approval. You never begged for acceptance. You weren't sitting at the table asking to be fed. You brought your own damn chair, and that's what shattered their illusion of power. They couldn't comprehend how someone could be so whole without outside applause, how you could walk into rooms without shrinking, without posturing, without playing the game. You didn't chase validation because you already knew who you were. And that freedom, that rattled them more than any insult you could have thrown. You see, they needed claps to breathe. They needed followers to feel seen. They needed gossip to feel relevant. Their identity was stitched together by opinions, fragile, constantly shifting, and never enough. But you were just being, existing in your truth without begging for a like, a cosign, or a round of fake applause. And for people who rely on the outside to survive inside, that kind of inner peace is offensive. You didn't shrink. You didn't perform. You didn't care about impressing people who weren't even sure of themselves. And that confidence, that effortless, I'm good either way energy, it flipped their whole system upside down. Because if you didn't need their approval, you also couldn't be controlled by it. And that, chosen one, is what scared them most. They tried to figure you out, tried to decode the formula behind your calm. They questioned it, mocked it, tried to shake it, but no matter what they threw at you, you didn't flinch. You weren't cold, you weren't arrogant, you were just free. And freedom is terrifying to people still trapped in performance. You were walking around with self-worth they hadn't earned, but desperately wanted. And instead of learning from you, they turned on you. That's why they tried to dim your light. That's why they questioned your choices. That's why they whispered about your independence and tried to turn it into a flaw. Because your peace didn't come with conditions, and theirs never existed without them. They saw someone who didn't need attention, didn't need to fit in, didn't need to explain themselves, and they panicked. Because if you could do that, what did that say about the way they were living? Chained to trends, addicted to acceptance, starving for attention and calling it confidence. Now here's the twist. They're trying to find the very peace they tried to rob from you. Reading books about boundaries, watching videos about self-worth, quoting affirmations they don't even believe. But nothing's sticking. Because they still don't understand that peace can't be performed. It has to be earned in silence, tested in solitude, and built in the fire of rejection without losing yourself. They thought they could fake what you became. And now they're chasing shadows, buying healing in a bottle, mimicking stillness while screaming inside. All while you move in silence, untouched, unmoved, unfazed. Not better than them, beyond them. And let's make this crystal clear. You never needed to be liked to be powerful. You never needed to be seen to shine. They tried to paint you as difficult, antisocial, too distant, but that was just projection. What they really meant was, I can't figure out how to control someone who doesn't care if I approve. Because how do you manipulate someone who doesn't need your handouts? How do you guilt-trip someone who doesn't need the group? How do you shame someone who already faced themselves and didn't flinch? You broke the cycle by not needing to play in it. You became the exception in a world obsessed with performance. And that's why they turned against you. But here's the irony. The same people who mocked your solitude are now drowning in a crowd that never sees them. Surrounded but empty, loud but invisible, applauded but forgotten the moment the music stops. You've been steady, solid. Alone doesn't mean lonely when you know your own worth. You don't need to be the loudest in the room because your energy already speaks first. So keep walking, keep ignoring the bait, keep staying true even when nobody's watching, especially then, because you're not here to be palatable, you're here to be undeniable. They couldn't understand how you stayed whole without their validation, and now they're falling apart trying to get yours. Number 6. They laughed low. Now they panic, loud. They used to whisper behind your back. Now they scream into the void, hoping someone will save them from the consequences. At first, it was subtle, quiet hatred, little jabs disguised as jokes, side eyes wrapped in fake smiles, snide comments under their breath when they thought you couldn't hear. You saw it, you felt it. The energy was never right, but you let it slide because you knew they didn't hate you. They hated what you made them confront. They hated the way you moved without needing attention, the way you didn't flinch when they excluded you, the way your silence made their chaos louder. You weren't loud, you weren't reactive, you weren't trying to prove anything, and that made them nervous. So they hated you, silently, soft at first, a smirk here, a fake compliment there. They underestimated you, thought your quiet meant small. But now they're loud, and it's not boldness, it's fear. They mock-laughed back then. Now they're looking over their shoulder. You know why? Because they can't read you anymore. You stopped giving them access, and that's killing them. The silence they once called weakness is now a wall they can't climb, a locked gate they used to walk through freely. They're pacing around it now, desperate for a window, a crack, a clue. They used to mock your energy. Now they're paying people to study it. Life coaches, therapists, fake healers, TikTok timelines. Anything that might explain why their life feels off since you walked out. They're asking for insight into something they once laughed at. You. They thought they had the upper hand, but now they're losing grip. Bad. And you haven't even moved. Because here's what they didn't count on. You were never predictable. They thought they knew how you'd react. They thought you'd clap back, argue, try to prove your worth. But when you didn't play their game, they lost their strategy. Your silence, that wasn't confusion. That was clarity. They couldn't handle it then, and they definitely can't handle it now. Now they're spiraling, loud, sloppy, throwing tantrums disguised as warnings, playing victim to the same crowd they once entertained with stories about you. But no one's buying it anymore, because the calmest person in the story, the one they tried to label as unstable, isn't even speaking. You just disappeared, quietly, cleanly, like you knew they'd eventually need noise to distract from their truth. And now they're scared, not of what you'll do, of what you already did. You detached, you walked, you outgrew the entire performance, and you did it with no theatrics. That's power they can't fake. That's distance they can't close. They're not watching you out of curiosity. They're watching because they don't feel safe anymore. Not in who they are, not in what they've built. Because all of it was structured on being above you. And now that you're gone, the whole thing feels hollow. And let's be real, you never had to ruin them. They're doing that on their own. You just stopped helping them hide from themselves. That's what this is really about. You were the buffer, the mirror, the unspoken boundary that kept them from going full self-destruct. And now that you're gone, they're unraveling, loudly, because they finally realize you weren't the one holding things up. You were the reason it didn't all collapse sooner. Let them panic. Let them check your page from burner accounts. Let them vent to people who know better now, because no matter how loud they get, they can't drown out the truth. You didn't change. They ran out of control. So no, you weren't the quiet one because you were weak. You were the quiet one because you were calculating. And now, they're screaming in the very silence they tried to bury you in. You didn't need to strike back. You didn't need to expose them. You just walked away. And somehow, that's what hit them hardest. Number 7. You became the receipt they can't return. They built a case against you. Your life tore it apart just by existing. They really thought they could finish you off with whispers and watered-down lies, thought if they threw enough shade, you'd disappear in the dark. But you didn't vanish. You glowed. Quietly, consistently, while they screamed into echo chambers trying to convince the world you were everything they feared you weren't. You never argued. You never stooped to their level. You never played the game. And that's what made it worse for them. Because the more they talked, the more your life started to contradict every single word. Every lie they launched, exposed by your actions. Every rumor they floated, drowned by your results. See, they underestimated the power of someone who doesn't need to announce their greatness. You didn't need applause. You didn't need the mic. You were the proof. Your life became the receipt they can't tear up. You showed up. You leveled up. You moved on. And that momentum, that peace, that glow, that was the silent answer to every question they ever tried to raise about your worth. And now they look crazy. Because nothing they said stuck, nothing they tried worked, and they're stuck replaying the same lies while your reality keeps evolving. Their stories stayed stagnant. Your life kept growing. And that contrast, it's loud. It screams the truth without you ever opening your mouth. They're suffocating under the weight of their own lies now, trying to backpedal, trying to make peace, not because they're sorry, but because the truth finally caught up and it's sprinting at full speed. They can't spin the story anymore, not when you're walking proof that they never had the power they pretended to. You weren't just surviving, you were thriving in silence. And that's a nightmare for people who depend on your downfall to validate their identity. You robbed them of that, not by clapping back, but by standing tall, standing still, and letting the facts speak. You didn't need to tell your side of the story. You became the story. And now they're the footnote. So let them deal with that. Let them wrestle with the tension of watching the one they tried to erase become undeniable. You don't owe them an explanation. You don't owe them a conversation. You already gave them the one thing they can't fake: reality. And it's staring them in the face every time they see you shine. Number 8. They called you crazy, then copied your homework. They laughed at your vision until the world started clapping for it. They called you delusional, said you were reaching, too ambitious, too deep, too bold. They mocked your ideas, your creativity, your silence, your intensity. But behind all that noise, they were taking notes, in secret, in shadows, with locked screens and whispered curiosity. Because the truth is, you weren't crazy, you were ahead. They didn't understand your moves, so they dismissed them. Couldn't comprehend your vision, so they turned it into a joke. But deep down, they knew. They saw something in you they couldn't replicate. They laughed to hide the envy. laughed to drown out the unease of knowing they were standing next to the blueprint while still trying to trace outlines from someone else's design. You didn't need the crowd, you didn't need their approval, you had clarity, and that clarity made them uncomfortable. So they turned to sarcasm, thinking if they could reduce you, they wouldn't have to face the fact that you saw something they didn't. But look now. Look close. They're copying the same things they once rolled their eyes at, mimicking your style, your tone, your path, repackaging your originality and praying no one connects the dots. They weren't inspired, they were intimidated. You became the silent threat in a room full of loud pretenders. They wanted your results without your risk, your light without your shadow, your shine without your solitude. But it doesn't work like that, because what you built came from soul, not strategy. And that's something you can't fake. They studied your every move hoping to catch a formula, but there is no formula for authenticity. You were the original. You are the original. And now that the world is finally catching up, they're stuck chasing a version of your brilliance that they never truly understood. Now they're frustrated because they tried to clown you before the crowd, but the crowd is starting to cheer for what they mocked. And the applause? It doesn't come to the copy. It follows the creator. Let them scramble. Let them search for shortcuts to a destination you carved with your own hands. Let them mimic your moves while you keep evolving. You don't have to expose them. The truth already is, because when you're the source, the shadow always arrives late. So stand tall, keep shining, keep creating. While they're busy imitating what they once couldn't comprehend, you're already 10 steps ahead. Again. And this time, there's no catching up. Number 9. They tried to bury you. Now you're the billboard. They tried to throw dirt on your name, and now it's all they can taste. They really thought they could cancel you, thought that if they lied enough, exaggerated enough, whispered in just the right ears, you'd disappear, fade out, crumble under pressure. They thought smearing your name would erase your existence, rewrite your narrative, and redirect the spotlight. But instead of destroying you, they highlighted you. Every rumor became an amplifier. Every lie became a spotlight. And now, the attention they tried to weaponize is shining straight back at them. They didn't cancel you. They accidentally marketed you. They made you unforgettable by trying to erase you. That's the thing about people who operate in fear. They mistake silence for surrender. They think if you're not screaming back, you're broken. But you weren't hiding. You were rising. And by the time they realized it, you had already stepped into a version of yourself they can't touch. They dragged your name, hoping to poison your purpose. What they didn't expect was that your purpose was immune. Because your value doesn't come from reputation, it comes from reality. And in reality, you're untouchable. In reality, you're rising while they're stuck recycling the same tired lies that even their audience has stopped believing. They bet everything on your collapse. Now they're paying the price for a gamble they never should have made. You were the test, and they failed. Spectacularly. Not just publicly, not just socially, but mentally, emotionally, generationally. They passed down dysfunction, passed up healing, and now they're watching you become what they pretended you'd never be. And here's the sick irony. They thought they were discrediting you, but all they did was remove the weak connections that weren't meant for you anyway. They cleaned the path, pushed out the fakes, cleared the room. And in that silence, your real voice finally had space to speak. And people listened. Now they're haunted. Because the version of you they tried to erase is standing taller than ever. Their smear campaign became your promotion. Their gossip became your gravity. And your existence? It's proof that none of their power plays landed. They screamed lies, hoping the crowd would echo them. But the echo died off. And you kept moving. You didn't survive to prove them wrong. You outlived them by being right. Quietly, powerfully, consistently. That kind of stability shakes people who've never stood on solid ground. And now they watch. From a distance, uninvited, powerless. Because they know you're not just the one who got away. You're the one who became untouchable. Let's make one thing clear. They didn't lose control of you. They never had it. What they had was the illusion of power, an illusion you shattered by refusing to play along. And when the lies didn't land, and the crowd didn't turn, and you kept building anyway, they panicked. Because once you show people the truth, no lie can compete with it. They thought they could control the narrative, but you became the headline. And every attempt to discredit you, it only made your story louder. They can't outrun it now. They can't downplay your success, because your results speak the language they tried to silence. Your growth? Loud. Your glow? Inescapable. Your presence? Unavoidable. And the best part? You didn't do it to get even. You did it because that's who you've always been. You didn't become a force to prove them wrong. You've always been the force. They just couldn't recognize it without a crowd to agree. But now the crowd is watching, and the applause is getting louder, and they can't find a way to mute what they started. You are the fallout they never calculated. You are the proof that not everything can be erased. So let them carry the weight of their own lies. Let them scroll through your success and feel the silence hit harder than any response ever could. Because what they really cancelled was their own credibility. And now you walk forward, free, unbothered, and impossible to ignore. And just like that, the mask is off, the lies collapsed, and the truth stands undefeated. If you made it this far, you already know. You weren't just watching a breakdown, you were witnessing the consequences. The chosen never have to force revenge. Their existence is the return fire. If you felt this in your spirit, like the video, subscribe to keep this energy flowing and drop the number 77 in the comments so we know you're walking in truth, not fear. And share this with another chosen one, because someone out there still thinks they're crazy for surviving the setup. They mocked the storm until it struck the ground they stood on. Now they call the thunder a genius. They laughed, didn't they? Loud and careless, called you unstable, unhinged, said you were out of touch with reality. But the only thing you were out of was their league. What they didn't know was this. They weren't just dismissing you. They were challenging the universe itself. And that's a war no one wins. You were never off track. You were just tuned into a frequency they couldn't hear. While they worshipped comfort and routine, you were out there decoding chaos, translating signals the rest of them ignored. Now, the very things they ridiculed are unfolding in real time, and the silence is louder than their old laughter ever was. Before we dive in deeper, take a second to like and subscribe. Not for vanity, but for velocity. Every click boosts this message and gets it to more of the chosen ones, those who've been doubted, silenced, mocked. You're not just supporting content, you're amplifying a signal that the system tried to smother. Here's the truth. Being chosen doesn't feel like a celebration, it feels like a storm. You're not given a crown, you're handed a fire. And with that fire comes weight. It burns through illusion. It scares people who built their comfort on lies. That's why they came for you. Not because you were wrong, but because you were too right, too soon. You didn't break. You bent reality. You bent it with thoughts they couldn't comprehend and visions they couldn't process. You were speaking in signs they weren't ready to read. And now, it's all happening. Exactly how you said. They thought your words were nonsense. Turns out they were a blueprint. And listen closely. Stop telling yourself you're alone. The universe doesn't tap randoms. It chooses those strong enough to stand in fire and still see through smoke. You feel alone because you're rare. But rare doesn't mean abandoned. It means essential. The universe hasn't left you. It's been walking with you, testing your endurance, sharpening your signal. Every time you dimmed your light to make others comfortable, you robbed the world of your purpose. But here's the twist. Even at your dimmest, you were still too bright for their comfort zones. That's the curse and the blessing of being chosen. Your glow isn't just light, it's a mirror. And some people would rather smash the mirror than face what they see. They called you crazy. But what they feared was never insanity. It was insight. And now that your insight has manifested in front of their eyes, they're scrambling, not to help you, but to understand you, to decode the very thing they laughed at. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them wonder how you saw it all coming. Because you weren't guessing, you were remembering. You were built for this moment, designed to disrupt, born to expose. And guess what? This is just the beginning. So here's your moment. If what they once mocked is now playing out exactly how you said, then this isn't just a video, it's your confirmation. Your isolation was never punishment, it was preparation. If you're feeling that tug in your chest right now, that quiet voice saying, stay with this, that's the universe telling you you're not crazy, you're chosen. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to own what they feared, because what's coming next will hit deeper. Let's get into it, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't click away. Number 1, they laughed because you were speaking lightning in a world that worships silence. They said you were insane, but now they build theories around your madness. Funny how your nonsense aged into prophecy the moment reality caught up. They never hated you because you were wrong. They hated you because you were right too soon. You were speaking from somewhere they couldn't see. A place their minds were too limited, too afraid, or too weak to explore. You weren't echoing recycled facts or repeating mainstream noise. You were broadcasting truth directly from a higher signal, raw and untamed. And that scared them, so they mocked it. Because when people are too small to grasp something, they try to shrink it or destroy it. They said your words didn't make sense, but only to those living in a world where logic is a cage and mystery is an enemy. You spoke in metaphors, energy, gut feelings, synchronicities, and they looked at you like you were broken. You weren't broken, you were decoded, and they couldn't handle that. Let's be real. They laughed because they didn't want it to be real. Because if you were right, that meant everything they clung to, every illusion they called truth, was paper thin. It meant their whole worldview was built on sand. So they did the easy thing. They ridiculed you, dismissed you, called you unstable. Not because they saw madness, but because they feared exposure. You were the glitch in their safe little program, the pixel that refused to blend in, the voice that made their echo chamber uncomfortable. And now those very things you said are happening one after another, just like you described. The energy shifts, the breakdowns, the sudden awakenings, the hidden truths bursting into the open. All of it, right on schedule. Here's what they'll never admit. They weren't just laughing at you. They were trying to laugh away the truth you carried. But you weren't built for applause. You were built for disruption. You came to disturb the illusion, to be the earthquake under their fake reality. And now that the ground is cracking, they're scrambling for balance, pretending they don't remember calling you crazy. And you? You better stop playing small. Stop watering down your voice to make their weak minds comfortable. You are chosen, and that is not a compliment. It's a burden and a force. Being chosen means the universe doesn't wait for permission to move through you. It uses your life like a megaphone. It bends time to reveal truth. You weren't just talking, you were transmitting. So stop doubting your light. That hesitation, that second guessing, that's the last remnant of their conditioning in your system. Burn it out. You weren't hallucinating, you were seeing clearly. You weren't speaking nonsense, you were speaking in code. Codes only understood by those on the same path, the same signal, the same mission. When the universe chooses someone, it doesn't do so gently. It rips away comfort, destroys illusions, and drags you through isolation so brutal it feels like punishment. But that isolation, it's not exile, it's encryption. You were being sealed off from contamination while your power matured. You were being upgraded in silence, and now that silence is starting to roar. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting the current of the universe itself. That's why they're exhausted now. That's why they can't figure out how they lost control. Because it was never you against them. It was them against something infinitely larger. And they lost. So here's what you do now. You stand. No more crouching. No more whispering your truth. Let them feel the weight of the clarity they tried to bury. Let them face the mirror you've become. You are living proof that the impossible is real, that the misunderstood is often just undiscovered, that the lunatic they laughed at was the blueprint the universe trusted with early access. And if you're still wondering, why me? Here's your answer. Because you had the capacity to carry fire without burning out. Because you could be dropped into a world of noise and still hold a frequency that cuts through the static. Because your soul didn't ask for safety, it asked for impact. That's what it means to be chosen, not favored, forged. Now watch closely. The same people who dismissed you are mimicking you. Suddenly, they speak your language. Suddenly, they believe in the shifts. Suddenly, they want to talk energy and intuition and synchronicity. They're trying to reverse engineer the very code they once called insanity. That's not respect. It's panic, and it's delicious. But you don't need their validation. You never did. The universe validated you long before they even learned your name. So stop explaining yourself to people who still think truth needs to be approved by a crowd. Let them drown in their confusion while you walk in certainty. Your power was never just about being right. It was about being aligned, being used as a vessel for timing, for truth, for change. You were never alone. You were just surrounded by people unqualified to recognize you. But now the evidence is in full view. You don't need to scream anymore. Just stand still and let your life do the talking. You didn't predict the storm. You were the storm. Quiet, unseen, building, and now you've landed. And this time, they can't ignore you. Number 2, they didn't misunderstand you. They recognized you too clearly, and it terrified them. People don't always hate what they don't understand. Sometimes they hate what they understand just enough to know it'll destroy the lie they're living in. They didn't misunderstand you. Let's kill that myth right now. You weren't rejected because your thoughts were confusing. You were rejected because your truth hit a pressure point they weren't ready to confront. Your words? They weren't nonsense. They were too precise. They were surgical. And the deeper part of them, the part they silence daily, recognized you. You weren't foggy to them. You were a lightning strike in the middle of their mental fog. They didn't mock you because you were incomprehensible. They mocked you because you were dangerously close to waking something up in them. And they couldn't risk that. They caught just enough of your signal to know it was real. And that was the problem. You were a mirror that didn't ask for permission. You showed up reflecting their unspoken questions, their buried knowing, their ignored instincts. And when people spend their entire lives building walls around their inner truth, the last thing they want is someone walking in like a wrecking ball with nothing but honesty and vision. So what did they do? They laughed. They rolled their eyes. They painted you as dramatic, unstable, too intense. They used every brush they could find to smear your clarity into chaos. But it was never about you being wrong. It was about them being exposed. Your presence demanded growth, and that scared the hell out of them. Let's call it what it is. They played defense, not out of confusion, but out of awareness. You triggered the part of them they tried to bury. You made them feel naked in their denial. Your insights demanded action, demanded a shift, demanded truth. But instead of rising to meet you, they used sarcasm as a shield and silence as a weapon. You weren't just ahead of your time. You were ahead of their comfort zone. You were thinking in dimensions while they were still clinging to the ground floor of their reality. And that's the part that haunts them now, because deep down, they know they saw it, they felt it, and they chose to mock instead of listen. You showed up with next phase thinking while they were still recycling outdated ideas. Your mind was catching signals from the future. Their minds were stuck buffering in the past. So to make peace with their stagnation, they labeled your acceleration as insanity. But let's be honest, they knew better. And now? Now they remember every word you said that came true. They never had a misunderstanding. They had a recognition, the worst kind, the kind they couldn't admit. They recognized your insight, your gift, your vision. But accepting it meant admitting that they were still asleep while you were awake. And pride doesn't bend easily. But let's talk about you for a second, the chosen ones. Stop internalizing their projections. Stop shrinking just because your light makes other people squint. Stop doubting what the universe already confirmed. You were never meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to activate the few who are ready. And let me say this directly. How dare you question yourself just because cowards couldn't face you? How dare you dim your fire because they couldn't stop shivering? You weren't sent to fit in. You were sent to disrupt. You were the update in a world terrified of change. You weren't misunderstood. You were rejected for being undeniable. The universe chose you for a reason. It aligned timelines, broke generational loops, and restructured events just to position you. And now you want to doubt it because some sleepwalkers got uncomfortable? No. That's not how this works. They were playing games inside a broken system. And then you came in, like a system glitch, a walking upgrade. They weren't ready for that. You didn't follow the script. You rewrote it. That's why they attacked. That's why they laughed. It was survival. You were the threat to their fake peace. But now, that laugh doesn't sound so confident, does it? That eye roll has turned into wide-eyed silence. Because the world you spoke of, the one they denied, is here now, and they're scrambling to make sense of it. But it's too late to pretend you were wrong. The truth has landed, and it's got your name written all over it. So own it. Walk boldly in what they once mocked. You were never crazy. You were just early. And in a world addicted to delay, early looks like madness, until it becomes the only thing that makes sense. You weren't too much. You were exactly right. They were just too small to hold it, and now they know. Number 3. You spoke the truth too early, and they called it madness because their minds weren't built to hold it. They didn't label you crazy because you were wrong. They labeled you crazy because your clarity came before their language could catch up. Truth doesn't wait for approval. It doesn't wait for people to be comfortable. It doesn't pause until the world is ready. It arrives like thunder, loud, raw, undeniable. And when it shows up early, it scares the hell out of those still asleep. That's what happened to you. You weren't out of touch. You were ahead of the curve, and your timing made people choke. You were receiving information, intuitive, instinctual, raw data, long before the world had the words to make it digestible. Your vision came through as energy, symbols, gut punches, unshakable knowing. You didn't need proof. You were the proof. You saw patterns before they had names. You read shifts before they were public. You sensed collapses before the cracks even appeared. And for that, they labeled you insane. But let's get real. Insanity is just what people call truth when it threatens their comfort. You weren't insane. You were early. You were tuned in to a signal most people didn't even know existed. You weren't broken. You were broadcasting. And they couldn't understand what you were saying. Not because it was nonsense, but because they hadn't been given the manual to decode it yet. The truth is this: most people don't reject you because you're unclear. They reject you because you're too clear, and that clarity demands change. Your truth didn't just speak facts, it interrupted their illusions. It clashed with their safe, scripted view of reality. And instead of leaning in to understand, they lashed out to protect the lie. Because if what you were saying was real, that meant their whole foundation was fiction. They didn't want to believe you, not because you were unbelievable, but because belief would cost them the illusion they were addicted to. So instead, they made you the problem. They said you were unstable, paranoid, too intense, overthinking, delusional. But here's what they were really saying underneath it all. Your truth threatens the world I built to avoid my own. You weren't just ahead. You were dangerous to their denial. You were the glitch in their narrative, the quiet rebellion, the living contradiction to everything they thought was permanent. You were walking, breathing disruption, and they didn't know how to handle that. So they chose the path of least resistance. Label, dismiss, ignore. Society doesn't reward early truth tellers. It crucifies them, isolates them, gaslights them, until reality finally shifts, and they have no choice but to revisit the very warnings they once laughed at. And now, that moment has arrived. The alarm you carried is screaming across the sky. Everything you tried to explain is unfolding line by line. The crazy talk became a timeline. The paranoia became prophecy. And now they're looking for answers in the ashes of their certainty. You were never crazy. You were never guessing. You were simply the one who heard it first. The download hit you before the world had the bandwidth. You were speaking in lightning before they had the vocabulary to explain thunder. And now they know. Now the silence around your name isn't peace, it's guilt. Because they remember. They remember what you said. They remember the warnings. They remember the way they laughed. And now you need to remember too. Remember that your power isn't something to explain away. It's not something to water down. You were built to hold what others couldn't even name yet. You were chosen to speak what others wouldn't dare say. You were trusted with early knowledge, and you carried it, even when it cost you everything. That's not insanity. That's strength. That's alignment. That's legacy. Stop doubting your clarity. Stop apologizing for seeing what others miss. The universe didn't give you this vision so you could fit in. It gave it to you so you could lead. That discomfort you feel, it's not a sign that you're wrong. It's a sign that you're carrying something too large for their understanding. And that's okay. You're not here to be understood. You're here to unravel the lie. So let the truth speak through you. Let it hit. Let it shake. Let it burn away the dead structures. The language they mocked you for is now their survival manual. The nonsense is now the blueprint. And you? You're the living, breathing reminder that truth always arrives before the applause. And sometimes it shows up dressed as madness. But only the real ones know. It was never madness. It was truth in early release. And the universe doesn't release anything early unless it's urgent. And you were the urgency. Number 4, they never feared you. They feared the earthquake hiding in your words. They didn't try to silence you because you were wrong. They tried to silence you because if you were even half right, their entire world would collapse. Let's set the record straight once and for all. You were never the threat. Your voice wasn't the weapon. Your presence wasn't the problem. The danger wasn't in your volume. It was in your accuracy. They weren't afraid of a person. They were afraid of a reveal. You didn't show up as a villain. You showed up as a mirror, and they couldn't stand what they saw when they looked into it. Every time you opened your mouth, it was like tearing the veil off a reality they desperately needed to keep hidden. Your words didn't just challenge their comfort zones, they vaporized them. You weren't tossing around ideas. You were detonating illusions. Quietly, clearly, unapologetically. That's why they came for you. They feared your clarity. Because clarity, when introduced into a fog, doesn't need to shout. It simply exists. And everything hiding in the mist starts to panic. You didn't come to argue. You didn't come to convince. You simply stated what was true. And their entire house of mental cards began to tremble. You weren't just offering a different point of view. You were pointing at the cracks in the foundation they were building their lives on. You exposed the rot. You saw behind the mask. You spoke to the part of them they kept gagged and locked up, and they hated you for it. Because deep down, they knew. They knew you were tapping into something real, something they felt too, but couldn't admit. You were that gut feeling they ignored, that dream they dismissed, that quiet voice they silenced so long ago. It now speaks in anxiety and sleepless nights. You reminded them of what they buried. That's why they didn't just dismiss you, they tried to bury you. But let me say this loud for every chosen one who's ever been called crazy, dramatic, negative, paranoid, or too much. You weren't too much. You were just more than they were ready for. And your presence didn't disturb peace. It disturbed delusion. You told them the truth about the system they worshipped. You saw the fakeness in their relationships, the falsehood in their routines, the fraud in their authorities. And when you pulled the curtain back, they didn't say, "Thank you." They attacked. Because that's what fear does. It fights what it doesn't understand. It tries to erase what it can't control. And now look, your so-called delusions are reality. The things they once mocked you for are now headlines. The shifts you spoke of are now everyday life. The relationships you warned them about crumbled. The structures you said would fall, falling. The patterns you pointed out, looping right in front of their eyes. They didn't fear you being wrong. They feared you being right. Because if you were right, that meant they were asleep, that they missed it, that they chose comfort over clarity. And no one wants to admit they protected a lie and persecuted the truth. But now, it's undeniable. The echoes of your warnings are becoming thunder. The silence that followed your insight has turned into loud regret. They're scrambling to adapt to the reality you were born to navigate. And here's the best part. They can't erase what you said. It's carved in time now. It's in their memories, in their receipts, in the very systems they thought were unshakable. And you survived it. You survived their judgment, their isolation tactics, their gaslighting, their passive-aggressive disbelief. You survived the lonely nights wondering if maybe they were right. Spoiler alert, they weren't. The universe trusted you with early access, and instead of collapsing under the weight of that responsibility, you carried it. Quietly, fiercely, alone. But you're not alone anymore. Not now. The veil is lifting. The blinders are cracking. The ones who mocked you are watching silently, trying to figure out how you knew. But it's not your job to explain. It never was. Let them sit in the unease of remembering how loud they laughed. Let them scroll back to those messages they left on read. Let them hear your voice now echoing louder than ever through everything they tried to deny. Let your life be the living contradiction to their mockery. Let your presence haunt their doubts. You weren't the threat. You were the truth in human form, and the world is finally catching up. Number 5. The crowd was never harmless. It was a mob, waiting for a trigger. When the truth runs faster than fear can control, the crowd doesn't question itself. It hunts the one who saw it coming. You thought they were just a crowd. You thought they'd listen, maybe even consider your warnings. But the moment your words moved faster than their fear could manage, that crowd mutated. It didn't stay passive. It didn't stay quiet. It turned into a mob, hostile, panicked, and desperate to shut you down. You weren't hunted because you were unstable. You were hunted because you were right, and being right before it's popular has always been one of the most dangerous positions in any society. They didn't come for you out of confusion. They came for you out of self-preservation. You were a walking alarm in a city addicted to sleep. Your insight hit too early. Your words pierced too deep. And that's what made you a threat. They didn't just disagree. They needed you to be discredited, not because your truth was shaky, but because it was too solid to ignore. You had clarity. And clarity is terrifying to a crowd still clinging to confusion for comfort. You weren't talking fantasy, you were mapping futures. You weren't creating drama, you were forecasting collapse. And because they didn't have the mental tools to process what you were saying, they turned on you instead of facing the mirror you became. That's what the mob does. It doesn't seek understanding, it seeks control. And when control is slipping, it looks for someone to blame. That someone was you, because you saw the cracks before they became chasms. You saw the smoke before the flames. You felt the shift before the quake. And because you felt it first, you were the one they feared the most. They told each other you were unstable just to feel safe. They laughed loudly so they wouldn't have to think deeply. They called you dramatic because they couldn't handle your precision. But deep down, they knew. The mob always knows when it's killing the truth. It just convinces itself that the truth was too dangerous to live. And now the shift has arrived. Now everything you spoke of is here, not in theory, not in metaphors, in headlines, in homes, in the systems breaking in real time. You didn't need to say, "I told you so." The world is screaming it for you. And look at them now, silent, hesitant, trying to play it both ways. Half apology, half amnesia. They don't know whether to admit they doubted you or pretend they never did. Because now that your chaos is proven to be clarity, now that your downloads are unraveling into global reality, they've run out of ways to hide behind denial. Let that be a reminder. The mob doesn't attack weakness, it attacks vision. You weren't targeted because you were lost. You were targeted because you had the map, and they weren't ready to be led. They weren't afraid of your madness, they were afraid of your accuracy. And the crowd always turns vicious when it's forced to evolve faster than it wants to. So here's what you do now. Remember. Remember every name, every smirk, every hand that turned its back, every eye that rolled when you tried to share what was coming. Not out of spite, but out of power. Because your path isn't just about survival, it's about vindication. The universe didn't send you ahead to be accepted. It sent you ahead to be undeniable. They didn't see your vision clearly because it was still forming. They didn't hear your warnings because the volume was too low for untrained ears. But now, the volume's up. The sky is darker, the ground is shifting, and the mob is running out of people to blame, because now you're no longer the fringe voice in the corner. You're the echo in their reality. The truth always arrives wearing the mask of madness, and when it pulls the mask off, it looks a lot like you. And suddenly, the very people who mocked you are adjusting their language, shifting their tone, quoting your words, without giving credit, of course. But you see it, you feel it, you know it. They tried to erase the signal, but you were the signal. So don't apologize for being early. Don't shrink because they panicked. Let them feel what you felt, being alone in a truth too big to hold. Because what they called chaos was actually calibration. What they called delusion was a download. And what they called a threat was just you, waking up before the rest. And now they know what that looks like. Number 6. They called it a breakdown, but it was really a rebuild at a higher frequency. They didn't understand your mind because it wasn't designed to run on their outdated operating system. You weren't broken, you were reprogrammed. What they mistook for dysfunction was an evolution they weren't equipped to recognize. Your mind wasn't falling apart. It was falling away from the lies it was force-fed. While they clung to the glitchy software of tradition, approval, and illusion, you were quietly sinking to an entirely different code. They thought you were malfunctioning because your thoughts no longer aligned with their scripts. But what was really happening? Your perception was expanding. Your sensitivity was sharpening. You were beginning to detect things they couldn't even pronounce. You didn't lose touch with reality. You lost tolerance for the fake one. And that terrified them. Because when someone starts seeing clearly in a room full of the blind, they become the threat. Not because they're dangerous, but because they're different. You weren't short-circuiting. You were sinking. You were aligning with frequencies that their minds hadn't even started to pick up on. You were being upgraded. Hardware, software, soulware. Everything inside you was stretching beyond the factory settings. But society doesn't understand upgrades that don't come with manuals. So they slap labels on you. They try to box you into definitions designed by people who've never questioned the system. You weren't mentally unwell. You were mentally unbound. Your thoughts began breaking through the walls they worshipped. Your dreams started shattering the ceilings they bowed to. Your mind was no longer functioning under their framework, and that's what made you dangerous in their eyes. Let's tell the truth. They couldn't decode what you were becoming, so they diagnosed it instead. They called you unstable because your awareness made them uneasy. Your emotional depth, labeled dramatic. Your visions, called delusions. Your sensitivity, branded weakness. All because they couldn't fit your transformation into their checklist of normal. But you weren't built for normal. You were built for next. Your entire inner world was being rewired for higher perception. You began sensing patterns before they happened, feeling lies behind smiles, seeing energy behind actions. You were operating from instinct, from alignment, from a kind of inner clarity that no textbook could explain. And that kind of awareness makes the average mind flinch. But let me say this clearly, for the ones who are still healing from being labeled broken, you were never broken. You were just becoming something they couldn't yet imagine. You were the prototype, the blueprint for a new consciousness. You were ahead of your time, wired for the world after the shift, and they were still clinging to systems that can't even survive in the one we're in now. You weren't spiraling, you were being stripped of the illusions that kept you stuck. That pain you felt, that wasn't dysfunction, that was detox. You weren't falling apart, you were shedding. You weren't disintegrating, you were evolving. And evolution doesn't always look pretty. Sometimes it looks like confusion, isolation, anxiety, silence. But underneath all of that, power, precision, a new frequency setting in. Now look at what's happening. The very thoughts you were told to hide are suddenly showing up in podcasts, think pieces, and self-help books. The same energy shifts you felt in your gut are now becoming collective talking points. What was once called weird is now being rebranded as wisdom, and the people who labeled your mind a malfunction. They're now trying to mimic your insight without giving you credit. But you don't need validation. You are the evidence. You're the proof that what they called madness was really just an early upgrade. Your mind didn't collapse. It evolved. Your nervous system didn't fail. It just stopped tolerating the unnatural rhythms of a system built on lies. Your emotions didn't betray you. They rescued you from numbness. Every breakdown was actually a breakthrough in disguise. You weren't broken. You were rebuilt. You didn't lose control. You gained access. You tapped into something deeper, wider, truer. And while they were trying to keep up with trends, you were tuning into truths. While they were clinging to what's safe, you were stepping into what's real. So don't ever apologize for the way your mind works. Don't dull your thoughts to make others feel smarter. Don't water down your clarity so they can stay confused. You were never meant to be a copy. You were meant to be the template. Your mind isn't too much. It's just ahead. And now, as the world catches up to what you already saw years ago, they'll start to understand you weren't malfunctioning. You were just already living in the future. Number 7, they gaslit you because you saw through the costume party and called it a cage. They didn't try to convince you you were crazy because you were wrong. They did it because you were awake in a world that runs on sleep. You weren't out of touch, you were out of reach. Your mind began to pierce through the gloss, the scripts, the roles everyone was playing. And that's exactly when they turned on you. Not because you were broken, but because you stopped pretending. You stopped smiling through the nonsense. You stopped applauding the performance. And in a world obsessed with illusion, Anyone who sees the set lights gets labeled a threat. You didn't miss the point. You saw too much of it. You noticed how everyone seemed to be reading from the same script, how every day felt like a loop, how truth was always buried under 10 layers of distraction. You saw the cracks in the simulation and you dared to point them out. That's when the gaslighting began. They told you you were imagining things, that you were overthinking, that you were sensitive, emotional, paranoid. But that wasn't a diagnosis. It was a defense mechanism, a lazy, weaponized form of denial designed to silence the ones who see too much. You were never unstable. You were simply clear. Too clear for a society that survives by pretending it's not asleep at the wheel. Gaslighting is the Matrix's favorite weapon. It's surgical, precise. It doesn't try to destroy your mind. It tries to invert it. It wants you to doubt your instincts, question your clarity, and feel shame for your awareness. You weren't misreading reality. You were just the only one who wasn't performing. You noticed the hollowness in conversations, the repetition in thinking, the emotional dead zones in people's lives. You couldn't fake it anymore, couldn't pretend the office politics mattered, couldn't act like small talk was nourishing, couldn't keep nodding to lies just to keep the peace. So you broke the script. And the second you stepped off stage, the actors turned hostile, because your refusal to wear the mask reminded them that they were still wearing theirs. You didn't rebel, you awoke. And awakening is violent to a system built on sedation. You weren't just non-compliant, you were inconvenient. You didn't attack the simulation, you saw through it. And that alone made you a target. Because systems like these don't need soldiers, they need sleepers. And you stopped sleeping. Your clarity made them feel foggy. Your ability to spot manipulation, emotional suppression, spiritual disconnection, and energetic distortion. It made people nervous, because if you were right, that meant they were lost. That meant their jobs, their routines, their distractions, their personas were all part of the game. And deep down, they knew. But knowing and admitting are two very different things. So they chose the easy route, gaslight the anomaly, turn the one who sees too much into the problem, make the awakened one doubt themselves until they shrink back into silence. They hoped that if they could confuse you long enough, you'd rejoin the simulation just to feel safe again. But you didn't. You endured the doubt. You lived in the confusion. You questioned yourself down to the bone. But still, something inside you refused to sleep again. You held on. You kept looking, kept listening. And now look around. What do you see? The simulation is cracking. The glitches are no longer subtle. The patterns are no longer ignorable. People are breaking down under the weight of the very truths you tried to express years ago. And now, your instincts, once labeled instability, look like survival skills. The very awareness that got you isolated is now the lifeline others are reaching for. You weren't crazy. You were calibrated differently, tuned into a signal most people were trained to ignore. Your emotional intelligence wasn't fragility, it was foresight. Your sensitivity wasn't weakness, it was a warning system. You weren't spinning out, you were spinning free. You saw through the simulation, and instead of turning away, you walked straight through it. And now you carry something dangerous, clarity mixed with proof, because the world is catching up to the truths you carried alone. And there's no gaslight big enough to cover that up anymore. Let them call it whatever they want. They're playing dress-up in a system that's on fire. But you came out the flames not just awake, but armed. You're not here to explain yourself anymore. You're here to remind them. You were never broken. You were just real in a world that couldn't handle the truth without the lights off. And now those lights are on, and you still see everything. Number 8. You weren't a threat because you escaped. You were a threat because you didn't ask for permission. You didn't break the rules, you broke the spell, and they hated you for it. Let's make one thing clear. You weren't attacked because you were dangerous. You were attacked because you were free. And in a world where most people live in mental cages of their own construction, freedom is offensive, not inspiring. Offensive. Your freedom reminded them that they were still shackled, and that realization hurt more than anything you ever said or did. You didn't lose your mind, you left theirs. You stepped out of their fear-based framework, their conformity rituals, their psychological chain links. You exited their mental matrix without needing a key, because the door was never locked. It was just guarded by fear, approval addiction, and generational programming. But while they made peace with the prison, you walked out, and they hated you for it. They weren't offended by what you believed. They were offended that you believed it without needing their validation. They didn't come after you because your path was dangerous. They came after you because your path was self-directed. You stopped asking for permission. You stopped apologizing for thinking different. And when a person in a cage sees someone living free, they have two choices: escape too, or attack the one who did. They chose the latter. You weren't unstable. You were untamed. That's a threat to people who've made their comfort inside the box. You didn't conform to their timelines, their dogmas, their trauma-normalizing behaviors. You spoke from intuition instead of consensus. You moved with trust instead of fear. And when you did, you revealed how unnecessary the cage really was. But people don't like being shown that their suffering is optional. They've spent too long decorating their prison walls. They've renamed their chains loyalty, realism, and being practical. So when you showed up with freedom in your eyes and no need to be understood, it shattered the lies they'd told themselves just to get through the day. They didn't project onto you because you were wrong. They did it because you triggered what they were too afraid to face in themselves. You became a walking contradiction to their rules. Your independence exposed their obedience. Your emotional sovereignty highlighted their codependence. Your detachment from approval made their addiction to it unbearable. You were sovereign, and sovereign beings don't beg. They don't bend. They don't perform for applause or shrink for acceptance. And that kind of presence makes small minds feel like they're suffocating, so they lashed out. Not because they were strong, but because they were terrified of the mirror you had become. And here's the brutal truth. You weren't the first to walk out of the cell, but you were the first they saw do it without looking back. That's what shook them. Your exit wasn't a rebellion. It was a reminder that they could have left too. And when people realize they had the power all along but never used it, they don't cry. They attack. You didn't need their permission. You didn't play by their timeline. You didn't ask for their language to explain your thoughts. You moved as you were meant to move, freely, boldly, guided by something deeper than fear. That was your crime. And your punishment was being misunderstood, mischaracterized, mocked, and exiled. But what they called exile was really just elevation. Now they sit in the same cages, feeling the cracks. The roles aren't working. The routines aren't numbing like they used to. The mask is heavy, and the silence is loud. And slowly, some are starting to remember. You were the one who left first, and you weren't driven by madness. You were driven by memory. Because somewhere deep inside, you remembered what freedom felt like. You remembered a time before you were conditioned to obey. You remembered your own voice before the noise of the system drowned it out. You remembered who you were before fear taught you to forget. And now that memory is pulling others toward the edge of their cages. Some will follow, some will stay, but none of them will forget you. So don't shrink for their comfort. Don't dim your fire so they feel less burned. You didn't survive the fire just to become smoke. You were never crazy. You were just the first to remember the cell was always open. And you didn't escape. You simply refused to stay. So here we are, full circle. The truth they called insanity is now undeniable reality. You weren't lost. You were chosen. You weren't broken. You were built for this. Everything they used against you, your clarity, your intuition, your freedom, is exactly what the world needs now. So stand tall, chosen one. Your time has come. If this message hit home, like this video, subscribe to stay aligned with more truths like this, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done hiding your power. Share this with another chosen one who needs to remember who they are. The universe doesn't pick the loudest, only the realist. And once it picks you, you become the mirror that shatters every fake around you. Welcome back, chosen ones. Let's be real. They were never ready for the quiet storm you've become. They thought you'd break, cry, beg, fold. But instead, you got silent, strong, calculated. They weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with the force that chose you. And trust this, they lost. They didn't expect your silence to be that loud. They didn't expect your glow-up to blind them. And now, they're spiraling, like snakes shedding skin in the dark, uncomfortable in the light you've become. You were once their puppet, but now you pull your own strings, and that power, that haunts them. If you're feeling this, hit that like and subscribe, not for clout, but because when you engage, you're helping this message travel. Every click tells the algorithm there's more chosen ones out there who need this truth. You're not just watching, you're part of the signal. Let's talk about what really scares them. The power of being chosen. It isn't about ego or status. It's about alignment. The universe doesn't hand this role to just anyone. It watches, it waits. And when it finds a soul built for pressure, forged in pain and steady in storms, it marks you, quietly, powerfully. And once you're marked, there's no going back. You see, when the universe picks you, you're no longer walking through life. You're being carried by purpose. And that kind of movement, it looks like magic to the untrained eye. That's why they stare. That's why they talk. They don't understand how you're still standing, still thriving, still calm, when they threw chaos at you like knives. But here's the part they'll never say out loud. They crave you. Your energy, your peace, your growth. It's addictive. You've become a detox they can't survive, and a high they can't recreate. You're not just a chapter. They keep rereading your story because their life never got better after you. They thought you were just a phase, but you're the glitch in their system. You're the silence that exposes their noise. You're the one who showed them what power looks like when it's dressed in restraint, not rage. And you, chosen one, need to remember this. Stop doubting your light. Every time you question your worth, you're playing into their hands. They want you to feel alone, forgotten, like the universe made a mistake, picking you. But it didn't. You're not here by accident. You're here because they couldn't be, because they didn't make it through the fires you did. So don't apologize for evolving. Don't explain your peace. Don't water down your energy to make them comfortable. You owe no one an easy version of yourself. You are the storm that chose stillness, the fire that chose focus. And that kind of self-control, it's scarier than rage. Stay solid, stay unbothered. And remember, they didn't lose you. You outgrew them. So, if this message is already stirring something deep in you, good. That means you're not just watching, you're remembering who you are. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever been underestimated, pushed aside, or told you were too different, only to rise in silence and shake their world. Your maturity didn't make you weak, it made you unforgettable. And now, they can't stop watching, they can't stop craving, they can't stop freaking out. And now, let's go deeper. If you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel it in your bones. Stay with me, because the real hit is just beginning. Let's get into it. Number 1. They tried to play you, but ended up playing themselves. The cruelest punishment for those who tried to break you is watching you rise untouched, unbothered, and unreachable. Chosen ones, let's get something straight right now. They didn't lose sleep because you yelled back. They lost sleep because you didn't. They lost the game the moment you refused to pick up the sword they laid at your feet. They expected drama and chaos. They needed it, fed off it like parasites. But instead of losing your mind, you mastered it. And now, they're stuck in a boxing ring, swinging at shadows of the person they thought you were. You became the mirror they couldn't escape. Not because you threw their darkness back at them, but because you held up the truth so clearly they had nowhere to hide. You didn't scream, you didn't argue, you didn't explain. And somehow, that silence echoed louder than anything they've ever heard. That's the kind of haunting maturity they never trained for. That's why they're freaking out. That's why you're now living rent-free in the space between their regret and obsession. Let me say this loud and clear. When the universe chooses you, it doesn't send flowers, it sends fire. And if you're still here, it means you survived it. You didn't just survive them, you survived what they activated inside you. That inner war, that internal chaos, you won that too. And now the energy that once broke you is the same energy you're commanding, like it answers to your name. They were never fighting you. They were wrestling the system that chose you. The system they thought they could cheat. The very force of nature that wrapped you in storms just to make sure you could still stand after lightning hit. They were punching at fate, taunting purpose, and mocking the process. And now they're paying the price in sleepless nights, confused hearts, and shattered egos. You want to know why they keep watching you, why they can't look away? Because you're the what if they can't stop asking. What if they hadn't messed up? What if they had matched your growth? What if they had respected your light instead of trying to dim it? You're not just a memory, you're a lesson carved into their timeline, and it hurts every time they remember they were the villain in your origin story. And you, chosen one, need to stop doubting your light. How dare you question the gift that let you walk through their storms and come out dry? How dare you feel too much or too different when the very energy you carry bends reality around it? You're not misunderstood. You're just ahead of your time. You're not alone. You're just operating at a frequency they can't survive. Remember this. They wanted you reactive because it gave them control. They wanted you broken because your wholeness scared them. They wanted your energy because they couldn't create their own. And when you didn't play along, when you stood still like a storm with eyes wide open, they lost all power over you. That moment, that's when the addiction began. They don't miss you. They miss the power they had when you didn't know yours. You were never supposed to argue with fools. You were meant to rise so far above their level that they'd have to look up just to disrespect you. And now, every time they try to recreate the game they played with you, it fails. Because no one matches your energy. No one holds silence the way you did. No one carries pain with the same elegance. You were the blueprint, and now they're stuck with knockoffs that don't even come close. Let this fuel you. Let their confusion, their regret, their obsession be the gasoline to your flame. The universe didn't choose you for a soft life. It chose you for a strong one. And every time you doubt yourself, you dull a weapon the universe personally sharpened. Stand tall, chosen one. You're not just the lesson. They failed. You're the test they'll never pass again. Number 2. Emotional mastery. The silent blade they never saw coming. They wanted a reaction. What they got was revelation, and that broke them more than rage ever could. Let's not sugarcoat it. They came for war, and you brought silence. Not because you had nothing to say, but because you knew your silence would say more. And it did. They showed up with matches, gasoline, and a desperate need to watch you burn. But what happened instead? You didn't even flinch. You looked them dead in the eye and let them burn themselves out, trying to light a fire you already turned to ash. You were supposed to snap. You were supposed to fall apart, scream, cry, beg, explain. That was the script they wrote for you in their mind. But you shredded that script, rewrote the scene, and walked off the stage while they were still acting. You didn't explode, you evolved, and nothing rattles the broken more than someone they couldn't break. This is what they didn't expect. Emotional intelligence, the ability to see without reacting, to know without needing to prove, to feel everything and still choose peace. That's a kind of power most people will never taste in their lives. And when they meet it in you, it terrifies them. Because people like them thrive in emotional chaos. They depend on your reaction to validate their manipulation. And when you denied them that fuel, they short-circuited. You watched them flip the board when they realized they couldn't win. And the wild part, you were never even playing. You had already mastered the game they didn't know they were in. They were throwing tantrums while you were moving pieces with purpose. They were busy trying to trigger you while you were mastering your own nervous system. They were speaking from pain, and you were answering with presence. That's why they're haunted now. They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't need to be loud to be powerful, who doesn't need to be angry to be dangerous, who doesn't need to destroy others just to win. You didn't need revenge. You were the consequence. They tried to stir your emotions because they thought that's where your power lived. But the truth is, your power was in your control, in your restraint, in the pause between what they did and how you chose to respond. You didn't just outgrow their games, you rendered them irrelevant. This level of emotional intelligence isn't just a nice trait, It's a weapon, a sharp, clean, precise weapon that cuts through manipulation like glass through paper. It's the ability to hear the insult but not drink the poison, to feel the energy shift and not absorb it, to recognize the attack and walk away undefeated. That's not weakness, that's mastery. And they will never admit it, but they know it now. Every time they think back to that moment you didn't take their bait, they remember that you were never the fragile one. They were. You want to know what scares people like that? Someone who knows how to protect their peace without losing their soul. Someone who can feel betrayal and still respond with grace. Someone who doesn't beg for closure, but becomes it. You didn't match their chaos. You became the calm that made their chaos look childish. That's why they keep spinning. That's why they're still looking for ways to pull you back in, because being in your presence meant being seen. And for people built on lies, being seen is the worst kind of pain. Let me make this clear. Emotional intelligence is not weakness. It's warfare. It's strategic, intentional, and brutally effective. And it comes with receipts. When you walked away with your head high and your peace intact, they had to sit alone with everything they projected on you. That reflection, that silence, that mirror, it did what no scream ever could. It made them face themselves. And let's not forget this either. You didn't always have this control. You earned it. You built it through pain, trial, failure, disappointment. You trained for this moment in the fires they tried to burn you with. So, when it came time to use it, it wasn't even hard. It was natural. You became the quiet storm, the eye of the hurricane, and they stood no chance. Chosen one, stop doubting the power you carry. Stop wondering if silence was the right move. Stop questioning your strength just because it didn't look loud or messy. You were chosen for this level of growth. You were chosen because you could walk away without burning the bridge. Because you are the bridge, the connection to something higher, the proof that maturity, real maturity, doesn't scream. It stands. The universe aligned to protect you, not because you were weak, but because your energy was too important to waste. The universe shielded you from their chaos because you were destined to create clarity. You are not here to argue with fools. You are here to outlast them. So if you're still sitting there wondering why they're obsessed, why they can't let it go, why they keep circling back like moths to the flame, here's the truth. You didn't just win the game. You became the game. You became the lesson, the one they'll keep repeating until they learn to meet peace with peace. They didn't expect you to be the calm after their storm. They expected you to drown in it. And now, you're the ocean and they're stuck on the shore, watching waves they'll never be able to ride. Stand firm. You're not just emotionally intelligent, you're emotionally untouchable. And they felt that every single time. So next time someone tries to pull you into a storm, remind yourself, you are not lightning. You are the sky that holds it. Number 3, you cut deep without lifting a finger. Real power isn't in how loud you clap back. It's in how quiet you let someone collapse under the weight of their own chaos. They came looking for a street fight, expecting fireworks and retaliation. They were ready for war, armored in ego, laced with manipulation, and full of drama. But you didn't show up with fists. You showed up with precision, not to fight, to operate. They expected rage, and instead, they got soul surgery. No screaming, No shouting, no petty moves, just clean, calculated cuts straight to the core of what they were hiding behind. And here's what shattered them. You didn't even lift a blade. You let your silence do the slicing. You let your boundaries build walls they couldn't scale. You let your absence become the echo chamber where all their ugliness bounced back at them, louder than ever. That wasn't ignorance. That was intelligence. That wasn't weakness. That was warfare with finesse. You weren't avoiding the battle. You ended it before they could even draw their weapon. You weren't ignoring them. You were letting their dysfunction unravel in front of itself, raw and unmasked. You gave them the rope. You stepped back, and they hung their own illusions. Because that's the truth. The kind of person who needs a reaction to feel powerful is already losing, and you showed them exactly that. You didn't just refuse to participate in their circus. You turned the tent lights off. You made the crowd leave, and now they're screaming into an empty arena, confused why no one's clapping for their meltdown. Chosen one, your decision to disengage wasn't passive, it was surgical. Every boundary you set wasn't just a line in the sand, it was a scalpel. It cut through the fake stories, the gaslighting, the manipulative patterns they wrapped themselves in. And it exposed the truth so clearly they had no choice but to face it. Alone, naked, unarmed. That's the kind of pain that doesn't just sting, it lingers. Because when someone thrives off chaos, peace feels like punishment. And you gave them the coldest punishment of all, accountability. You made them sit in a room with the one person they can't manipulate, themselves. They wanted you to stoop down, to play dirty, to go back and forth. Why? Because that would have proven you were still within their reach. That would have meant they still had access to your energy. But you walked out. You didn't slam the door. You just closed it so quietly, they didn't even realize you were gone until the silence started screaming. That's the thing about being chosen. You're not here to destroy others. You're here to outgrow them. You don't need to throw punches when your presence alone forces people to check themselves. Your evolution exposed what they refused to fix. And now, without your energy to cover their cracks, all that's left is the mess they refuse to clean up. Let's be honest, they never expected maturity to hit this hard. They thought you'd play the same emotional games, but instead, you chose healing over havoc. You went inward while they stayed stuck outward. And in that process, you didn't just level up, you became untouchable. And if part of you is still wondering, did I do the right thing by walking away quietly? Yes, 1,000 times yes, because sometimes the deepest cuts don't bleed, they just expose. And that's what you did. You revealed everything without lifting a single weapon. You forced them to see who they really are by simply refusing to be who they thought you were. Your silence was not absence. It was presence, focused, powerful, and undeniable. It was the loudest form of truth they've ever heard. And now they're haunted by it. They replay it. They question it. They resent it. Because it means they lost control. Not because you overpowered them, but because you didn't even need to engage. That's what emotional and spiritual precision looks like. That's what soul surgery is. You see the wound, you don't scream at it, you don't argue with it, you remove yourself from the infection and let it rot in its own space. That's healing, that's power, and that's why they're still spiraling while you're still rising. So let them talk, let them twist the narrative, let them cast themselves as victims of your distance or coldness. You know the truth. You gave them a gift. You gave them a chance to rise with you. But they chose ego. So you gave them something else, the weight of their own choices. And now, that weight is heavier than any clapback you could have thrown. Stand tall, chosen one, because while they were swinging wildly in the dark, you were slicing with light, and nothing cuts deeper than truth delivered in silence. Number 4, you gave them freedom, and that terrified their control. They weren't afraid of losing you. They were afraid of losing the only love that didn't ask them to wear a mask. Let's get one thing straight. They weren't just hurt that you walked away. They were shattered by what walked away with you, because it wasn't just you they lost. It was the rarest kind of love most people never experience in a lifetime. Love without chains. Love that didn't demand performance. Love that didn't smother. Love that didn't play games or come with fine print. You didn't love them to keep them. You loved them to free them. And that, chosen one, is exactly why they couldn't handle it. They were used to transactional affection, love that came with strings, threats, power plays. They were taught that love is control disguised as care, that someone staying means they've been conquered. That attention has to be earned, begged for, or manipulated out of people. And then you showed up, pure, calm, open. You didn't try to own them, you just saw them. And for the first time in their life, someone looked at them without asking for a performance in return. At first, it felt like heaven. Then it felt like hell. Because with you, there were no walls to hide behind. You saw straight through the version of themselves they tried to sell to the world. You touched the part of them they buried so deep, they forgot it was even there. And when you didn't try to fix, change, or control them, they panicked. Why? Because love without conditions leaves no room for manipulation. It doesn't give the ego anywhere to hide. They couldn't bait you into jealousy. They couldn't hook you with guilt. You didn't bite when they tested your limits. You didn't chase when they pulled away. And that scared them more than anything, because someone who doesn't need you but still chooses you, that's a threat to someone addicted to control. You weren't just offering love, you were offering freedom. You gave them space to be, to breathe, to fall apart and not be judged, to rise without owing you credit. And in that space, they faced something terrifying. The truth. The truth that love isn't ownership. That someone could love them and still walk away. That someone could see their worst and still not play dirty. They didn't know how to receive that, because it meant the end of the games, the end of the back and forth, the end of the manipulative tactics that worked on everyone else. You weren't playing, you were loving. And it hit different. It hit so different that when you left, when you finally closed the door, not only did you take your presence with you, you took away the safest emotional space they ever had. And now they're starving, starving for that kind of peace, that kind of affection that didn't feel like a leash, that kind of connection that felt like breathing room instead of a prison sentence. But you're gone, and you didn't leave with rage. You didn't storm out. You simply stopped watering a garden where weeds were being mistaken for flowers. You stepped back because love should elevate, not exhaust. And your love. It was whole, it was rare, it didn't just show up, it held space. And when it was clear they were using that space to play, not grow, you reclaimed it. Now they're replaying every moment, every act of grace you gave without needing applause, every time you listened without using it against them, every day you loved them in their rawness and still stood firm in your own. And it haunts them, because they thought love was something to conquer. But with you, they learned that true love cannot be owned, only honored. Chosen one, understand this. Your love didn't scare them because it was weak. It scared them because it was too strong to control, too honest to manipulate, too pure to poison. And that kind of love, it's unforgettable. That kind of love rewires people. It cracks open the false selves they hide behind. It leaves fingerprints on their soul they can't scrub off. So don't you dare doubt what you gave. Don't you dare think you were too much, too soft, too open. You weren't too anything. You were real. And in a world full of people screaming for attention but starving for authenticity, you were the rare one who didn't just give love. You were love. You are not the one who lost. You are the one who loved without expecting chains. And that made you the freest and most dangerous thing they'd ever met. Now, they're stuck chasing echoes of what you gave so freely, trying to find that same love in people who only know how to imitate it. But they'll never find it, not like that, because what you gave can't be faked. It can't be copied. It can only be felt. And that's why they can't forget you. You were the calm in their storm, the breath in their suffocation, the mirror in their masquerade. And now that you're gone, they realize, maybe too late, that they were never really in control. They were just blessed for a moment to be held by something real. Number 5. You shook their world without moving a muscle. Stillness isn't the absence of power. It's the proof that you are the power they tried to provoke. They wanted a show. They wanted a reaction so they could say, "See, I still have control." But you didn't flinch. You didn't chase, cry, explain, or explode. You stood still, rooted, centered. And in that silence, in that refusal to budge, you said everything they never wanted to hear. They came to test you, to twist you, to get under your skin. And when all they got was your calm, they panicked. Because stillness to a chaotic mind isn't just confusing, it's threatening. Your calm was not compliance. It was confrontation. The kind that doesn't come with raised voices, but with raised standards. They expected to meet the old version of you, the one who would spiral into over-explaining, the one who would match their energy just to keep the peace, the one who would shrink to avoid conflict. But that version? Gone. You leveled up, and with that evolution came stillness. The kind of stillness that speaks louder than any argument, any insult, any attempt to bait you back into the madness. Your stillness was a declaration. I know who I am now. And that kind of self-knowledge, it's bulletproof. You didn't stand still because you were paralyzed. You stood still because you were powerful. Because moving would have meant stepping off the throne of your self-respect just to entertain their circus. And chosen one, you were never meant to dance for clowns. Stillness is a weapon they never see coming. It reflects everything back at them. In your silence, they had to sit with their noise. In your calm, they had to face their chaos. In your refusal to engage, they were exposed. They couldn't twist your words because you gave them none. They couldn't flip the narrative because you exited the story. You stopped being their character. You stopped feeding the drama. And without you, their power crumbled. Understand this. People addicted to control can't handle someone they can't move. They're used to pushing buttons and getting sparks. But when they pushed yours and nothing happened, no tears, no texts, no triggered response, they felt powerless. And for someone who builds their entire identity on controlling others, that's the deepest cut. You stood there like a mountain while they threw emotional tantrums. You didn't move. You didn't break. You didn't even blink. That shook them. Because what do you do when your manipulation doesn't work? When your victim doesn't act like one? When the person you tried to shatter simply refused to fall? You became the calm in the storm they created, the eye of the hurricane they thought would destroy you. And as they spun out, searching for some kind of reaction, all they got was your back. Your stillness wasn't silence. It was strategy. It was strength wrapped in grace. And that haunts them more than any insult or comeback ever could. They weren't ready for someone who had already done the inner work. Someone who had nothing to prove, no desire to explain, and no interest in revenge. They were playing emotional checkers while you were playing spiritual chess. Every move they made exposed them, not you. And every non-move you made reminded them that they never had you like they thought they did. Stillness is power, chosen one, and you mastered it. Because stillness doesn't mean indifference, it means discipline. It means choosing not to waste your energy on people who aren't worth the breath. It means knowing that not every insult needs a reply, not every attack deserves a defense, and not every invitation to chaos should be accepted. That kind of restraint, that's high-level strength. And they felt it. They spun stories in their head about how you'd respond. They had entire scripts written. But when you didn't show up to play the role they assigned you, their whole theater fell apart. They were left standing on a stage, performing for a crowd that no longer existed, because you took your presence with you. And your absence said more than any monologue could. You didn't need revenge. You didn't need to clap back. Your silence did the talking. Your peace screamed. Your boundaries echoed. And now they're stuck with the one thing they never wanted, themselves. So if you've been wondering whether your stillness was the right move, it was. It always is. Because when you hold your ground, when you stay rooted in self-respect, the storm has no power over you. It can swirl, it can rage, it can try to tear you down. But if you refuse to move, it breaks itself trying. You didn't walk away because you were weak. You stayed still because you were done proving your worth to people who couldn't see it. You held the line, and that line became a wall. A boundary, a statement. And now, long after the noise has died down, you're still standing, and them still spinning. Number 6. You read them like a book they didn't know was open. When you understand someone deeper than they understand themselves, you don't just shake their world, you shatter their mask. Chosen one, this is where it gets real. You weren't just another person passing through their life. You were a mirror, a decoder, a light that shined straight through their carefully built facade. You didn't just observe their behavior, you saw beneath it. You didn't just hear their words, you listened to the pain behind them. And that shook them to the core. Because most people are used to being misunderstood. They're used to hiding behind charm, rage, manipulation, or silence. But you looked beyond all of it. You saw the fear behind the anger. You saw the wounds behind the arrogance. You didn't get triggered. You got clarity. You didn't react. You read, and that kind of sight, that kind of inner vision, it's terrifying to someone who doesn't even understand their own damage. You weren't just forgiving them, you were understanding them, not to excuse them, but to unchain yourself, to see the full picture without needing to be part of it anymore. And in doing that, you robbed them of the one thing they clung to most, the ability to control how they're seen. They're used to wearing masks. They're used to people only scratching the surface, but you went straight to the root. And once you did, they knew they couldn't hide anymore. Not from you, not from themselves. That's why they panicked. That's why they pulled away. That's why they lashed out. You didn't just get them, you exposed them. You didn't call them out, you saw them out. And trust me, that hurts far more. Most people are afraid of being hurt, but people like them, they're more afraid of being seen. Because once someone sees their pain, their patterns, their sabotage, they lose the ability to pretend. And once you gave them that moment of full exposure, they couldn't go back to the fantasy. They couldn't return to the version of themselves they curated for the world. You held a mirror to their soul, and they saw the mess. You didn't yell. You didn't humiliate. You didn't seek revenge. You just stood there in truth, calm, still, aware, and it was deafening. That's the thing, chosen one. People will fear what they can't fool, and you were unfoolable. You didn't just know what they were doing, you knew why. And when someone realizes you understand the very parts of themselves they run from, they don't know whether to cling to you or run from you. Most do both. That's why they pulled back. That's why they ghosted. That's why they went cold. Because your understanding felt like exposure. And they weren't ready to heal. They were ready to control. But you weren't there to play therapist. You were there to grow. And while they were busy pretending, you were busy perceiving. While they were manipulating the surface, you were decoding the roots. And that's what makes you different. That's why they'll never forget you. Because no one has ever looked at them like you did. No one has ever seen them like you did. And now, they can't unsee what you showed them. You weren't offering revenge, you were offering revelation. And revelation is raw. It's uncomfortable. It's unrelenting. You didn't expose their secrets. You made them confront them. Quietly, elegantly, brutally. You gave them the gift of truth, and they treated it like poison. Not because it was wrong, but because it was too real. Chosen one, understand this. It wasn't your presence that scared them. It was your perception. It wasn't your love that overwhelmed them. It was your awareness. You saw them in ways no one else ever did, and probably never will again. And now, they're left with the imprint of that awareness. They'll chase people who flatter, people who please, people who pretend, but none of them will see like you did. None of them will understand the chaos behind the calm. None of them will recognize the scared child behind the hardened adult. And the sad truth, most people don't want healing. They want control. They want validation for the version of themselves they created, not the transformation they actually need. But you didn't validate the mask. You made them question it. And that's why they ran. That's why they blamed. That's why they spiraled. But know this, you did nothing wrong. You weren't too deep, too intense, or too much. You were real. You were rare. You were awake. And you offered them a level of love and awareness they didn't even know how to hold. That's not a flaw. That's your power. So stand in that power. You don't need to be understood by those who fear understanding. You don't need to explain your clarity to people addicted to confusion. You saw what you saw. You felt what you felt. And your silence, your stillness, your refusal to be manipulated, that was your reply. Let them pretend they're unbothered. Let them claim they've moved on. The truth is, they're haunted by the one person who didn't fall for the performance, haunted by the only one who understood the story behind the scars. You are the memory they'll never escape, the reflection they'll never be able to shatter, the soul that read theirs and walked away with peace. Number 7. You were the realest thing in a world built on illusion. They weren't addicted to you. They were addicted to the truth that you carried, and now they're starving for it in rooms full of mirrors. Let's get this clear right now. You weren't the one putting on a show. You were the one turning the lights on. While they mastered performance, you embodied presence. While they played characters for approval, you stood firm in your truth. And that's exactly why they couldn't handle you, because you didn't give them what they were used to. You gave them what they'd been craving their entire life, even if they didn't know it. They were used to masks, to people who said what needed to be said to get what they wanted, to shallow affection that looked like love but felt like emptiness. They were addicted to the attention, the validation, the high of being seen without ever being known. And then you showed up, real, raw, rooted, no gimmicks, no games, just you. And your presence? It hit like truth in a world that had only ever known lies. You didn't act interested, you were interested. You didn't say things to get a reaction. You said things that meant something. You didn't flatter their ego. You spoke to their soul. You didn't chase. You didn't perform. You didn't bend or twist to make them comfortable. You just stood there in your truth. And that truth made their whole illusion shake. Because presence like yours is rare. It's disruptive. It cuts through the noise and reveals what people are trying to hide. And for someone built on surface-level interactions, being truly seen is terrifying. They weren't ready for someone who didn't just observe them, but felt them. They weren't prepared for someone who didn't need to impress, but simply was. You weren't there to be liked. You were there to be real. And in the end, that reality became the most unforgettable part of you. They didn't know how to place you, because they couldn't label you, couldn't predict you, couldn't use the usual playbook to control or impress you. You were unbothered by attention and unmoved by tactics. You weren't trying to win them over, you were just being you. And for people used to navigating a world of transactional love, that kind of authenticity is overwhelming. You want to know why they're still haunted by you, why they still stalk your energy from a distance, even while pretending they've moved on. It's because they can't recreate what you gave. They can't mimic it. They can't replace it. They go from person to person, from surface to surface, gathering moments that look good on paper, but feel hollow in their chest. And deep down, they know it. They know the only time they ever felt grounded, felt seen, felt whole, was when you were standing in front of them, not performing. You didn't need applause. You weren't auditioning. You were the truth. The one experience they didn't have to question, decode, or doubt. The only energy that didn't shift with the wind or bend to the mood of the room. And now, they're surrounded by masks. People clapping on cue, laughing on schedule, nodding on autopilot. And none of it fills the space you left. Because when someone meets presence after a lifetime of performance, it changes them. Even if they run from it, even if they sabotage it, even if they lie to themselves and say it wasn't that deep, it was. And they know it every time they lay next to someone who doesn't know their soul. Every time they get praised for the mask they wear. Every time they're surrounded by people who like them, but don't get them. That void, that ache, that echo, that's you. And what's worse for them is knowing it was their fault. You didn't leave because you lacked something. You left because they refused to match your depth. They wanted entertainment, not elevation. They wanted ego boosts, not soul growth. And when you didn't give them the usual script to follow, they fumbled the one thing they didn't realize was once in a lifetime realness. Chosen one, hear this. You are not forgettable. You are not replaceable. And you are not just someone from their past. You are the one who disrupted their entire system. You are the one who showed up without the mask and forced them to question their own. You are the one who gave them truth, not tricks. And that kind of truth, it doesn't fade, it lingers, it rewrites people, and it ruins the taste for the fake. So don't you dare shrink. Don't second-guess the way you showed up. Your authenticity was never the problem. It was their mirror. You were the reflection they weren't ready to face, the stillness they couldn't control, the depth they weren't ready to swim in. And now, they're stuck in the shallow end, replaying the one moment they truly felt something real. They don't miss you. They miss what you represented. And now that you're gone, they know they can't fake that feeling again. You were the rarest thing in their world, the one person who didn't perform. And that, chosen one, is the addiction they'll never escape. Number 8. You weren't their escape. You were the awakening they never asked for. You didn't make them feel better. You made them feel real. And that's the kind of impact no fake love can compete with. Chosen one, understand this. You weren't the drug. You were the detox. You didn't give them a high. You gave them clarity. And clarity is the last thing someone wants when they're trying to run from themselves. While others gave them comfort in the illusion, you gave them the uncomfortable truth. You didn't pacify their wounds. You held up a mirror and made them look. Your presence didn't make them feel numb. It made them feel seen. It didn't stroke their ego. It exposed it. You weren't a fantasy. You were the reality check. And for someone used to getting drunk on attention, validation, and fake intimacy, your energy was sobering, brutal, beautiful, unavoidable. That's why they're still haunted. Because with you, they didn't escape their demons. They met them. You didn't offer a soft place to hide. You offered light. And light doesn't lie. It exposes everything. You didn't scream at them, shame them, or save them. You just stood there, real, steady, unshaken. And that alone cracked their illusions wide open. You woke something up in them that now won't go back to sleep. You showed them a version of love, of truth, of presence that they didn't know they needed until it was gone. It wasn't lust. It wasn't infatuation. It was spiritual sobriety. A moment of stillness in the middle of all their chaos. A glimpse of what alignment feels like. And now, they're chasing highs again, scrolling through people, moments, empty conversations. But nothing sticks. Because once someone experiences truth, the fake never satisfies again. Once they've been seen the way you saw them, they can't go back to being flattered by surface-level masks. They didn't lose a partner. They lost their mirror of potential, their wake-up call. And now they're wide awake in a world of illusions, desperate to feel that presence again. But it's too late. You weren't their addiction. You were their clarity. And clarity doesn't come back when they're ready. It only comes once, and you were it. Number 9. You left without a scene. Now they're trapped in a story with no ending. You didn't just walk away. You left them with the truth, the silence, and themselves. That's not a goodbye. That's a sentence. Chosen one, they thought you'd be back. They thought you'd circle the block, throw one last text, show up with closure, or give them a final round of drama. But you didn't. You vanished like peace after the storm. No explosion, no breakdown, just gone. And that is what destroyed them. Because people like that count on your reaction. They build their identity around it. They thought your love was a leash. They thought you leaving was a phase. But you weren't bluffing. You were done. Not to teach them a lesson, but because the version of you they thought they could manipulate no longer exists. You didn't outsmart them. You outgrew them, quietly, without a single ounce of bitterness. And that grace, that calm exit, that's what haunts them. You didn't let them rewrite the story. You didn't give them a dramatic finale. You didn't hand them closure they could weaponize. You just closed the book and let them sit in the silence. Now they're stuck with it, themselves, their mistakes, their sabotage, their ego, their ghosts. You were the last real thing in their life, and they know it. Every connection since you has been noise, cheap copies and shallow hits. No one else feels like you. No one else sees them like you did. And no one else walks away with that much dignity. Because you didn't just leave the room. You took the air with you. You weren't the storm, they were. And when you stopped dancing in their chaos, the winds died down. Now they're sitting in stillness that screams, because now they understand. Losing you wasn't temporary. It was permanent. A moment they'll revisit forever. A door that won't reopen. A sentence they can't appeal. And the worst part? You didn't slam that door. They did. You just made sure it stayed shut. Your exit wasn't revenge. It was revelation. And now, every day, they live inside the story they tried to control. And without you, that story has no ending, only echoes. They didn't realize when they came for you, they were picking a fight with the current of the universe itself. And now, the current is crashing through everything they built. They should have backed off when the silence got heavy. They should have taken the hint when the air shifted, but they didn't. They kept pushing, kept provoking, kept trying to drag your energy into chaos. And now, everything they did is looping back like a boomerang they never thought they'd have to catch. The ones who laughed at your silence are now crying in theirs. The same mouths that lied about you are stuck on mute. They thought they were just messing with a person, but they were pulling the tail of something far bigger than them. And now they're getting dragged by forces they can't control. If this is shaking something in your spirit, pause and hit like. Subscribe if you're walking in that chosen energy. When you do that, you help this message get in front of more chosen ones. It signals to the platform that this message matters. And right now, the right ones need to hear it. You're not just watching, you're amplifying a ripple that's already shaking systems. Now, listen closely. Chosen one, let's set this straight. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the laws of the universe, and they didn't even know it. You weren't reacting. You were resonating. You weren't broken. You were recalibrating. And while they thought they were targeting you, they were actually pulling against the very balance that keeps everything in check. That's why their lives are folding in on themselves. That's why their masks are slipping. Because alignment doesn't lose. And you were aligned before it was cool. You felt the shift before it made headlines. You walked away before the collapse. And now they're stuck in it. But here's where we need to talk. Not about them, but about you. Because while they were busy doubting your power, you were doubting it too. Let's not sugarcoat that. You've questioned your light more than once. You've asked yourself, was it me? Did I overreact? Am I just sensitive? You've begged for signs that you weren't crazy, not because you didn't know the truth, but because you were surrounded by people pretending they couldn't feel it. Stop doing that to yourself. Stop shrinking just because they were too scared to grow. Your energy wasn't the problem. It was the pressure they couldn't handle. You weren't isolated because you were off. You were isolated because you were ahead. The universe doesn't leave its aligned ones exposed. It pulls them back while the noise plays itself out. You thought your silence was punishment, but it was insulation. It was preparation. You were never alone. You were being positioned. While they were playing checkers with egos and manipulation, the universe was moving in silence, setting the board. And now, the pieces are falling exactly how you felt they would. Here's the truth. Everybody involved is feeling the backlash now. The liars, the enablers, the ones who clapped for your pain behind closed doors. They didn't just betray a person. They went against the pull of the universe. And the universe doesn't forget who it moves for. That's what's haunting them now. Not just that you're still standing, but that you're standing while everything they built is collapsing under the weight of their own actions. So stand in that, not with arrogance, but with awareness. They thought you were the weak link, but you were the signal. They thought they could handle the fallout, but they didn't realize the fallout was you leaving. And now, the karma they unleashed is right on time, because you didn't ask for war, but they wouldn't let you walk in peace. And now they wish they had. So before we break this all the way down, take a second. If this message is hitting that part of you that always knew, drop the number 77 in the comments. That number isn't just a symbol, it's a signal that you feel what's unfolding. Because if you've ever been the one they targeted, misunderstood, pushed out, and now you're watching karma circle the block, this is your message. This isn't random. This is the part they hoped you wouldn't survive. And now, it's the part you rise through. And now, let's get into it, step by step. Stay locked in. The deeper we go, the louder the truth gets. Number 1. They poked the quiet one and woke up the whole system. They thought you were an easy target. Turns out you were the tripwire the universe hid in plain sight. They didn't just mess with you, they tampered with the balance. They took shots at someone the universe had already stamped with purpose. And now, it's not just karma visiting, it's everything they tried to manipulate, crashing down on their heads like bricks from a crumbling lie. You were silent, not soft. You were still, not weak. And now the silence is gone, and all that's left is the sound of their own consequences knocking at the door. They thought they were just playing with your emotions, slandering your name, isolating you, watching with smug grins while you spiraled in confusion and self-doubt. But they weren't just attacking a person. They were pulling against the current of alignment. And now that current is swinging back like a snapped cord. And they're the ones tangled in it. See, chosen ones aren't just people. They're signals. And when someone tries to harm a signal, the system around it recalibrates. That recalibration, it's happening now, and it's merciless. You ever wonder why things went quiet after the chaos they caused? That wasn't the end. That was the wind pulling back before the storm hit. They thought they got away with it. They thought they won. But the only thing they won was front row seats to the backlash. They didn't realize how protected you really were, not by people, not by noise, but by the architecture of universal timing itself. You don't have to raise your voice when the system you're aligned with shouts for you. And chosen one, let's be real, you questioned it. You looked in the mirror and wondered if you imagined it all. You sat in silence, convinced maybe you overreacted, maybe they were right, maybe you were just too sensitive. That doubt didn't come from truth. It came from the weight of standing alone while the system silently watched it all unfold. But the system was never late. It was gathering receipts. And now, it's cashing every one of them in with interest. You were never just a casualty in their drama. You were the final straw they didn't know they were pulling. You were the shift, and the moment they moved against you, not once, but repeatedly, arrogantly, publicly, they triggered a chain reaction they can't outrun. They thought you were the prey, but you were the warning shot. And now, everything they've tried to build off your pain is collapsing under its own false weight. They didn't realize that when a chosen one is attacked, the universe doesn't react emotionally. It reacts precisely. It watches, it waits, and when the line is crossed, it realigns everything. The people they convinced to turn against you, they're turning on each other now. The fake peace they built, cracking, the false narratives they spun, unraveling in full view. And worst of all, they're haunted, not just by what they did, but by how calm you've stayed while everything falls apart. That calmness, that was never weakness. That was the quiet before the echo hit. You didn't have to clap back. The system clapped for you. You didn't have to force an ending. The alignment wrote one you couldn't have even imagined. And now, the ones who laughed at your pain, who fed off your doubt, who stayed silent while you were drowning, they're the ones scrambling for air while their comfort zones collapse. Let them feel it. Every moment, every misstep, every consequence you prayed for justice over. Because this isn't pettiness, it's precision. This isn't revenge, it's rhythm. You were attacked, and the universe is restoring equilibrium in full force. Not with fireworks, with force, quiet, unstoppable, exact. And if you still have any part of you that's wondering, why me? Here's the answer. Because you could hold what would have broken them. Because you could carry the weight they couldn't handle. Because you were built for it, and they were bluffing. They wore their power like a costume. You wore yours like armor. That's why they hate your silence, because it keeps echoing in their losses. So stand up in this moment. Own your isolation as the mark of someone the system had to protect. Wear your endurance like proof. You didn't lose, you were pulled back. And now they're learning what happens when they target the wrong one. They didn't just poke the quiet one. They triggered the whole system. And now the system is answering back. Number 2, they laughed at the warning. Now they're crying through the wreckage. They turned your clarity into a punchline. Now the punchline is dragging their whole life down. They mocked you. Let's not pretend they didn't. They side-eyed you in rooms you still held together. They made group chats about your truth. They used your insight like a toy, twisted it, joked about it, downplayed it, all while pretending to smile to your face. Every eye roll, every sarcastic laugh, every "you're overthinking it" is now ringing in their ears louder than ever, because the exact things they dismissed are the same ones now ripping their reality apart. They thought your warning was drama. They thought your awareness was fear-mongering. They thought your insight made you unstable. But now they're the ones losing sleep, watching everything you spoke on play out like a film they never auditioned for. And the plot twist is brutal. You weren't dramatic. You were accurate. They laughed because your clarity threatened their comfort. They ridiculed it because they didn't want to look in the mirror. It forced them to face. Let's be clear. You didn't wish this on them. You didn't send anything toward them. You simply saw it coming, and that's what haunts them the most. Because deep down, even as they were mocking you, part of them knew you were right. They just didn't have the courage to say it out loud. And instead of preparing, instead of taking the message seriously, they doubled down on arrogance. They called your intuition crazy. They labeled your alignment as ego. And now they're standing in the wreckage, choking on every word they threw at you like daggers. The joke stopped being funny the second the consequences became visible. Now, the same people who laughed at your voice are begging for clarity. The ones who made jokes are living inside the very chaos they swore would never come. They're not laughing anymore. They're unraveling, and they don't know how to process it because for so long, you were the one they believed would fall apart first. You were the unstable one, the overreactor, the alarmist. But here you are, solid, still, steady, and they're the ones spiraling under the weight of the same truth you tried to make them see early. That's the thing about being chosen. Your warning doesn't always land when you speak it, but it never misses. It just waits. And while they were busy performing peace, you were reading the undercurrents. You saw the cracks behind the fake smiles, the politics behind the kindness. The tension no one wanted to admit was growing louder by the day. And you didn't point it out to be superior. You spoke up to prevent the storm. But they didn't want prevention. They wanted denial. And now the cost of that denial is dragging them under. They thought your words were just noise. But noise doesn't shake foundations. Truth does. And when truth is laughed at long enough, it stops asking to be heard. It simply begins to happen. And now they're being introduced to a version of reality that doesn't care about how loud they laughed, only how deep they lied. You never needed to curse them. They cursed themselves when they touched what the universe was guarding. When they tried to discredit someone aligned with natural balance, someone that energy itself was standing behind. They weren't just gossiping. They were interfering with forces that move far beyond their understanding. And now those forces are folding back on them. This is what happens when people mistake silence for weakness and warnings for weakness. This is what happens when people try to sabotage a signal instead of honoring it. And don't think they don't remember every word you said. They do. That's the part that gnaws at them the most. They remember the way you paused, the way your energy shifted, the way you predicted the patterns before anyone admitted they existed. They remember the tension in your voice, the precision in your eyes, and how every word you dropped was dismissed like fiction until it became fact. Now, the very phrases they laughed at are playing in their minds like alarms they can't turn off. The words they mocked are now the only things making sense. And you don't even have to say, "I told you so." You've moved on. You're focused. You're building. You're aligning. And they're watching from behind the smoke of their own wreckage, wishing they had listened, regretting that they made you a target when you were the only one tuned into what was coming. But chosen one, let's check something real quick. You've got to stop feeling guilty for being right. You've got to stop shrinking your awareness just because it made others uncomfortable. You've got to stop second-guessing yourself every time someone calls you intense, serious, or too much. They didn't mock you because you were wrong. They mocked you because you made the mask slip, and they weren't ready to see what was underneath. This isn't the time to mourn who didn't listen. This is the time to own your alignment, like the signal it always was. Because if there's one thing this moment is proving, it's that the universe doesn't send warnings without reason. And it never picks a vessel by accident. You were the one. You were early. You were accurate. You were dismissed. And now, you are the echo haunting every exposed lie they tried to protect. Let them cry. Let them fumble. Let them feel the weight of their denial. Not because you're petty, but because they earned every consequence through their own arrogance. This isn't punishment. It's math. Cause and effect. Input meets output. And now, the input they sent out wrapped in laughter is coming back wrapped in silence. So walk with that. Not in revenge, but in confirmation. They laughed, they pointed, they mocked. But now, they're crying through the wreckage you tried to warn them about. And the only thing louder than their regret is the silence you left behind. Number 3. Karma's not late. It's just dressing for the funeral. They thought silence meant safety, but karma was just taking its time, choosing the perfect moment to drag their lies into the light. They thought they won, thought your silence was surrender, thought walking away meant you gave up. But the truth is, you didn't walk away, you stepped aside. You didn't fold, you just stopped warning people who refused to listen. And while they were celebrating your absence, karma was backstage tightening its gloves. Quiet, focused, precise. Now, it's showtime. See, karma never runs on your schedule. It doesn't operate off emotion. It doesn't show up in a rage or crash down in chaos for the sake of spectacle. Karma shows up when the mask has been worn so long, it's fused with their identity. When the lie has gotten so loud, it drowns out reason. When the people who tried to hurt you finally believe they got away with it, that's when karma kicks in. Not rushed, not panicked, just patient and lethal. They didn't get away with anything. The delay wasn't protection, it was preparation. The space between their betrayal and their consequence wasn't silence. It was the universe laying out the blueprint for the collapse. And now, it's falling into place, in full view, slowly, deliberately, brutally. You ever seen someone dancing like nothing's wrong while the building's on fire? That's what it's like watching them now. They were partying on a time bomb, drinking off your pain, high-fiving behind your back, like the damage they caused wouldn't echo. They had time to make it right, time to clean up what they smeared. But they didn't. They took your silence for weakness, your stillness for defeat. And now the explosion they thought would never come is shaking everything they touched. Let's be honest, you saw the signs. You felt that itch in your gut that said, "This isn't over." That tension in your chest wasn't paranoia, it was awareness. You weren't waiting for revenge, you were waiting for alignment. And alignment takes time. While they were spinning narratives, the truth was tightening the loop. While they were stacking lies, the universe was subtracting their protection. And now the calculation is complete. And the only thing left is consequence. Understand this. Karma is not loud. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't knock on the door. It walks in. And when it enters, it doesn't ask for explanation. It brings receipts. It doesn't yell. It reveals. The same people who said it's not that deep are now drowning in the depth. The same ones who rolled their eyes are now blinking through smoke, trying to figure out when the fire started. But you know, you always knew. And you never had to get even. That's not your lane. The universe does its own accounting, and it doesn't forget a decimal. It doesn't miss a name. You didn't need revenge. You were the warning. Your silence was the signal, the calm before the consequences. And now you're the one watching it all unfold, not out of bitterness, but out of confirmation. This is what happens when people confuse delay with escape. They thought karma was running late, but it wasn't late. It was just dressing for the funeral, suited in timing, polished with exposure, carrying a guest list full of enablers, instigators, manipulators, every one of them now facing the result of their own choices. You didn't bury them, they buried themselves. You just stopped digging their graves for them. And now they're realizing the silence you left behind wasn't the end of the story. It was the start of the reckoning. Because when karma walks in, dressed in truth, nobody claps, nobody parties, nobody mocks. They panic, they retreat, they crumble. That's what's happening now. And chosen one, let this remind you, stop doubting the power of your walk. You thought you lost when you walked away. You didn't. You were moved out of the blast radius. The universe didn't forget what they did. It just refused to let it happen to you again. You were aligned, not abandoned. You were elevated, not excluded. And what's playing out now is the proof of what you sensed all along. So let them act confused. Let them scramble. Let them pretend they don't know why everything is falling apart. You don't have to explain anything. Your only job now is to stay clear, stay focused. Keep your energy clean and your path sharp. They're reaping what they planted. And the scariest part for them, it's not even over yet. Karma didn't miss them. It just showed up in style. Number 4. They wanted you to break. Now they're the ones cracking. They built a show around your pain. Now they're the main act in their own collapse. They didn't just hurt you by accident. Let's stop pretending. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This wasn't immaturity. This wasn't just people doing their best. No, this was targeted, strategic, calculated. They made you a project, a topic, a joke. They tried to dismantle you piece by piece, emotionally, mentally, socially. They threw everything at you and hoped you'd self-destruct, so they could say, "See, we were right about them all along." They wanted to be there for the crash, front row, popcorn in hand. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You never broke. And now they're the ones unraveling under the weight of their own games. You were supposed to be the one who snapped. That's the part that's haunting them now. You were supposed to crack under the pressure they so carefully applied. You were supposed to spiral, to fold, to disappear in shame. But you didn't. You held the line, quietly, brutally, with a kind of grace they mistook for weakness. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't clap back. You let them tell their stories. You let them laugh. You let them build their whole image off your silence. And now that silence is breaking them. They're walking on glass now, barefoot, because every lie they told, every move they made to isolate or damage you, is now showing up in their life as sharp consequences. The relationships they tried to protect with lies, shaky. The status they held onto by discrediting you, crumbling. The image they maintained by smearing your name, shattered. They're flinching at shadows because everything they built on your destruction is now threatening them. The trap they set wasn't for you. It was under them the whole time. Let's go deeper. They weren't just trying to hurt your feelings. They wanted your confidence shattered. They wanted your name in people's mouths for all the wrong reasons. They tried to make you radioactive, untouchable, whispered behind closed doors, faked concern in public, and then stood by pretending they weren't involved while the smear campaign ran on autopilot. But here's what they never calculated. You were built for pressure. You were sculpted in silence. And while they plotted in circles, the universe was sharpening you in solitude. Now they're cracking, slowly, publicly, loudly. And the worst part for them, no one's buying their victim act. Because the same way they used your pain as entertainment, people are watching them unravel. And this time, there's no one left to scapegoat. You're gone, unbothered, unavailable, elevated. You outgrew the stage they tried to trap you on. And chosen one, let's speak to your doubt for a moment, because in that season, you did feel like breaking. Don't lie to yourself. You were exhausted. You second-guessed your own perception. You questioned your own energy. And the hardest part, you wondered if maybe they were right. You looked around and thought, why me? Why do I always feel what no one else is willing to say? But here's what you didn't see at the time. The more they tried to break you, the more proof the universe gathered. You weren't just surviving. You were building a wall of evidence that's now collapsing their house of cards. They didn't realize that trying to dismantle someone aligned with truth is like throwing rocks at a force field. The impact bounces back harder every time. The pressure didn't make you fall apart. It made you sharper, clearer, lighter. While they added weight to their karma, you were shedding everything that didn't belong to your future. They spent energy trying to damage what they didn't understand, and now their own stability is leaking through the cracks. They hate that you're calm. That's what's driving them mad. You're not angry, you're not bitter, you're not looking back, and the silence they once celebrated is now cutting through their conscience like a blade. Because you're not broken. You're proof. You're walking evidence that alignment can't be undone by manipulation. That character outlasts slander. That energy never lies, even when people do. They expected to be celebrating your downfall. Instead, they're trying to patch up their own. And guess what? The cracks are too deep. The pressure they built for you is now swallowing them. You were supposed to fall, but instead you became the shift, the recalibration, the warning shot. And now the system they weaponized is turning on them piece by piece. Let this be a reminder. Never mourn the rooms you were pushed out of. The people who tried to break you couldn't even hold themselves together. You didn't lose anything. You were preserved. You were removed before the collapse because you weren't meant to break with them. You were meant to witness what happens when intention catches up to behavior. And that's exactly what's unfolding. They wanted you broken. Now they're the ones holding the pieces and realizing none of them fit anymore. Number 5. The thought of you being chosen haunts them at night. You didn't destroy them, your survival did. There's something they'll never admit out loud. You haunt them, not because you chased revenge, not because you exposed them, but because you didn't fold. They expected the pressure to break you. They expected the silence to suffocate you. They expected your isolation to erase you. But when you refused to collapse, you did something far worse than retaliate. You endured. And that's what eats at them now. Your existence is the mirror they can't escape. And every time they try to forget you, life finds a way to remind them. They'll never tell the truth. Not to you, not to anyone else. But your resilience disrupted them more than anything you could have said. You were supposed to disappear. Instead, you rose, quietly, intentionally, without needing their permission, their recognition, or their applause. You didn't win by fighting back. You won by refusing to become what they wanted you to be. Broken, bitter, begging to be seen. You disappeared from their drama and reappeared in your alignment. And now the silence they once laughed at is louder than anything they've built. They can't figure it out. You didn't have the credentials. You didn't have the network. You didn't have the title, the status, or the validation. But still, here you are, elevated, grounded, unbothered, thriving in places they told everyone you'd never make it to. Because you didn't move by the rules they lived by. You moved by alignment. You weren't powered by recognition. You were powered by conviction. You didn't chase credibility. You became the credibility. That's the nightmare they live with now. You were the one they counted out. And now your name sits in the silence of their own collapse. They tried to bury you with whispers. Now they flinch every time your presence enters the room. Because chosen ones don't seek revenge, they become the consequence. You don't scream for attention. Your energy walks in and says what your voice doesn't need to. You were never the loudest, but now your silence is what echoes in their nervous thoughts. It's what shows up in the moments they pretend they're fine. Your strength, the quiet, measured, undeniable kind, has become their worst memory. And the more they realize they couldn't stop you, the more they remember what they did to try. That's the part they can't run from, because nothing stings like realizing the one you tried to destroy was chosen the entire time. Let's talk to you, chosen one, because you forgot for a second who you are. You spent too long wondering why they didn't support you, why the crowd didn't clap, why your warning fell flat. You assumed their rejection meant you were off path. You let the silence get into your head. You mistook absence for abandonment. You started shrinking your presence just to keep the peace they never deserved to have around you. So, let's be real. Stop doubting your calling, because the crowd didn't cheer. Your glow was never for entertainment. It was meant to make illusions shake. You weren't supposed to be popular. You were supposed to be disruptive. You weren't sent to blend in. You were sent to expose what couldn't stay hidden once your light showed up. And no, they didn't thank you. No, they didn't validate you. But they felt you, and they still do. That's why their smiles crack when they hear your name. That's why their tone shifts when your truth gets brought up. Because they're not just haunted by what you said. They're haunted by how right you were to say it. See, people don't fear being called out. They fear being seen. And you saw them. You saw past the polished performances, the curated personas, the fake peace and rehearsed empathy. You saw the cracks. You felt the tension. You picked up on what no one else wanted to name. And that made you dangerous, not because you were loud, but because you were clear. And now they're learning. Clarity is the loudest force in the room when lies have been running the show too long. So if you're still wondering why they treated you like a threat, it's because you were. Not a threat to peace, but a threat to pretense. Not a danger to the system, a disruption to the illusion. And when someone is aligned with truth, that alignment doesn't just shift their path, it exposes everyone else's imbalance. That's your power. That's what they underestimated. That's what haunts them when the performance stops and the silence returns. Because no matter how much they try to outrun it, they'll always remember what you carried. And it wasn't anger, it wasn't ego, it was alignment. And alignment will always outlast manipulation. You don't have to remind them of anything. Your peace is the proof. Your focus is the fallout. Your evolution is the echo. Let them sit in that. Let them feel it. Let the weight of what they did press down on them every time your name rises in a room they once thought you'd never belong in. You were chosen. And no, that's not a title. It's a responsibility. It's not a crown. It's a calling. And when you carry it correctly, you won't have to chase retribution. You become the reminder. You didn't haunt them with vengeance. You haunt them by existing. And that's louder than anything they ever said. Number 6. Their masks are melting, and you're the heat they blamed. They built entire identities out of illusion, and now they're scorched by the same spotlight they tried to keep you out of. Let's cut to the truth. They were never real. The loyalty was fake. The support was shallow. The smiles were weapons dressed as kindness. And you didn't start the fire. You just walked in carrying light. You didn't have to expose anyone. The truth they were trying to hide couldn't survive the heat of your presence. And now, their masks are slipping. Their reputations are dripping like wax under pressure. The personas they polished for years are folding in on themselves, and you're the one they're trying to blame for the meltdown. But let's be clear. You weren't the fire. You were the reflection. You didn't walk into those rooms looking to destroy. You walked in carrying clarity, and that clarity made the masks itch. You asked real questions. You moved with real energy. You lived by something deeper than popularity or applause. And when the ones around you realized they couldn't control, silence, or manipulate you, they panicked. Because someone like you doesn't just see through people. You expose what they've been hiding from themselves. So what did they do? They pointed fingers. They flipped the narrative. They tried to make you the villain. They said you were too intense, that you were reading too much into things, that you were always looking for drama. But they knew. Deep down, they knew. They just couldn't admit it. Because admitting it would mean admitting the performance was fake the whole time. And now that the heat is up, now that the environment is demanding truth, those wax faces are sliding off. You were the heat they blamed, but you were just the sun rising. They were the ones trying to hold on to midnight like it was a personality. The manipulators, the opportunists, the back-channel schemers. They operated best in shadows. You brought light, not because you wanted to destroy anything, but because that's what truth does. It shows, and anything built on illusion burns when the light gets strong enough. And now they're burning, not because you tried to ruin them, but because the facade finally ran out of glue. They spent more time constructing a version of themselves for the public than actually being real behind closed doors. And now, the roles they rehearsed so well are slipping out of alignment, and people are finally asking the questions they hoped would never surface. That pressure they placed on your shoulders, it's on theirs now, and they're cracking under it. But chosen one, don't think for a second this is random. This is response. This is what happens when you carry something real in a space that's been built on fraud. This is the price of alignment. Your presence naturally brings contrast, and people who have something to hide will always label that contrast as conflict. You weren't bringing chaos, you were just removing the curtain, and they couldn't handle what was underneath. They built their peace on performance. You built yours on principles, and when the performance began to fall apart, which it always does, they needed someone to blame. And who better than the one person who never bought into the show? Who better than the one who stayed silent but present? Who better than the one they couldn't control? That's what they hated most. Not your truth, your independence, your inability to be manipulated, your refusal to perform. You didn't play the game, so they tried to delete the player. But now the game is falling apart, and your name is the only one not attached to the lies. And the irony? Now they're the ones trying to play quiet. They've gone silent, hoping the fire passes, but it won't. Because it was never about noise. It was about truth. And truth has a way of showing up at the worst time for people who depended on lies. The longer they try to hold the mask in place, the more obvious it becomes that something's not right. And people are watching, listening, remembering. The questions you asked, they're echoing now, and nobody can ignore them anymore. Let this be a reminder. You don't need to speak louder. You just need to stay aligned. The truth is doing the heavy lifting for you. The masks are melting all on their own. Your job was never to destroy anything. Your job was to carry the kind of energy that doesn't bend just to make others comfortable. And now the discomfort is speaking louder than your silence ever could. So let them scramble, let them sweat, let them keep trying to rearrange the narrative while the real one plays out for all to see. You don't have to defend yourself, you were the defense, and now they're realizing too late. The heat they blamed you for, that was just the beginning. They wore wax faces in a world that was always going to demand fire, and now the sun is up, and the truth, it's blistering. Number 7. They gathered against you and still lost the battle. They gathered against you and still lost the battle they started. They thought numbers could defeat alignment. Now they're learning math doesn't scare destiny. They really thought numbers made them powerful, They thought because there were more of them, they had the upper hand. They thought whispers, gossip, groupthink, and crowd pressure would be enough to break you down, corner you, and push you out. But they forgot one thing. You weren't standing alone. You were standing aligned. And alignment beats popularity every time. They mistook noise for power, thought if enough people clapped for the lie, it would become truth. But truth doesn't need applause. It just needs time. And now that time is up. The same crowd that tried to bury you is now fractured, crumbling under its own weight. Because they didn't realize they weren't just gathering against you. They were rallying against a system they didn't understand. You weren't the enemy. You were the mirror. You weren't the threat. You were the standard. And instead of leveling up, they tried to tear you down. Let them keep counting heads, because destiny doesn't do math. The universe doesn't check polls before it moves. And you were built to stand out. That's why they couldn't absorb you into their fake unity. You were never designed to blend. You were meant to break patterns. And break them you did. Now look at them. All that alliance, all that noise, all that fake unity built on ego and insecurity. It's collapsing because the power wasn't in their numbers. It was always in your alignment. And one aligned soul walking in truth is louder than 1,000 mouths spitting lies. They started the battle. They picked the fight. But they didn't do the math on who they were messing with. And now they're losing the war they launched, miserably. Next time they'll remember, it's never about how many are with you. It's about what's backing you. And you were backed by something they couldn't manipulate. Truth. And truth never loses. Number 8. Let karma cook. You don't have to watch. Let karma cook. You don't have to watch. You're not missing the show. You are the reason it started. Let them fall. Let them scramble. Let them sit in the silence they swore you deserved. You don't need a front row seat to their unraveling. Why? Because you've already seen enough. You've felt every betrayal, every whisper, every fake handshake. And now that karma's at their door, don't waste your energy looking back. You've outgrown the need to be proven right. Your worth isn't on trial anymore. It's already been confirmed by the alignment that kept you standing while they plotted your collapse. You didn't ask for revenge. You asked for peace. And this is peace. Not the soft kind, but the sharp kind. The kind that comes when you no longer feel the urge to clap back, clear your name, or be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. That chapter is closed. Now let karma do what your voice already warned them about. Let it cook, let it simmer, let it burn slow and loud. But you don't have to watch. Your focus is too expensive to waste on chaos you already walked away from. Let the timing play out. Let the silence scream louder than your explanations ever could. Stay aligned, stay clear, stay focused. They wanted you to be bitter, but you're too busy building. They wanted you to lose yourself, proving a point, but the universe already made it for you. Let them feel the weight of your absence. Let karma finish what they started. You don't need to witness the fallout. You're the reason it exists. Number 9. They should have left you alone. Now the universe won't leave them alone. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting universal order wearing your name. This is the part they never saw coming. The part where silence screams, where the energy they mocked starts moving through their lives like a storm with no off switch. They should have walked past you. They should have minded their business when the shift in your spirit told them to back off. But no, they kept coming, kept poking, kept pressing, and now, the very force they tried to sabotage is unraveling everything they built. They threw stones at a soul carrying fire, not fire for destruction, fire for clarity, for purification, for truth, but they didn't recognize it. They saw someone quiet and thought you were weak. They saw someone different and assumed you were confused. They didn't realize what they were really doing, interfering with something they couldn't comprehend. You weren't just walking through their space, you were carrying the energy of correction, the kind that doesn't shout, the kind that shifts entire rooms just by showing up. And now that fire they tried to extinguish, it's in their house, it's in their relationships, in their peace, in their mind. They thought they were just pushing a person, but they pushed against the pull of alignment. They tried to cancel a frequency that didn't belong to them, and the universe doesn't take that lightly. When someone touches what's protected, the system doesn't react immediately, but when it does, it doesn't miss. So now it's full circle, and the chaos they sent has come back home. You don't have to say a word. Their consequences are speaking for you. You didn't start this war. But the moment they made you the target, they invited a force they weren't built to fight. And now the universe won't leave them alone, because they couldn't leave you alone. And just like that, full circle, everything they thought they buried is rising, and everything you carried in silence is now speaking for itself. Chosen one, you didn't just survive, you outlasted the storm they created. Let that be your closure. Let that be your confirmation. If this message hit your spirit, like this video, subscribe to stay locked in, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done explaining yourself and letting karma speak. Share this with someone who's walking through the fire, so they know they're not crazy, they're chosen, and their silence still echoes.